Chapter 514, Yi Futian went back. Because he was worried that the Nantian house would try to kill him, which would affect Li Qingyi and the others, he left alone. However, the Nantian house hadn't chased after him for some reason, so he naturally had to go check on Li Qingyi's group. When he went back to the original place, he didn't see them. Yi Futian's group continued traveling and caught up midway. Yi Futian went back. Because he was worried that the Nantian house would try to kill him, which would affect Li Qingyi and the others, he left alone. However, the Nantian house hadn't chased after him for some reason, so he naturally had to go check on Li Qingyi's group. When he went back to the original place, he didn't see them. Yi Futian's group continued traveling and caught up midway. Miss Qin, Yi Futian said to Qin Yin and the others, "Thank you. Are you all right?" Qin Yin's group turned towards Yi Futian. Many people around him frowned, not very happy. After all, Yi Futian was a stranger and only in the Arcana plane. They'd done enough to help Yi Futian with that battle. However, Li Qingyi was overjoyed. Earlier, she'd worried if Yi Futian could escape and had wanted to check, but Qin Yin and the others didn't want to go look for him. She couldn't do anything. "It's fine." Qin Yin shook her head. Her gaze fell beside Yi Futian to Mu Jiqiu. For people like her, even if she wore something plain, people would still notice her immediately. She was too pretty. Her plain clothes couldn't hide her beauty. The others noticed her too. In the blink of an eye, such a beauty had appeared beside Yi Futian. She was even prettier than Qin Yin. "This is my friend, Mu Jiqiu," Yi Futian introduced, noticing everyone's gazes. Qin Yin nodded and looked away. "Since you're back, let's go together," she said to Yi Futian. With that, she continued walking. The people of the three main cities stared deeply at Yi Futian. "Let's go," Li Zun said, smiling and nodding at Yi Futian. Yi Futian started walking with them, but he felt something odd. He'd always been sensitive. Qin Yin's group was fine from the earlier battle, but they must have some thoughts now, especially since Yi Futian came back to find them. They must have thought he was looking for protection. Smiling, he shook his head. He didn't mind. After all, it was normal. If Qin Yin became colder, they might just split right now. There was no need to have Yi Futian keep following them. This little princess was being nice enough. "You run pretty fast and come back fast too." Zhuo Jun, standing behind Li Zun with his arms across his chest, glanced at Yi Futian in mockery. As the top Arcana plane figure of the White Sovereign City's City Lord office, he didn't think much of Yi Futian, especially the fact that he even had the nerve to come back today. Zhuo Jun Li Qingyi glanced at Zhuo Jun before he finally looked away and continued walking. "Mr. Yi, don't mind him," Li Qingyi said, smiling. "Earlier, people said that you have the saint's inheritance. You left to protect us. Maybe I really did fear dying," Yi Futian joked. He didn't mind and didn't explain. One's music expresses one's mind. "You're not like that." Li Qingyi shook her head. "Thank you," Yi Futian said. "Qingyi, you can just call me Futian." "Okay." Li Qingyi smiled and nodded. In the front, Zhuo Jun pursed his lips. Yi Futian really knew how to get closer with people. Li Qingyi's status in the White Imperial City was comparable to Li Zun. She was the City Lord's daughter after all. Didn't Yi Futian think he was reaching too far? Mu Jiqiu just watched quietly in the back. She had an odd feeling. Yi Futian was different from the other talents she'd seen before, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what she was feeling. The countless groups spread throughout the Holy Road. Battles erupted everywhere. Most people were hurrying towards the 9 cities while the top forces were doing everything to get the holy badges. According to rumors, 8 cities had been taken over already. Those top figures stayed there, ruling the city. Only a city named Flaming Prison City remained. Everyone competed for it, so countless people surged into it. It became the most populated city. Of course, there were still many people in the wilderness. They trained, fought, and tried to find the right timing. Yi Futian's group entered the Flaming Prison City. It was already bustling and it was rumored that people were buying holy badges at a high cost. Since people were buying it, others would try stealing them. Some cold-blooded killers appeared, hunting the weak for their treasures and holy badges. It was bloody. On the holy road, Yi Futian felt deeply that it was too dangerous to be here alone. He could get killed if he didn't pay attention. His group gave off a powerful feeling but was still watched by others. No wonder Qin Yin of Mount Zhoushan would invite strong cultivators from the top 3 cities to travel together. Where are we going? Xie Wuji, young city lord of the heavenly city, asked Qin Yin. Go find a relic, Yi Futian said. Everyone turned towards him. It's not your place to speak. The people of the heavenly city gazed at him coldly. They didn't have anything to do with Yi Futian. Their city lord had asked Qin Yin, not Yi Futian. But Qin Yin gazed at Yi Futian, so he said, I heard that there are many relics on the holy road. I can decode them. Those are big words. Xian Yuanba scanned Yi Futian. Qin Yin also had an odd expression. Yi Futian's words were indeed a bit too much. How could someone in the Arcana plane say that he could decode many relics? Let him try, Li Zun said. We came to the holy road to cultivate. Relics are a must. Yes. Qin Yin nodded in agreement. Go check. There were many relics in Flaming Prison City, so it was easy to find. They came to some ruins. There was a huge stone wall standing above the rubble. Many cultivators were gathered around it. Looking at the stone wall, one could see 36 words in one line. The words were like snakes or dragons. Each word contained so much power and vitality that it seemed to come to life. A sword technique, Xiao Wuji said. He was a swordsman in training and was obviously sensitive to these. The 36 words form a sword technique and contain sword art. A sage must have left it behind. Many of the relics on the holy road were from people in the sage plane. They were extremely valuable to most. Many people sat cross-legged before the stone wall as they tried to comprehend it. Xie Wuji's eyes were also glued to it. In addition to him, Zui Qianqiu walked up too, expression serious. Yi Wuchen naturally felt it too, but he didn't look at the wall. Instead, he looked to Yi Futian. He knew from their time in the ancient barren world that Yi Futian was practically a relic killer. Using freedom meditation, everything became clear to Yi Futian. The words seemed to come alive, showing someone practicing sword techniques. Yi Futian wasn't a swordsman, but he could still feel the sword art. Wuchen, Yi Futian said. Yi Wuchen immediately understood. He sat down and then Yi Futian pulled out his guqin. Music rang out with an artistic conception melded into it. He passed what he saw to Yi Wuchen through the music. The image was extremely clear. It was as if Yi Wuchen had comprehended it himself. He was submerged in the swordsmanship. Many people looked coldly at Yi Futian. This guy was disturbing their cultivation. But there seemed to be some special artistic conception in the song, like someone practicing swordsmanship. Zhuojun stared coldly at him. What are you doing? Stop, he roared. Did Yi Futian want everyone to get angry? Shut up. Yu Sheng glanced at him. At this time, the song's artistic conception was getting stronger. Everyone present could feel it. They saw someone practicing swordsmanship before them. When they looked back at the stone wall, it became more comprehensible. The stone wall seemed to come to life. Zhuojun walked over, but Zui Qianqiu stopped him. Don't interrupt him. Zhuojun froze. Then he realized that many of the swordsmen in training present all had strands of sword intent coming out of them. They seemed to be cultivating. Li Zun and Qin Yin weren't swordsmen, but they were nobles. As the artistic conception grew clearer, they could feel it and both stared at Yi Futian in shock. He'd really decoded the relic in such a short time. But this guy told everyone instead of comprehending it alone to cultivate. What was he thinking? Mu Zhiqiu looked at Yi Futian, thinking back to what Yi Futian had said. He wanted a city, but he was still too far away with his current plane. Did he want to get a city in this way? A long while later, the music stopped, but no one stopped comprehending. Sword intent was sharp on everyone. The entire sky was filled with sword intent. As for how much one could comprehend depended on themselves. Yi Futian had just opened the door. Finally, someone stopped and looked over at Yi Futian. He put his hands together politely. Thank you. Yi Futian nodded, smiling. Others stopped as well and bowed to Yi Futian. Thank you, sir. Can I know your name? Many people thanked Yi Futian since he'd helped them comprehend the relic. Xie Wuji and the others from the heavenly city stared hard at Yi Futian, but they also felt unhappy. Since Yi Futian could comprehend the relic, why did he give it to everyone instead of just them? I am Yi Futian. This is nothing, no need to thank me. Yi Futian rose with a smile. The Holy Road has opened and many talents from the barren state have come for the adventure but died here. You are all famous figures from all over, but how many can truly enter the Holy Ji Palace? It's more worth it to raise your cultivation plane with the Holy Road. Many people nodded. He made sense. Farewell, Yi Futian said. Then he turned to leave. Qin Yin's group looked at him with slightly different expressions. Zhuo Jun's expression was more uncomfortable. Was it a coincidence that Yi Futian could do this? Li Qingyi was impressed. She caught up to Yi Futian. Where are we going? The next relic, Yi Futian said. The others' hearts trembled. What was he planning? Interesting. Zui Qianqiu smiled. He was curious. Yi Futian clearly wasn't doing it for his own cultivation, so what was his goal? Chapter 5:15. In the flaming prison city, a group of people started to move rapidly, all moving in the same direction. These people were secretly whispering, as though sharing a secret. In the flaming prison city, a group of people started to move rapidly, all moving in the same direction. These people were secretly whispering, as though sharing a secret. There were other people who saw the commotion and was puzzled. What had happened? Could it be that something major was happening within the city? As they thought about this, the people walking on the road also started to move towards that direction. Along the way, they heard the people rushing there say, "Is it really true that someone has consecutively solved 18 relics? Indeed, the rumors say that. Within one day, he has consecutively solved 18 relics. Not just that, after he had solved it, he allowed those in the relic to stay and decipher it together. All those cultivating in the relics have received help to decipher the relic's power and increase their strength." These voices spread like wildfire, but there were some who had mocking expressions, as though sneering. Where would there be such an idiot to consecutively solve 18 relics and share it with others? Cultivators were mostly selfish. Martial arts cultivation was the basis for one's survival. Why would there be someone who would teach others to cultivate? If this wasn't stupidity, what was? It was probably someone who exaggerated the truth and created these rumors. However, even if they suspected it, they continued in the direction, just to watch the commotion. The place where the crowd gathered was a palace. In the palace, there was a mountain. Even though the mountain was not tall, there were many stone plates on it. There were inscriptions and drawings on these stone plates, and there was an enormous crowd here, all closing their eyes, cultivating and feeling the aura. On a giant stone, there was a handsome figure sitting quietly on a stone plate, as though deciphering it. On the stones around him, there were many figures standing. They were Yu Sheng, Qin Yin, and the rest of them. Mu Jiqiu was also standing not far behind Yi Futian. At this time, Qin Yin, Shenyuan Bashan of the Shenyuan city, or even Xie Wuji of the heavenly city were all extremely astounded. They had followed Yi Futian all the way and witnessed him solving 18 relics. The feeling was indescribable. Previously, they had only allowed Yi Futian to follow by their side, but only because he was Li Zun's follower. Moreover, when Yi Futian had escaped during the battle with the Nine-Cloud Palace and come back afterward, they were extremely unhappy and thought that Yi Futian was just using them for protection. However, this Arcana Plane cultivator had solved 18 relics in one day and guided many people in their cultivation, including all of them. They had all benefited from his guidance. Such potential was unheard of. This led them to suspect if what the Nine-Cloud Palace had said about the divine teachings was actually real. Among them, Zhuo Jun's expression was the most ghastly. Yi Futian's cultivation level was even lower than him. He had humiliated Yi Futian before and looked down on him. Now, Yi Futian had become the focus of everyone's attention. Not just from them, but also the many geniuses from the barren state. Presently, in the area, over 1,000 people had gathered. On top of that, they had all decided to continue following Yi Futian. With him around, what relic could not be solved? If he could solve 18 relics in one day, how much could his strength go up in 3 months? More and more people started to gather. When they heard about Yi Futian's achievements, they were equally stunned. There was actually someone with such terrifying perception. Or could it be that he had some unique methods? Currently, Yi Futian was quietly cultivating and deciphering. This relic resonated with the celestial way that he cultivated in, so he had some insights. Master Yi, when will you be moving to the next relic? Someone asked Yi Futian. Even though Yi Futian was only in the Arcana plane, they still addressed him as Master Yi, and many people felt that it was an appropriate way to address him. Yi Futian's eyes opened and he said, I have had some enlightenment and will need some time to cultivate, so I will not be going to the next relic for some time. You can go ahead if you want. It's only natural that Master Yi wishes to cultivate. I am not in a hurry, so I will wait here for Master Yi. The noble plane cultivator saluted him and said. He had already been following Yi Futian for over 10 relics and had received a lot of benefits, so he was respectful towards Yi Futian. After all, he was receiving a favor from him. Yi Futian closed his eyes and continued cultivating, yet at that moment, he heard a voice say, since you have such potential, why do you need to waste time here? Isn't it the same to go straight to the next relic and decipher it? The message was jarring, yet there were others who agreed with it and said, that's right, if you wait until you've deciphered more relics to cultivate, maybe it might be more helpful. Behind Yi Futian, Mu Jiqiu, Yu Sheng and the rest frowned. Even Shenyuan Bashan and those who were not that close to Yi Futian found it jarring, and he coldly said, why can't Yi Futian cultivate if he has some insight? The other party's gaze swept towards Shenyuan Bashan and replied cruelly, can't you see that there are so many people waiting for him? If he cultivates for a month or 2, won't all the people here be wasting our time? The voice was inciting, and even though it was an extremely selfish thought, the person dragged other people into it, causing many people to look at Yi Futian, evidently with the same thoughts. You can get lost. A cold glare appeared in Mu Jiqiu's beautiful eyes. Yi Futian was helping them with their cultivation, but he was now being taken for granted and had an obligation to help them solve the relics. Wasting their time? Who asked them to stay? How arrogant. Everyone, since this person is able to decipher the relics, he must have some secret method. Why don't we capture him and force him to tell us, and we won't have to be afraid that he will not continue to solve the relics? The person continued to incite the crowd. At that moment, Yi Futian's eyes opened again and he stared emotionlessly at the other party. Any person would have a selfish side. He helped them to decipher the relics without asking for anything in return, but some people would not be appreciative and only think of how to obtain more benefits. Is that how everyone feels? Yi Futian looked extremely disappointed. As he looked at the crowd, many of them fell silent. Why would anyone not want to increase their strength quickly? I could have solved and deciphered the relics by myself, silently increasing my cultivation level. Nobody would have been any the wiser. However, I did not do that, but instead let everyone cultivate together. Yi Futian's voice was sullen as he continued, despite that, there are some people among you that would misuse my kindness to try and obtain their own benefits and even incite others to deal with me. I am very disappointed. If what I do will cause despicable people to plot against me, is there even a need to continue? Yi Futian questioned them. The air suddenly fell silent, following which a silent broadsword light erupted from within the crowd, cutting down like a streak of lightning. One of the instigators' expression became ghastly, and with a squish, the broadsword light cleaved downwards, cutting him into 2. The person holding the broadsword had a frigid expression, a horrifying broadsword while surrounding his body. At that moment, another person struck out, casting spells towards the other 2 people, inciting the crowd. What are you doing? The other 2 people's expressions turned pale as well, but they realized that the surrounding people had already struck. The spells and attacks landed at the same time, drowning their bodies within. In an instant, one of them had their brain crushed, and the other had countless blades pierced into his body, his eyes filled with tears. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them had fallen and died. Biting the hand that feeds you, despicable. They should be killed. The person holding the broadsword said coldly. Previously, there had been a relic that had contained a strong broadsword technique and he had benefited greatly. He had used the broadsword technique that he had learned to kill the person. The purpose of coming to the Holy Road is for our own cultivation. Since Master Yi has some insights, you should naturally stop and cultivate. If everyone else has other matters to attend to, go ahead. If you are willing to wait here, then do so. Master Yi does not owe us anything, another person spoke up for Yi Futian. Many people nodded as well. Even though there were still many people who had similar thoughts as those who had just died, they maintained their silence and suppressed their selfishness. The disturbance ended just like that. Thank you for your understanding. Yi Futian nodded towards the crowd and continued, coming to the Holy Road is all for our cultivation. I'm not a martyr, so I will naturally value my own cultivation. If I can help you all when I'm solving the relics, I will do my best to help you decipher them. Yi Futian was clear that what he did would naturally cause a disturbance. This was only the start, there was sure to be more crises waiting for him. Now that there was a commotion, he would rise to fame quickly. However, the elites would also notice him, but as Mu Jiqiu had said, the majority of people entering the Holy Road would only serve as supporting characters. He did not want to become a backdrop for others. Yi Futian cultivated for 3 days, testing many people's patience. There were some who lost their patience and left for more challenges, but more people stayed on. 3 days later, Yi Futian continued to solve the relics. Using 3 days, he consecutively solved 49 relics, causing the entire flaming prison city to go into an uproar. His name started to spread throughout the entire flaming prison city. More and more people started to follow him in their cultivation, culminating into an impressive force. What was supposed to be a slaughter-filled flaming prison city ended up becoming exceptionally peaceful because of this unique entity. Everyone would decipher the relics and cultivate together. One day, within the city, a group of people was hurrying by. They were the Starry School's disciples. When they got here, they had heard of Yi Futian's name. Jiyu Yunshi was also within the crowd, a stunning smile on her face. Her father had not lied to her, Yi Futian was indeed still alive and had come to the Holy Road. Now, he had risen to fame in the Holy Road. On the other hand, Long Mu had mixed feelings. All these days in the Holy Road, he had felt his own lack of presence. If it was not for the Starry School and Dragon Clan's experts, he would probably not be able to last long in here. The Holy Road's trial was not as simple as he expected. However, that person who was in the same generation as him had shot to fame in the Holy Road. This made him feel helpless. Was his potential really that weak? In the flaming prison city, there was a fatty who was also hurrying along, his eyeballs rolling around in their sockets like he was thinking of something, at the same time revealing a strange expression. Sigh. The hurrying fatty sighed, as though he had thought of something. He had already reached the Zhengzhou City region's Zhuge clan and was supposed to enter the Holy Road through the Nether Road. However, when second sister had heard that little brother was in Divine City, she claimed that if little brother was to enter the Holy Road, it would be by the Dawn Road. Just like that, he was sent off to the Dawn Road. Simply because little brother might enter the Holy Road. Now, her conjecture had been proven real and their little brother did enter the Holy Road and was making a name for himself. As a result of that, he had become despondent. Did he make a wasted trip? Who could understand a fatty's grievance? Master Yi, what the fuck? Chapter 516. There was a giant pavilion in the flaming prison city, like a royal palace standing tall. Although there was some damage to the building, it was still preserved well. Now, Yi Futian was staying in the middle pavilion. In the various ancient temples in the pavilion, many people who were cultivating in the Holy Road had gathered there. There was a giant pavilion in the flaming prison city, like a royal palace standing tall. Although there was some damage to the building, it was still preserved well. Now, Yi Futian was staying in the middle pavilion. In the various ancient temples in the pavilion, many people who were cultivating in the Holy Road had gathered there. In the past 3 days, Yi Futian had solved 49 relics and nobody doubted his ability to decipher the relics anymore. Following Yi Futian in their cultivation was the right choice. Presently, All kinds of people could be found in the pavilion, good or bad. At that moment, before the middle pavilion, where Yi Futian's group was, Li Qingyi walked over and asked, "Futian, there are many people asking when you will continue to solve the relics." "No hurry," Yi Futian looked into the distance and replied. Li Qingyi looked worried and said uneasily, "Futian, has the commotion become too huge?" Previously, when Yi Futian consecutively solved the relics, she was happy for him, but the episode that happened 3 days ago made her feel a sense of danger. Although the 3 people had been killed on the spot, they had revealed a potential threat. This was why she was worried that the matter would escalate out of control. Unless Yi Futian was willing to continue working without complaints and help them to continue solving the relics, otherwise with their unpredictability, she was unable to foresee what would happen. However, there was one thing she was certain of: Yi Futian's objective did not stop here. Too huge. Yi Futian smiled. The storm was inevitable, but since he was unwilling to become insignificant, he naturally had to bear the risk. The more he wanted, the larger the risk. "Looks like you've already thought about it. I won't persuade you otherwise then." Li Qingyi smiled. "I don't have such huge ambitions like you. As long as I can go to the Holy Ji Palace and see the 9 holy roads and geniuses from all over, as well as those standing at the top of the barren state, that's enough for me. Such a simple wish will naturally come true." Yi Futian nodded towards Li Qingyi and continued, "Help me convey a message, I have an announcement to make." Li Qingyi was stunned and she stared at Yi Futian through her beautiful eyes. After mulling over it for a second, she nodded lightly and said, "Be careful." She knew that Yi Futian was going to do something extraordinary. After saying that, she left to convey his message. Mu Jiqiu walked up to Yi Futian and asked him, "Are you preparing to do it now?" "It's about time, I'll have to do it sooner or later," Yi Futian replied. "What are you going to do?" Qin Yin also came closer and looked at Yi Futian curiously. "You'll know very soon." "Next, I'll need all of your help," Yi Futian told Qin Yin and the people standing behind him. "If there's anything, just give the order," Shenyuan Bashan agreed readily. These few days of cultivation had been very beneficial to him. "All right." Xie Wuji nodded lightly as well. Now, he could feel that Yi Futian was not a simpleton. His entering Mount Joxian could have been a mere coincidence and not to become a disciple of Mount Joxian or for Qin Yin. "Futian, we will do our best." Li Zun smiled, nodding his head. "Thank you all for your help," Yi Futian smiled and replied. He would naturally not treat them shabbily afterward. Very soon, many people started to gather where they were. Evidently, Li Qingyi had already spread the word out. The experts within the pavilion started to gather. Yi Futian had said he had something to announce. What would it be? Yi Futian stood at the apex of the middle pavilion's ancient temple, and those who arrived asked him one after the other, "Master Yi, what do you have to announce?" "No hurry, after everyone has arrived, I will announce it." Yi Futian looked down and smiled. "All right." The person nodded, getting even more curious. More people were arriving and they stared at Yi Futian, who was in the air. Very soon, the entire region was filled with cultivators. Outside the pavilion, there was a group of people walking in the air and his expression turned ruthless upon seeing Yi Futian. They had come from the Divine Sky City and were disciples of the Blazing Sun School. Not only had Yi Futian not died, but he also had such immense rallying power in the Holy Road. When news of his death had first spread, Chen Yuan had descended upon the Blazing Sun School and leveled the newly built buildings to the ground. Looking back now, was he messing with them? Chen Wang was also in the crowd and the flaming pupils in his eyes contained a cruel glare. The mastermind of the incident back then had been the Chen clan, but even so, they had not been able to kill Yi Futian. Now that his injuries were completely healed, he had made a name for himself in the Holy Road. What a great masquerade. All the attention fell onto Yi Futian. Behind him, Mu Jiqiu, Yu Sheng and the rest stood quietly, protecting him. At that moment, Yi Futian waved to the crowd and the whole area fell silent. "I have come to the Holy Road to cultivate and challenge myself, and I have solved many relics to date. Now, I feel that the relics can only provide a limited boost to my strength, so I will not be going around to decipher the relics in the future," Yi Futian said. Instantly, Many people's stares intensified on Yi Futian. Li Qingyi stood below, and her heart clenched upon hearing Yi Futian's words. What she had been worrying about had finally come. If Yi Futian gave up on solving the relics, many people would not let it be. Those who felt that the relics were beneficial to their cultivation, would they cause trouble for Yi Futian if they were unable to decipher the relics themselves? Master Yi, you have so much potential, why waste it? Someone said, evidently not hoping for Yi Futian to give up just like that. Yi Futian waved his arm and continued, within the holy road, these relics do not have a great effect for me. If I waste my time here, it will not benefit my cultivation. Therefore, I would want to do something else. There are rumors that collecting holy badges can allow us to exchange them for resources with the Holy Ji Palace. However, I have heard another rumor that if we collect enough holy badges, there is a chance to open a giant relic in the Holy Road. Moreover, it is located in the cities and very likely to be beneficial to our cultivation, Yi Futian said. Some people did not understand, but a few people were astounded. They had also heard of that rumor, but they did not have the ability to confirm it. Not even them, even the elites would find it hard to accumulate such a large amount of holy badges, unless they furiously hunted for them, but this would offend a huge group of people. Therefore, I want to open the giant relic in this city. If that's the case, I will need to collect a huge amount of relics. Would everyone be willing to lend me your holy badges? If I am able to open the giant relic, I will allow everyone to decipher it together and return your holy badges thereafter, Yi Futian declared. As Yi Futian's declaration sounded out, a huge commotion broke out. Collecting their holy badges? Presently, in the Holy Road, there were people paying huge amounts for holy badges. For the holy badges, many people would rob or even kill others. Having a holy badge meant that one could walk out of the Holy Road to the Holy Ji Palace. Who would easily hand over their holy badge to others? Even though Yi Futian promised that he would return the badges, what if he didn't? Even if he did intend to return them, if Yi Futian had gathered that many holy badges, others would covet his badges and he would become a target for many. What if he was killed and the badges were taken? Talk was cheap. If he really wanted to do it, it would not be as easy as he had thought. Even if he had helped many people by deciphering the relics and helping in their cultivation, when it came to their own interests, not many people were willing to sacrifice. Moreover, many of them would think, even if Yi Futian managed to open the giant relic, wouldn't it be fine as long as they followed Yi Futian in? Even when Li Qingyi heard Yi Futian's words, she was deeply astounded. She was clear that what Yi Futian wanted to do might invite trouble. If I am unable to do it, I will return all of your holy badges. After everyone has handed over your holy badges, all of you will guard them alongside me, to ensure the safety of the holy badges. If we are all united, we would not have to worry about anyone who is harboring unfathomable motives. Moreover, under everyone's protection, would I dare to steal the badges? Yi Futian continued. I've come to the Holy Road for my cultivation. Since there is a chance, I will definitely take it. At that moment, a figure stepped out from the crowd. There was an aura of melancholy around the person and a lock of white hair on both sides of his temple. He was refined, exceptional, and handsome. Xiao Junyi. A person from the crowd recognized him and was shocked. Xiao Junyi was a cultivator with exceptional talent who specialized in musical rhythm. He was gentle and there were rumors that his hidden talent was even more remarkable. Xiao Junyi walked forward and threw a holy badge towards Yi Futian, only to see Lulan Shui step forward and receive it. Yi Futian looked at Qin Yin who was standing below and said, Qin Yin, please help me to record all those who have given their holy badge. All right. Qin Yin nodded. You should hold on to our badges too, Shenyuan Bashan said, and the group of them took out their holy badges and gave them to Yi Futian. Although Zhuo Jun was unhappy with it, he also handed over his holy badge. I originally would not have a chance to become a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. Now that I have a chance, I will entrust my hope to Master Yi. Someone walked out from the crowd and handed over his holy badge. Many people followed suit and cultivators started to give their holy badges to Yi Futian in succession, while Qin Yin and the rest took down their names. Thank you, everyone. These few days, I will stay here and cultivate. Once I have gathered enough holy badges to open the giant relic, I will take action, Yi Futian told the crowd and started to walk down. About an hour later, the crowd started to dissipate. Yi Futian had already collected more than 1,000 holy badges. Although everybody had different thoughts, there were still many people who supported Yi Futian. This was naturally a good start. After word of what had happened spread, it triggered another sensation. Someone managed to easily gather over 1,000 holy badges, a feat not even people from elite factions could do. Li Zun and his group returned back to their residence, and Zhuo Jun's expression was sullen as he told Li Zun, "Young city lord, they really dared to take our holy badges." Li Zun looked towards Zhuo Jun while Li Qingyi reprimanded him. "Zhuo Jun, what nonsense are you spouting? If we want others to willingly hand over their holy badges, we have to be impartial." Impartial indeed. Ever since we've entered the Holy Road and deciphered so many relics, have we ever received any preferential treatment? We're like strangers to him, Zhuo Jun said coldly. Even though his talent was unique and allowed him to decipher the relics, but don't forget, he's just an arcana plane cultivator who followed us into the Holy Road. In the beginning, it was the young city lord who took him in. It was also us that helped him out when he ran into his enemies. Look at him now, his success has already gotten to his head. He doesn't even respect the young city lord now. How could you think this way? Li Qingyi looked at Zhuo Jun disparagingly. It seemed that envy was indeed horrifying. Miss Qingyi, did I say anything wrong? Now that his position is elevated, he looks down upon the young city lord and has already forgotten who he was. Why did he let his maid take care of the holy badges instead of us? Ever since the start, he only treated us as a stepping stone, using us to progress. Even if he managed to open the great relic, we would still be strangers to him. Wanting to have preferential treatment would be akin to asking for the moon, Zhuo Jun said crabbily. Chapter 517. A group of people arrived at Yi Futian's residence. A group of people arrived at Yi Futian's residence. When Yi Futian stepped out, his gaze landed on a girl among the group. She was smiling at him, her hand brushing her fringe back. Her smile got even brighter while her eyes appeared to be a little red. "Yunshi, why did you enter the Holy Road?" Yi Futian smiled and asked. "To challenge myself," Jiyu Yunshi beamed gently and replied. Beside her, her brother Jiyu Ming looked at her. He naturally knew what Jiyu Yunshi was here for. The Starry School's disciples looked at Yi Futian with mixed feelings. Along the way, they had heard that Yi Futian was rallying experts and collecting their holy badges. One word from him and over 1,000 people responded and handed over their holy badges to him. This Starry School's son should only still be in the Arcana plane, right? Yi Futian's gaze swept across the crowd with a glint in his eyes. He did not say anything and looked at the Starry School's disciples. Although the Starry School's disciples had mixed feelings, there were still people who saluted him and addressed him as the son. After the first few, the rest started to salute and address him as well. Chen Yuan had once said that seeing the sun was tantamount to seeing him. In the past, many people had been unconvinced by Yi Futian, but they all knew in their hearts that nobody could exceed Yi Futian's potential. Not just in the Starry School, but in the entire Divine Sky City. Now, he was traversing the Holy Road, consecutively deciphering relics. Even in the Holy Road where geniuses from the entire barren state gathered, he had made a name for himself. Even if they had objections in the past, they were all convinced now. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. The Starry School's disciples arriving was a great help to him. His gaze landed on a person and he smiled, looking at him. Long Mu was conflicted. His emotions were undoubtedly the most complicated among all of them, but along the way, the Starry School's disciples had discussed relying on Yi Futian. He was clear that Yi Futian's potential and position were way above his league. He sighed in his heart, and although he was unwilling to admit it, he had nothing to be proud of in front of Yi Futian. "Son," Long Mu saluted and said, but his tone was unnatural. Yi Futian did not mind, smiling, and asked, "Long Mu, is Linga doing well?" "Not bad, but her temper has been quite bad recently. It could be because of the news of your death. She must be very sad," Long Mu replied. "She will know the truth after this is over." "Long Mu, You are her brother. In the future, do not make her abide by your wishes and consider more about her, Yi Futian said. Jiyu Yunshi looked at Yi Futian, surprised. Evidently, Yi Futian was salvaging his relation with Long Mu, displaying remarkable magnanimity. I will. Long Mu naturally felt the goodwill of Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded lightly. He owed the madam a favor and Linga was like a younger sister to him. As long as Long Mu did not go overboard, he would not grudge him. After all, Long Mu was full of youthful vigor. Who is it? At that moment, a figure appeared in the air above the pavilion. There were many people who were protecting the pavilion and wanted to stop them. It's fine. Yi Futian looked into the air, smiled and said. The figure landed in front of Yi Futian like lightning and the earth trembled as a fatty appeared before the crowd. Long time no see. Brother's figure has not changed since we last met. Yi Futian smiled and thought to himself, how can a fatty be this fast? Yi Xiaoshe glared at Yi Futian, then smiled and said, I've just come from second sister's place, and I saw Ji Yu. After saying that, he held his head up high. Yi Futian was stunned for a moment, then walked forward and smiled with trepidation and said, Brother, you're still as handsome as before with great style. It's no wonder that you're my seventh brother. The crowd blinked in surprise. Where did his brother appear from? Moreover, Yi Futian's change in tone was way too quick. Do you want to know how Ji Yu's doing? Yi Xiaoshe looked at Yi Futian from the corner of his eye. See if you dare to be arrogant in front of your brother in the future, he thought to himself. Yes. Yi Futian nodded frankly. Yi Xiaoshe gave Yi Futian a look with deep meaning, then pat Yi Futian on the shoulder and sighed, Ah. Yi Futian blinked and asked, Brother, how is Ji Yu? What did that sigh mean? Yi Xiaoshe looked at Yi Futian and shook his head. Brother, a great person like you would not bear a grudge against me, would you? Yi Futian said anxiously. Ji Yu should be in the Nether Road now. Moreover, she is faring better than you now. Little brother, you need to buck up, Yi Xiaoshe replied in a heartfelt tone. Yi Futian was bewildered for a second, then a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Still laughing? Yi Xiaoshe asked, Do you know how many people have attempted to look for second sister to try and get matched with her? Why don't you look at whose wife she is? Yi Futian looked disdainfully at Yi Xiaoshe and continued, Damn fatty, I was nearly scared to death by you just now. The fatty's arms crossed over his hips. The speed of his change in tone was ridiculous. You're really not afraid? Yi Xiaoshe looked at the fellow in front of him, speechless. My Ji Yu is so outstanding, how could there be a lack of suitors? Yi Futian looked disapprovingly at Yi Xiaoshe again. What was there to be afraid of? As long as Ji Yu was doing well, nothing else was important. His heart was at ease. As for her suitors, which of them could even hold a candle to him? That is to say, after I step out of the holy road, I'll be able to meet Ji Yu? And second sister? Yi Futian's smile got even brighter. The fatty was really his lucky star. Yi Xiaoshe saw Yi Futian's delighted expression and looked at him with a look of contempt. Wait a minute. Yi Futian's expression became odd and he looked at Yi Xiaoshe and asked, If you've already been to the Zhuge clan, why aren't you at the Nether Road, but here instead? I, your brother, was afraid that you would be bullied by other people and rushed here intentionally, Yi Xiaoshe declared proudly. Second sister chased you here? Yi Futian's eyes narrowed as he stared at Yi Xiaoshe. You. The fatty was enraged. He traveled all this distance only to hear chased here? What was all his hard work for? Was Yi Futian not touched in the slightest? Although it was the truth. Second sister treats me really well. Yi Futian was indeed very touched. Yi Xiaoshe wanted to hit someone. He felt hurt. The crowd looked at the two people and had skeptical expressions. The way these two brothers interacted was special. The Starry School's disciples were thinking, the Zhuge clan? Which Zhuge clan? Jiyu Yunshi thought to herself. This was probably the name of Yi Futian's girlfriend. She had known long ago that Yi Futian had a girlfriend. Now that she was here, she might be able to meet her if she walked out of the holy road. The girl that Yi Futian loved, what kind of person would she be? From the conversation, she must be exceptional. The news of Yi Futian collecting the holy badges spread across the flaming prison city and even out of the city to the entire holy road. The dawn of the second day, there was an exclamation at the outer region of the pavilion where Yi Futian resided. Many people moved to a corner in the pavilion, where a few corpses were lying on the floor. Their faces had turned black, as if they had been poisoned. Their bodies were undamaged, but they had been dead a long time. "He's struck again," someone said with a sullen expression. These few days, many similar incidents had occurred in the flaming prison city. Some cultivators had died mysteriously and everyone understood that it was for the holy badges. However, up until now, nobody knew who had done it. The person's targets were at least grade 8 nobles and there were even many grade 7 nobles. This meant that the person was intentionally picking the strongest cultivators in the holy road as his targets. This showed how horrifying the mastermind's strength was. Many people gathered and debated about the incident. After Yi Futian heard the news, he also went there. When he saw the corpses on the floor, his expression changed. "Does anyone know what happened here?" Yi Futian asked. "It's death qi," someone said. "In the holy road, a horrifying necromancer has appeared." Necromancer? Yi Futian's gaze intensified. It was rumored that necromancers would cultivate with death qi and were extremely scary. They could kill without leaving any trace, and stronger necromancers could even control dead spirits. "The Holy Road has always had all kinds of people," Mujicho said quietly. "Moreover, the person is killing in the pavilion, so it's very likely that he's mixed in with the crowd. You have to be careful." "That's right, the other party could be within the crowd and attack Master Yi at any time." "Master Yi, do take extra precautions," another person advised. "I'll be careful." Yi Futian nodded, his expression serious. This type of mysterious expert was even more dangerous as they could kill without leaving traces or even revealing their identity. They did not even know who it was. "Everyone, please be careful," Yi Futian reminded them again. The crowd all nodded and felt a sense of crisis. Yi Futian left, then turned to Mujicho and asked, "Have you heard of necromancers before?" "Necromancers are extremely rare. There is an extremely famous necromancer in the Barren State, a horrifying entity on the Barren Sky ranking, the Dark Saint," Mujicho replied. "Looks like people from all factions are arriving," Yi Futian mumbled silently. He had a premonition that a storm was brewing. He needed to make the best of his time. Just like Yi Futian had thought, a group of figures was marching outside the flaming prison city, their aura extraordinary. They were from the strongest clan in the ruined city, the Xia clan, with Xia Hu leading them. Among the 9 cities of the Holy Road, the flaming prison city did not have people from an elite faction standing guard, thus the most people had gathered there. Now, there was someone using such an ingenious method to gather the holy badges. How could he not come? Even those from the most elite factions could not plunder the holy badges as it would incite the crowd's rage. The method that Yi Futian had used was indeed innovative. However, no one else could imitate his method. "Are we going to look for him directly?" a person beside Xia Hu asked. "No hurry," Xia Hu replied and continued, "Now, he has probably only just started collecting the holy badges. There is no reason to disrupt it. Give him some more time. However, keep an eye on him, we are probably not the only clan to come here." "Understood." The person beside him nodded. The group of them entered the city. Not long after they had entered the city, another group of people arrived. The people from the Nantian house had arrived and Nan Hao stood there gracefully, his gaze sparkling and looking into the distance. He had heard that Yi Futian had to shot fame in the Holy Road in such a short time. He did not disappoint him indeed. If that person was to step out, he would probably cause a huge storm. However, he would watch the performance first to see if Yi Futian could continue. He naturally understood that from the moment Yi Futian had started collecting the holy badges, danger lurked from all sides. At that moment, an air warship flew towards the city. On the warship, there were 2 stunning girls with unmatched beauty. Nan Hao turned back and a look of adoration appeared in his eyes. The girls from the mortal world were all gorgeous beauties that were lusted after. On the air warship, Chu Shong and another girl stood together. Taking one look at the people from the Nantian house, They continued forward and the airship flew into the city. There was a ripple in Chu Shong's eyes. She had not expected that in the short span of about 2 years, he would have come to the Holy Road from the Eastern Barren Territory. Chapter 518. In the palace, Yi Futian sat cross-legged. Over 1,000 holy badges hung suspended in the air before him. The soft glow that emanated from within the holy badges began to resonate and combine. In no time, it formed a dazzling image that looked somewhat like a map. In the palace, Yi Futian sat cross-legged. Over 1,000 holy badges hung suspended in the air before him. The soft glow that emanated from within the holy badges began to resonate and combine. In no time, it formed a dazzling image that looked somewhat like a map. A map of the divine road. There was a sharp glint in Yi Futian's eyes as he looked at the image. He tried to get a better look, but the image floated in and out of sight. It was impossible to read the map clearly. He only saw the blurry image of a giant divine road. 9 cities lay on the divine road, and Yi Futian locked his sights upon one of them. He could barely make out the outline of Flaming Prison City. On the map, a streak of bright light could be seen where Flaming Prison City was. Yi Futian's eyebrows creased. Could this light be marking where the large relic was? He stared at it for a while, but the image remained unclear still. Yi Futian guessed it might be because he hadn't collected enough holy badges yet. Even over 1,000 of them were not enough to make the large relic appear on the map. He needed to collect more holy badges. It was a good thing Yi Futian's name was known far and wide today. An increasing number of people came up to offer him the holy badges they had found. They too wanted to give this endeavor a shot. Many of these people also had more than one holy badge on them too. Furthermore, it was rumored that top-tier individuals of outstanding abilities from the Divine Road had arrived in Flaming Prison City. Xia Feng from the Xia family, the pride of the Nantian house, the incomparable goddesses of today's world, the heir to the Sword Saint Villa, the disciples of Sage Duansheng, and the peerless Ning Huang. All of these powerful individuals had come to Flaming Prison City, and everyone knew just what that meant. Yi Futian's words had to be true for all these insanely powerful people to have come to him in a gathering of the ages. If he could collect enough holy badges, then perhaps there would be a chance of accessing the large relic in the Divine Road. After 3 days, Yi Futian had collected thousands of holy badges. However, the powerful individuals who had arrived in Flaming Prison City designed to show themselves still. They did not want to disturb Yi Futian. Instead, they waited. Perhaps they were waiting for Yi Futian to finish collecting the holy badges, not for Yi Futian's sake, but for their own interests. It was too difficult a task to complete on their own, so how could they miss this golden opportunity where someone had come up with such a brilliant idea to do it? Today, Yi Futian walked out of the palace to scout the place. He wanted to find out where in Flaming Prison City the location marked out in the map was. As he left the palace, he was flanked by many who were concerned for his safety. Carrying thousands of holy badges made Yi Futian a prime target for those who were interested in obtaining the holy badges. If he were not careful, the holy badges in his possession would be taken away from him by force. As such, everyone felt a responsibility to guard Yi Futian. The crowd had even chosen 2 incredibly powerful individuals to follow behind and guard Yi Futian closely, in addition to people close to him like Yi Xiaoxia, Mu Zhiqiu, Yu Sheng, the disciples of the Starry School, and Qin Yin. The 2 chosen individuals, Xiao Junyi and Yang Xiao, had made quite a name for themselves in Flaming Prison City. They were both grade 7 nobles. Yi Futian's departure from the palace soon raised a furor. Even those outside the palace who had not handed over their holy badges followed behind him. To them, Yi Futian was like a treasure trove. Whether he was going to activate a large or small relic, it was worth it to follow him. With the large entourage setting off with Yi Futian, the group soon became the talk of Flaming Prison City. Right now, every move that Yi Futian made was at the center of attention in Flaming Prison City. Yi Futian approached a pile of stone ruins in Flaming Prison City. The ruins were vast, and nothing seemed to be amiss here. But Yi Futian surmised that this was probably the location that was marked out in the map. Many people followed behind, curious as to what Yi Futian was looking at. Could this be where the relic was? From afar, an air warship sailed over, high up in the sky. Instantly, countless eyes were on it. At the front of the ship stood two women. They were as beautiful as Jotian goddesses, with clear, calm eyes that gazed towards where Futian was. The mortal world. Many people looked up at the air warship. They were nervous that individuals as powerful as these had set their sights upon Futian. Futian lifted his gaze to look at the women on the air warship as well. He had met Chu Shong in the eastern region of the barren state before. She had even invited him to train in the mortal world once. The other woman was, unbelievably, even more stunning than Chu Shong. She was gorgeous, almost like a goddess from the mortal world, and her looks were on par with Mu Jiqiu's. The only difference was in their demeanor. Mu Jiqiu was quiet and stunningly elegant in her simplicity. The other woman was vibrant and dazzling like a peacock. The two were like night and day in terms of their aura. Bing Yi and Chu Shong are goddesses of the mortal world, and Bing Yi is one of the three virgins as well, Mu Jiqiu whispered. All eyes were on the two goddesses in the sky. They were some of the most dazzling characters of this generation in the barren state. Futian turned his eyes away and didn't look at them again. What did it matter if the women were beautiful? He remembered what the Nantian House, the mortal world, and the sacred fire state, among the other powers, had done when they had arrived at the eastern region of the barren state. In order to get at the relic in Sky Mountain, they had set foot on Book Mountain, calling the college an inferior sect and being so arrogant about it. In the end, they had forcibly taken away the Yukio songbook. He had vowed to remember that. Chu Shong observed Futian as well. After 2 years, his aura had become even more outstanding, and there was a greater air of stability about him. However, the proud gaze in his handsome eyes had not changed a single bit. "You're putting yourself in danger by doing this," Chu Shong spoke from where she was on the ship. Everyone was taken aback. They didn't know that Chu Shong knew Futian. "So?" Futian replied, smiling. "Why don't you hand over the holy badges to us for now? We can join forces and open up the relics together," Chu Shong offered. She did not invite Futian to join the mortal world again. She knew very well that with Futian's abilities, if he had reached this point and was allowed to carry on, he had a very high chance of entering the Holy Ji Palace. Even if he didn't manage to, there was still the Zhuge family. The mortal world would not even get a chance at it if Futian didn't die at this stage. As of now, Futian's lover was with the Zhuge family. Futian smiled calmly but did not reply. At the sight of his expression, Chu Shong understood his intent. She mentally shook her head at him. Though she acknowledged that Futian indeed was very talented, she knew that all sorts of powerful individuals had their eye on the holy badges. He had obtained such a large number of holy badges through these means, and all these individuals had arrived at Flaming Prison City. If Futian were to try to hold on to these holy badges, there was a good chance he might lose his life. Goddess Bing Yi and Goddess Chu Shong, a voice rang out at this moment. Another group of people was moving through the sky towards the warship. Bing Yi and Chu Shong turned their gazes upon them and greeted the leader of the group with a smile, "Young Master Ji Yu." "It's Ji Yu Feiyang, a disciple of Sage Duantian's," someone declared, and many eyes sparkled at the introduction. Perhaps the goddesses of the mortal world paid a visit to the sage at Mount Duantian while on their way to the Divine Road. "That's why they know each other," someone whispered. Futian then remembered seeing a warship of the mortal world while passing by the Duantian mountain range the other day. Ji Yu Feiyang chatted for a while with Bing Yi and Chu Shong, as though Futian and the rest weren't there at all. They weren't in a hurry to snatch the holy badges, being completely content just observing Futian for now. "Xia Hu and Yang Ju are here too." Mu Jiqiu looked to a place in the distance, and there was Xia Hu of the Xia family and Yang Ju of the Sword Saint Villa, moving through the sky towards them as well. They glanced at Futian before looking towards Ji Yu Feiyang and the warship. The ground then began to shake. A frightening demonic beast was walking towards them. The beast was a brilliant gold from head to toe, as though it had been created out of the precious metal. It was also walking like a human. This demonic beast was Yuan Zhon, the giant golden ape. Even it had come to watch the commotion. Powerful individuals from the Nantien house arrived soon after. Nan Hao smiled at everyone present, but Nan Yu was cold as ice. He stared in Yi Futian's direction. Yi Futian was observing everyone who had arrived as well. They probably suspected that he was about to open up a relic and came over to watch. Other than Chu Shong, no one else had spoken a single word to Yi Futian, but he was well aware of their intentions. Suddenly, the wind started howling from far away and frightening energy could be felt. Everyone turned around to see a group of people arriving. These were all individuals of the noble plane, and they seemed incredibly mighty. "It's Mo Jun," the people murmured, their gazes landing on a black armor-clad figure. That person was someone very famous. If Mo Jun's here, then he should be around too, many people thought to themselves, and they looked towards the back. Indeed, the wind howled fiercely there, and a man sat within a carriage that was being pulled by several nobles who had willingly taken up the task despite their status. Mo Jun and the others made way for the carriage to come to the front, and the man stepped out, surveying the crowd. Wearing a crown of laurel, he was as resplendent and eye-catching as a god. The man's gaze was bright and energetic as he looked at everyone. It was as if he owned the entire show simply by showing up. "It's Ning Huang, one of the strongest people on the Dawn Road. Everyone thinks he'll be able to get into at least the top 3, Mu Jiqiu explained beside Yi Futian. Even his follower Mo Jun is a top-notch individual with frighteningly powerful abilities. The two of them working together could make them the strongest on the Dawn Road. Yi Futian nodded slightly. Behind him, many people sensed an immense pressure. Were the holy badges really safe with Yi Futian? The recent arrival of all these incredibly powerful people made them nervous. Almost all of the top-tier individuals of the Divine Road were probably here by now. "Let's go," Yi Futian said, turning to leave after glancing at the crowd. Those who had newly arrived shot him a somewhat interested glance, but they did not follow. After all, they had no need to take action personally. As he walked, Yi Futian was deep in thought. These circumstances were slightly troublesome. All these people had once stayed in their own lane, taking the holy badges using their own methods and keeping out of each other's way. But after hearing that he was collecting the holy badges, they had all gathered at Flaming Prison City, watching him do the work for them. Then, a commotion broke out behind him. Yi Futian turned only to see someone trying to get to him but being held back by the people around him. That person looked at Yi Futian and said, "Young Master Ning has something to say to you." "Let him through," Yi Futian ordered. The person had called Ning Huang Young Master Ning, which meant he probably served him in some capacity. The crowd let him go, and that person came before Yi Futian. He whispered, "Ning Xiao said that if you've come to the Divine Road in order to enroll in the Holy Ji Palace, then he'll help you get in. Ning Huang has ties with one of the elders at the Holy Ji Palace. He's been internally recognized as a direct disciple," Mu Jiqiu whispered. And then, Yi Futian looked at the person. "If you are going to open up the relic, then young Master Ning must be the only one from the Dawn Road to help you," the person continued. "Conditions?" Yi Futian chuckled. He knew that this offer was too good to be true. "You'll pass the holy badges to young Master Ning. He'll take charge and you'll assist him in opening up the relics. You'll get what you came here for, and even enroll in the Holy Ji Palace to train," the person continued speaking, sounding as though the proposal he was conveying was how things should be. "Thank you for the kind offer. However, I decline." Yi Futian smiled calmly. He wasn't surprised that everyone was approaching him with ulterior motives. The other person stared at Yi Futian. This was a fantastic offer, and yet Yi Futian had refused without even considering it. How unappreciative he was. "You can't handle the holy badges," the person spat after a moment of silence. His voice was chilly. "If I want to enter the Holy Ji Palace, then I will do it myself without any help from anyone. The conditions you've offered aren't that great." Yi Futian looked at the other person in disdain before walking away. Chapter 519. In the following days, Yi Futian would visit one place every day, flanked by various powerful figures. He managed to continuously figure out a string of relic locations, helping other people along with their own cultivations. As a result, Many people who were previously unsure whether to do so began to offer up their own holy badges, prepared to take the gamble. In the following days, Yi Futian would visit one place every day, flanked by various powerful figures. He managed to continuously figure out a string of relic locations, helping other people along with their own cultivations. As a result, many people who were previously unsure whether to do so began to offer up their own holy badges, prepared to take the gamble. Wherever Yi Futian went, the group of top-notch powerful figures would appear as well. They knew that Yi Futian was close to collecting 10,000 holy badges. They also knew especially well that once he had done so, he would be able to activate the large relic. Those who managed to collect thousands of holy badges on the Divine Road were terrifying. These people were some of the most powerful figures there. But it was not possible for those from the Nantian House and the Sword Saint Villa to simply just snatch the holy badges from someone else. They were powerful enough to hunt down others on the Divine Road for their holy badges. But they usually would not take that risk, because they were wary of offending the masses whose backgrounds were almost impossible to know for sure. Even a top disciple with powerful abilities would not be willing to take holy badges by force. Instead, they operated through occupying cities. It was just as well that Yi Futian had appeared now, collecting holy badges at a speed faster than them. They naturally wanted to achieve their aims through Yi Futian. First, they would let him open up a large relic site here, then once they had returned to their own occupied city, they would even have the opportunity to open up 2 more of such sites. For the past few days, someone would be killed or go missing around the palace. The necromancer was still on a murderous streak, and with Yi Futian collecting more and more holy badges, everyone had an odd feeling of being in the calm before the storm. It seemed like something big would go down the day Yi Futian took action. Now, security had increased around the heart of Yi Futian's living quarters. Powerful figures milled about outside, guarding every corner. They were all prepared to tackle any sudden turn of events. Zhuo Jun hurriedly approached Yi Futian in the courtyard, whispering to him, "Yi Futian, something has happened to Miss Qingyi. What's going on?" Yi Futian's gaze froze upon him. "She discovered a spy among us. Follow me." Zhuo Jun checked their surroundings carefully, before turning and leaving. Yi Futian's eyebrows creased, and he followed after him. A short distance away, Yi Xiaoshe saw what was happening, and in a flash, he was keeping up with Yi Futian's strides as well. The two followed Zhuo Jun to where Li Zun and the rest were training in another part of the courtyard. There were many people gathered there. Li Zun was squatting by Li Qingyi, holding her body close to him. It was a heart-wrenching sight for Yi Futian, and he moved forward towards her. "Qingyi," Yi Futian called out, putting his hand on hers before asking, "What happened?" However, a realization made him raise his eyebrows. Li Qingyi did not seem to be injured in any way at all. Li Qingyi's eyelids twitched before fluttering open slowly. Upon seeing Yi Futian before her, her expression changed instantaneously, and she shouted, "Run!" Li Qingyi had barely spoken before a sneer was heard, and cold energy was suddenly felt. A sharp silver blade had appeared in Li Zun's hand. "Be careful!" Li Qingyi screamed, and she pushed Li Zun away with all her might. However, Li Zun managed to fling the blade at Yi Futian still, and it whistled towards him like a streak of lightning. The blade was incredibly fast, and at such a short distance, it seemed inevitable that it would hit its deadly mark. However, the trajectory of the blade had changed slightly when Li Qingyi pushed Li Zun. Yi Futian's reflexes were lightning fast as well. He ducked down, lightning flashing about his feet. With a hard step onto the ground, the thundering illusion step was activated in an explosive, heart-stopping moment, and Yi Futian moved out of the blade's way quick as lightning. The blade whistled past his face. It was a close call. Yi Futian regained his footing, and Yi Xiaoshe was by his side in an instant. "Are you all right?" he asked. Yi Futian nodded slightly, but his expression was icy cold. If it had not been for Li Qingyi's push, he really might have been killed by an attack at such a close range. He looked at Li Zun. The other man still had on the same gentle smile from before. It was as if he had not just attacked Yi Futian. "Good dodge, brother Yi," Li Zun praised, smiling still. Yi Futian was then surrounded by many people from the crowd. These were people who had previously come to offer Yi Futian their holy badges. They weren't Li Zun's underlings, but they obviously could not bear to give up their holy badges and had joined forces with Li Zun to set up this trap. You may have been lucky, but you won't escape death. Zhuo Jun's expression was dark. He could not believe that Yi Futian had survived even this setup. I never trusted you. But you're a young city lord of the White Sovereign City, with such a good reputation. I didn't think you'd even use your own younger sister to trap me. Yi Futian's voice was icy cold. I had intended for her to cooperate with me. But the girl was loyal to you, so I had to knock her unconscious instead. You've gotten pretty friendly with Qingyi these days. I imagined you'd ignore all suspicions and let your guard down in the panic of finding out that something had happened to her. It's a pity it didn't work out. Li Zun shook his head, smiling. But that doesn't change anything. Yi Futian felt a coolness on his back. So, even a person as seemingly virtuous as Li Zun had such a dark and devious side to him. His methods were incredibly ruthless and cruel. Why are you doing this? Yi Futian asked. He didn't quite understand Li Zun's motivations. Just what good would it do Li Zun to kill him? Li Zun looked back, and a figure cloaked in black walked out. The figure pulled down his hood to reveal a resolute, cold face. Upon seeing the person, inklings of understanding began to dawn upon Yi Futian. He had seen Mo Jun days ago at the stone ruins. Mu Jiqiu had called him an insanely powerful, top-tier individual. Mo Jun was Ning Huang's top warrior. Many people claimed that if the two worked together, they could be the strongest team in all of the Divine Road. Mo Jun's presence was a clear indication that Li Zun was working for Ning Huang. It was no wonder he was so confident. He had been sneaking Mo Jun into this plan of his. Given Ning Huang's stature, I don't think he would have looked for you first. Did you all approach him then? Yi Futian asked Li Zun. Yes. Li Zun nodded. What do you have to gain from this? Yi Futian asked again. If I become one of young Master Ning's followers, I'll get a share once we open up the relic, Li Zun replied honestly. A follower? Yi Futian laughed disdainfully. It was laughable how Li Zun would rather be a dog of Ning Huang's than be a friend. I promised you before that once I open up the relic, you'd get a share too. Yi Futian sighed. Do you really think you stand a chance at opening up the relic? Li Zun's face was shadowed with doubt. Do you not understand that any one of these top powers could attack at any moment should they wish to? Numbers are meaningless in the face of absolute power. They're just waiting for you to collect the holy badges, and taking care to not step on each other's toes as well. No one ever took you seriously, so where is all this confidence coming from? Li Zun continued his tirade. As for those who offered you their holy badges, how can they be so stupid? Li Zun didn't understand at all. If Ning Huang had wanted to get to the holy badges earlier, there honestly had been no need for him to work with Li Zun. He could have just launched an attack on his own. How could you do this? Li Qingyi looked especially pained. Her eyes were red as she stared at her older brother Li Zun. Shut up. Li Zun shot a cold glare at Li Qingyi. The girl had changed so completely. Li Qingyi no longer listened to his orders, but helped outsiders instead, causing unnecessary complications to this whole affair. She was too much. Miss Qingyi, I've said this before, Zhuo Jun spoke. He followed us onto the Divine Road and we offered him our protection, but he treated us as though we were just mere strangers. It was a complete joke. You should be happy for the young city lord that he has the opportunity to follow young Master Ning now. Zhuo Jun then turned his gaze to Yi Futian, his expression cold. He's only someone of the Arcana plane. What authority does he have to give us any orders like he's our superior? Followed you all onto the Divine Road? Yi Futian scoffed in disdain. Li Zun was the one who invited me to join all of you at the foot of Mount Jiuxian. I never once said I'd follow you. We were only supposed to take care of each other. I was grateful for all that you all had done for me. That's why I came back to find you and let you train with me. I was never asking for your protection. Furthermore, you would all get a share whenever I opened up a relic. And now, laughing a little, he said no more. Once again, he was resigned to the truths of human nature. If he had been Ning Huang, these people would have willingly followed after him by the thousands. But just because Yi Futian was of the Arcana plane, he was seen to be unfit for many of his pursuits. And now that he had become the center of attention and could command the masses, he had attracted the jealousy of others as well. "Let's not waste any more time," Mo Jun boomed, his powerful voice cold. "Let's go," he ordered, stepping forward. At his words, attacks came from people on both sides. In an instant, the space was covered in spells that shot straight for Yi Futian and Yi Xiaosha. At the same time, several people leaped through the air, descending with the spells. Noble aura engulfed the space and a frighteningly immense energy could be felt. A blinding light emanated from Yi Xiaosha. With a rustling sound, a gigantic and brilliant tree appeared. The gold and green hues of the tree gave it a dazzling radiance, and the ancient tree stood proudly in the sky like a divine imperial tree. The leaves and vines of the tree seemed incredibly sharp. A frightening murderous glint reflected off them, and the tree spread out its branches all across the space. None of the spells that descended upon the space could break a single twig or leaf of the tree. Someone swung a palm towards the tree, but an incredibly sharp vine pierced through his hand before heading upwards and stabbing the person through the throat. The person was killed in mid-air instantly. A few other people met similar fates. When Yi Xiaosha activated the Emperor's vine life spirit, they had either been pierced through or had their throats stabbed by the vines without exception, dying horrifically in mid-air. Yi Xiaosha was now a grade 8 noble, and his life spirit was especially powerful. Furthermore, he had even integrated into his life spirit a magic weapon that his second senior sister had gifted to him, making him invincible. A normal noble would not compare to him. A nervous flash shot through Li Zun and everyone else's eyes. They had not known that this unassuming fatty could have possessed such frightening power. Mo Jun's eyebrows creased. He sensed that Yi Xiaosha had incredibly powerful abilities. With a step upwards, he leaped into the sky. Unbelievably overwhelming energy emanated from his being, making him seem like a god of war. Upon sensing Mo Jun's energy, Yi Xiaosha knew that he had met a tough match. With a leap, he charged towards the other person. Yi Futian raised his head to look at the sky, before turning back to stare coldly at everyone around him. Seeing Yi Futian standing there alone, a cold glint shot through Zhuojun's eyes. He then dashed towards Yi Futian, his movements quick as lightning. His palm shot out ruthlessly in Yi Futian's direction, sharp and deadly as a blade. But Yi Futian only turned to look at him quietly, not moving a muscle. Unbelievably, Yi Futian had no intention to defend himself. "You're looking for death." Zhuojun's expression was cold. The shadow of dragon claws as he struck mercilessly where Yi Futian's heart was. Zhuojun wanted his attack to pierce through Yi Futian's chest. The strike landed with a thud, but Zhuojun did not feel like he had hit flesh. Instead, his attack had made contact with an invincible divine body. His expression turned to horrified shock, but Yi Futian only stared coldly at him. "Are you jealous of me because you thought you were stronger than me? Was that why you thought I wasn't fit to do everything I did?" Yi Futian asked him coldly. Chapter 520, Zhuojun's face was ashen. Yi Futian had voiced his exact sentiments. Zhuojun's face was ashen. Yi Futian had voiced his exact sentiments. Yi Futian had only been able to assist Zhuojun in battle back when they were at the base of Mount Zhoushan. He had only been a negligible cultivator in the 7th level of the Arcana plane then. Yet everything had suddenly changed once he had come to the Divine Road. He now held great influence and had countless followers. With the insane rate at which he opened up relics and how everyone was following his every move, it felt as though Yi Futian had become someone who was way above them. This made him and the rest feel like nobodies. But what made them truly furious was how there was absolutely no special treatment reserved for them. They offered up their holy badges like everyone else and received the same understandings of the relic as any other outsider. As such, Zhuojun had instigated Li Zun, the young city lord, to take action of some sort. Li Zun evidently shared his same negative sentiments, and after they saw Ning Huang send someone to talk to Yi Futian, they had secretly gotten in contact with that underling and agreed to work under Ning Huang. But when his blow landed on Yi Futian, he had realized that Yi Futian didn't seem to match up to what he thought of him. At the very least, Yi Futian was physically a lot stronger than him. He had stood there and allowed Zhuojun to attack him however he liked, but Zhuojun hadn't been able to make him move, much less break through his defenses. Zhuojun could not comprehend just what kind of body Yi Futian had. With Zhuojun's power, his attacks should be able to do more even if he was up against a grade 9 noble. Yi Futian's body was frighteningly strong. He specialized in body refinement techniques, and after he was attacked by a sage of the Blazing Sun School previously, he had reconstructed his muscles and bones and made them even stronger with the help of the divine light and his life spirit. As such, his body was even stronger than before. With his current body, he would not be shaken by any attack from a person below the noble plane. Zhuojun thought very highly of himself. But he had never been so bothered by a person before. Reaching out, Yi Futian grabbed Zhuojun by the throat before he could react and retreat. Zhuojun looked defeated as he stared at Yi Futian. "You think I owe you, but have you ever thought about just what you have done for me?" A touch of disgusted disdain descended upon Yi Futian's gaze as he looked at Zhuojun. Yi Futian had taken Zhuojun with him as he opened up numerous relics. Yet Zhuojun had eventually harbored resentment and hatred for him just because Yi Futian had not shown him any preferential treatment. It was apparent that pathetic people always had a detestable side to them. Yi Futian gripped slightly harder, and a soft crack was heard before Zhuojun's eyes rolled up into his head and he grew lifeless. Zhuojun had never even imagined that he would die so pitifully. It was as though he was a mere ant that had been stepped on. Yi Futian released Zhuojun, and his lifeless body fell to the ground. Li Zun did not feel any grief at the sight of Zhuojun's body. He was only surprised at how powerful Yi Futian was. He had known that Yi Futian was extraordinarily talented, but he was only at the 7th level of the Arcana plane still. Zhuojun was at the peak of the Arcana plane and yet he had died so pathetically, as though he had gone up against a noble instead. Many people in White Sovereign City were surprised at Yi Futian's might. And it wasn't just Yi Futian either. They marveled at how even the older senior brother, the fatty, was also incredibly powerful, so much so that he could face Mo Jun in battle. Then, a sound was heard from the sky. It was evident that the cultivators in the palace had been alerted to the huge battle going on here. The people Mo Jun had brought and Li Zun's underlings launched a simultaneous attack on Yi Futian. They obviously understood that they could not afford to delay any longer. They previously thought that it would be as easy as pie to take down Yi Futian with a trap. After all, they had Mo Jun with them. But even the powerful Mo Jun had been held up by Yi Xiaosha. In a dazzling flurry of light, the divine destruction polearm appeared in Yi Futian's hand. In an instant, brilliant starlight shot out in all directions and a frightening starry storm appeared in the surroundings. Meteorites spun about wildly around Yi Futian, and his body seemed to be made out of the stars themselves. This was the immortal celestial bodies technique. As the spell descended upon the space, everyone was kept from advancing. It would not be easy for these people to take Yi Futian down quickly. With a swing of the divine destruction polearm, Yi Futian struck at a noble that was charging at him. The noble was at grade 8 of the noble plane, and when he raised his arm, it was as if a gold rock was striking, quick as lightning. But as the divine destruction polearm descended upon him, he felt an incomparably immense power rush towards him. With a loud boom, his arm was struck numb by the blow. At the same time, an invisible weight pressed down upon him, as though he were carrying an entire mountain on his back. Yi Futian then leaped through the air towards him. With a swooping attack, the noble's arm was shattered and his head smashed in with another loud boom. Everyone was shocked, and Li Zun's expression was that of bewildered surprise. Yi Futian was so strong he could kill a grade 8 noble. The ritual implement elicited feelings of fright in those who saw it. Powerful figures from all across the place, the disciples of the Starry School, Qin Yin and the rest of his group, as well as Xiao Junyi and Yang Xiao who had been tasked with guarding Yi Futian, had now reached where Yi Futian was. Upon arriving at the scene, they attacked directly, filling the space with frightening energy as they struck without hesitation. Retreat, Mo Jun ordered, making a snap judgment based on the new situation. He had no desire to battle. While Yi Xiaosha's plane was lower than his, he was still hard to get rid of. It was difficult to defeat him quickly. Furthermore, The rest of his people would not be able to take down Yi Futian in an instant. The other parties were now gathering in a counterattack. If they were to continue fighting, many may not be able to return. Yi Xiaoshe looked at him. Green and gold rays of light began to intertwine. It was as if millions of arms were spiraling towards Mo Jun at the same time. Each branch, leaf, and vine was like a sharp, invincible blade. Mo Jun's eyes swept coldly over Yi Xiaoshe. The endless dazzle of lightning emanated from his being, and it seemed as though doomsday had come. Frightening spears of darkness shot out with the lightning in a lethal attack on Yi Xiaoshe and came into contact with Yi Xiaoshe's own attack. Mo Jun was not eager to get caught up in battle. Upon seeing those who had just arrived attack people on his side, a radiant image appeared behind him. Within the image was a mighty figure driving a carriage of lightning drawn by frightening dark kuei. Light exploded from the image and the dark kuei burst out, pulling the carriage along as it charged around. The carriage was unstoppable, and everyone was forced back, with those who got too close getting injured from being hit. The person on the carriage leaped through the air to Mo Jun's side. In a flash of lightning that hid them from everyone else, the two rose into the sky at an incredible speed. They had instantly left the battlefield and were in the skies. What a mighty Dharma spirit! Many people marveled as they looked at Mo Jun, who was high up in the sky. Mo Jun was a freakishly powerful figure of the divine road, and his abilities were incomparable. Mo Jun had two life spirits, which merged to form the powerful Dharma spirit that had just appeared. Mo Jun was incomparably powerful, and he had snuck into the palace undetected to attack Yi Futian. Yet he had still failed. It seemed like Yi Xiaoshe had gotten in Mo Jun's way. Perhaps everyone had misjudged the fatty. He was actually powerful beyond measure. Li Zun, Qin Yin and the rest understood just what had happened upon seeing Li Zun in the air. Their expressions turned dark at the realization. Li Zun had betrayed them and joined forces with outsiders to target Yi Futian. Since Mo Jun was an underling of Ning Huang's, it was only presumable that Li Zun had switched allegiance to Ning Huang. A good reputation? Zui Qianqiu shook his head, smiling sardonically. Li Zun had only been putting up a front. Looking at Li Qingyi, who was being held captive by Li Zun, he sighed to himself that it was such a waste that a good young lady like her was going to be dragged down with Li Zun. Yi Futian, you can't always just do whatever you want without thinking about what's usually done. Why set yourself up for failure? Li Zun spoke from where he was in the sky. Without thinking about what's usually done. Yi Futian shot Li Zun a glare. It's not like you know how to behave properly. Yi Futian ignored Li Zun after that. Turning away, he walked towards the outskirts of the palace. What is he going to do? Many people's gazes turned to Yi Futian before they too started to follow after him. Could he be? There was a subtle sense of excitement in the air. Yi Futian had already collected enough holy badges. Was he going to open up the large relic? A flash of excitement shot through Mo Jun's eyes, and he moved from where he was high up in the sky to chase after Yi Futian as well. Behind them, everyone both inside and outside of the palace was alerted to the happenings and followed the crowd too. In no time, a frightening gathering of people was formed. Leaving the palace to walk through flaming prison city, Yi Futian was followed by a procession of countless powerful individuals. It was an intimidating sight to see. In the skies far away from where they were, rays of light were shooting towards them. The air warship was the first to arrive where Yi Futian and the rest were. It was Bing Yi and Chu Shong from the mortal world, who had followed after Yi Futian's group in the sky on the air warship. Then, Yang Ju from the Sword Saint Villa arrived. Following him, Xia Hu, people from the Nantian House, disciples of the Duantian mountain range and various other powerful individuals began to arrive as well. They all looked at Yi Futian. Isn't it a little inappropriate for Mo Jun and Ning Huang to act on their own? Jiyu Feiyang from the Duantian mountain range commented, his voice loud and clear. It was clear that Ning Huang wanted to snatch the holy badges for himself ahead of time and disappear with them. Do you have a problem with that? A blinding light dazzled from afar, and Ning Huang came from afar, followed by countless people. Ning Huang glanced down. He had not expected Mo Jun to fail. It seemed like the other party had been somewhat prepared. However, the ending to these events would still remain the same. If Li Zun had not voluntarily come to him at the start, then Ning Huang would not have bothered with such tricks. A direct attack to snatch the holy badges by force would have sufficed for him. Ning Huang didn't see the need for such troublesome tactics. But since Li Zun wanted to offer him the holy badges, Ning Huang just went along with it. Now, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to make a move. Yi Futian had collected sufficient holy badges and was ready to open up the large relic. The only thing was, it seemed like Yi Futian was still intent on holding on to the holy badges himself. Give me the holy badges, and we'll forget about everything that happened in the past. I guarantee you'll be safe. Ning Huang looked down at Yi Futian and made an offer. He didn't mind that Yi Futian had rejected him before. As long as Ning Huang got his hands on the holy badges, he was perfectly happy to pretend as though nothing had happened before. Yi Futian threw Ning Huang a glance. Ning Huang was insufferably arrogant. He was the one who had sent people to attack him, and yet now he was offering to forget about everything that had happened if Yi Futian gave him the holy badges. Just who was the one who had tried to pull off an underhanded attack on Yi Futian? Ning Huang had sent people to kill Yi Futian, and yet now he would only forget about everything if Yi Futian handed over the holy badges. If one were to try to apply this logic elsewhere, they'd be met with sneers. But now no one thought there was anything amiss about the statement, just because Ning Huang had been the one to say it. Ning Huang made it sound as though he was giving Yi Futian a chance. Yi Futian continued walking ahead, ignoring Ning Huang. Though there were countless people following after Yi Futian, the atmosphere was very tense. Everyone present in the sky was insanely powerful individuals. Within the barren state, these people were the best of their generation in various aspects, and any one of them could potentially be iconic figures in the future. These people were sure to enter the Holy Ji Palace. And at this very moment, everyone was staring at Yi Futian, preparing to attack. Chapter 521, Yi Futian pressed on. The void was practically filled with mighty ones. Formidable people from all walks of life seemed to have a piece of their own space, while they cast their gaze below. Yi Futian pressed on. The void was practically filled with mighty ones. Formidable people from all walks of life seemed to have a piece of their own space, while they cast their gaze below. Yi Futian, those who suit their actions to the times are wise. Hand over the holy badge, and you may still live, Li Zun, who was standing beside Mo Jun, said. He wanted to follow Ning Huang and intended to perform a deed of merit to win it. The ambush failed, however, and he began to worry for his own future. You shameless bastard. I was so wrong to have been your friend. Shenyuan Bashan, the young city lord of Yellow City, scoffed coldly as he glared at Li Zun. Li Zun used to be a member of Mount Zhoushan and was tutored personally by the sages, yet he betrayed them and sided with Ning Huang. Li Zun took a look at Shenyuan Bashan with equally cold eyes. He did not feel any shame for what he did. One trained to achieve strength, be it serving the sages as he used to or siding with Ning Huang as he did now, it was all for his own growth. Only by following powerful figures would one's vista of the world be broadened. His training on Mount Zhoushan severely limited this, yet he earned the chance to encounter top-notch geniuses all the time, which was very different from how he trained back then. Shenyuan Bashan would have been able to understand the correctness of his actions given time. Li Zun did not do so out of Zhuojun's provocations, he weighed the pros and cons before doing what he did. He knew to seize the day when the opportunity presented itself. There's an ancient saying, people die in pursuit of wealth, birds die in pursuit of food. You knew the holy badge was too much for you, so why did you force yourself then? Jiyu Feiyang of Mount Duantian asked, hoping that Yi Futian would have yielded and handed over his holy badge. Well, who wouldn't want to see what they are made of when the chance presents itself? Yet, those who did often ended up paying the price with their lives. Xia who smirked. He had seen too many who behaved like this, but Yi Futian was still considered one of a kind among those people. Yi Futian was able to crack the ruins, had command over what amounted to an army of mighty ones, and made them his personal guards by his flanks. All of that was something in their own right. It was a pity that he was out of his luck. They were on the holy road, and anyone encountered would be a top-level figure among the younger generations of the barren state. Even with Yi Futian's immense talents, his current plane meant that he would have been able to leave the ruins in death. There was simply no other way to go about it. Yi Futian, you would have been a somebody and would have had a bright future of you if you made it out of here. Why risk all that for the ruins? Chu Shong said, looking at Yi Futian. She was an acquaintance of his, and no one in Nantian House knew the young man better than Nan Feng and his people. The Battle of Sky Mountain was glorious. She thought it would have been a pity for one such as Yi Futian to perish on the holy roads. Yi Futian lifted his head to look at Chu Shong, then smirked sarcastically at her. It all sounded very nice, like it was all said for his own good. Yet, the Chu Shong and the others' intentions were simple. They were after his holy badge. There are many powerful figures on the holy roads, and you all managed to carve out your own place here. With that said, I think all of you would have thousands of such badges on your person. Yet, instead of fighting amongst yourselves for the badges, you all came here. You all looked as if you were persuading me to take a better path, but you were simply throwing threats at me. Why is that then? Yi Futian swept his gaze over the opposing party and answered his own question. It is because you see that I'm weak, someone you can bully into submission. The world of cultivators has always been one where the strong preys on the weak. Since you are able to understand that fact, why hold on to all that and die a vain death? Bing Yi, virgin of mortal world, said coldly. Chu Shong was trying to be nice, yet Yi Futian seemed to have no intention to yield regardless. Yi Futian smirked. What Bing Yi said was the truth. The strong preyed on the weak. It was precisely because they thought he was weak that they ganged up on him, intending to take his holy badge away. I hope you all will always be the strong ones. Yi Futian smirked sarcastically as he said that. Goddess Bing Yi, it seems that this man has no intention of appreciating our kindness, Jiyu Feiyang, a disciple of Sage Duantian, said plainly. He looked at Yi Futian below, who looked dashing. Jiyu Feiyang took a step forward, and the winds howled in response, as his spiritual qi exploded outward. It was apparent that Jiyu Feiyang was about to make his move. Everyone beside Yi Futian blasted away with their aura as they peered upward. Fierce gales whipped in the air above Jiyu Feiyang, calling forth immense pressure on the ground below. A glittering ancient mountain, which looked like the mountain of the gods, seemed to have appeared behind him. He willed his Dharma spirit to unleash powerful attacks. Broken cliff faces fell from the skies, which looked like they have been shaved clean enough to sever the void, and they rained down on their intended targets. They flew with great speeds, making them look like a rain of giant mountain blades. The noble plain mighty ones from Starry School leaped into the air and unleashed powerful spells. Countless meteors floated in the air, which closed in on the blades of rocks. The move was none other than the star burial spell. Loud booming sounds reverberated in the air as the spells clashed. The rock blades cut through the star burial spell and continued raining downward. The noble plain mighty ones gathered their strengths and blew the blades to smithereens. Jiyu Feiyang leaped forward. His hair flailed about in the air as he extended his arm, bringing down the might of the godly mountain on his foes, seemingly with full intention of burying the heavens and earth. Everyone felt a terrifying sense of pressure on them. Their bodies were barely able to move, as if they were being crushed by gravity. Many leaped into the air and launched their attacks, resisting the falling giant mountain. One figure after another was thrown off, vomiting blood from their mouths. The mountain seemed to have carried an irresistible amount of pressure on it. Anyone who got near felt like their insides were being crushed by said pressure. Top-notch geniuses were practically people who could have taken on an army all by themselves. They were existences capable of raising nations if they so fancied. Mo Jun, who made his move before, took to the air and launched his attacks again. His Dharma spirit bloomed and the air seemed to be filled with lightning storms. A mass of lightning in the form of a carriage which seemed to be pulled by a kuei emerged from above. Anyone who dared stand in its way would have been quickly torn apart. Galloping noises rang throughout the space as the army of chariots followed soon. Mo Jun leaped onto one of the chariots and went straight for Yi Futian. His eyes were cold as he glared at Yi Xiaosha, who was standing beside Yi Futian. He did not have his fill of the previous battle, and he intended to see right there and then how a grade 8 noble, who was of a lower plane than he was, would have fared trying to stop his stampede. "Be careful," Yi Xiaosha said to Yi Futian as he leaped upward for the clouds. Second sister had him come to the Dawn Road instead of the Nether Road to guard Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian proved to be quite a handful, and the troubles he stirred right there was a testament to that fact. He was still incapable of taking care of himself right there, and things were looking dire for all of them. Yi Xiaosha knew that that was Yi Futian's way of things. The young man simply was unable to keep himself still in peace. Ning Huang took a look at the battle between Yi Xiaosha and Mo Jun. There was a sparkle in his eyes. Yi Xiaosha's Dharma spirit was a powerful one, Emperor's Vines. They took the form of Tree of Emperors and incorporated the divine arms and ritual implements of the sages, making the attack looking like he was having control over such fearsome arsenal in the thousands. No one would have been able to make it near him easily, and it was no wonder that Mo Jun was incapable of taking down Yi Futian before. It's Xia who led the mighty ones in the air downward, and a firestorm was seen above Xia whose body. Dark colors streaked across the flames. It was the flames of ruin, flames that were inextinguishable and would have burned everything they touched until they were reduced to cinders. Many hesitated to move near him as Xia who made his move. The flames of ruin were simply too dangerous. Anyone who was of inadequate capacity would have been burned to death if they so much as touched the flames, with no chance of escape. A long xiao flute was seen in Xiao Junyi's hand, who was standing beside Yi Futian. He put the flute close to his mouth and began to blow the instrument. Streaks of formless power of the tunes spread from the holes on the flute. Hints of sorrow came from the tune played, which fit Xiao Junyi's temperament very well. The formless tune which spread out turned into a fearsome spiritual will attack. It blew like a breeze on the flames of ruin coming from above. The falling wisps of flames known to be inextinguishable were quickly extinguished. Many looked in Xiao Junyi's direction and felt a chill run down their spines. The flames of ruin, which were something even powerful water spells would not have been able to do anything against, were extinguished by Xiao Junyi's tune instead. It was a solid testament to the spiritual will laced within the tune. It would have been engulfed by the flames instead otherwise. Xia who took a look at Xiao Junyi as well. One move and he was already able to tell that Xiao Junyi was a formidable combatant. The tune wiggled its way into his mind in the form of formless spiritual energies, messing up his will someone and robbing him of his mental focus. Boom! A formidable explosion of flames of ruin took place and Xia who was seen bathing in it, like a god of fire getting ready to burn everything down in his path, as he made his way to Xiao Junyi. Xiao Junyi remained calm and serene as he continued playing his flute. The sorrow about his body made his clothes flutter, as his dashing figure rose into the air. A storm of immeasurable magnitude began to form around him. The flames of ruin clad around Xia who burned unpredictably, extinguishing for one moment only to burn bright again in the next, an influence brought about by the tune. His will was under assault and his expressions looked gloom. An unknown figure ended up making him look bad. It seemed that many hidden geniuses were on the holy road indeed. Xia who lifted his palm and went on to clap on Xiao Junyi with a terrifying palm of flames of ruin. The move looked a palm of burning silence, rendering all who looked at it feeling fear in their minds. Would Xiao Junyi have been able to resist one such move? Xiao Junyi's body remained floating in the air, while looking all dashing and handsome as he played away with his flute. Auroras of music appeared around him, which took the forms of indestructible sword of music, and flew straight for the palm. They cut right through it and in an instant, the palm of flames of ruin scattered to bits and was extinguished shortly after. Xia whose expressions changed as his flames of ruin roared. A dragon conjured by the flames of ruin out to reduce all to cinders appeared and charged straight again for Xiao Junyi. The man with the flute continued playing his tune calmly, as one divine bird of music after another gathered around him. Rocks and phoenixes came as they heard the tune, and went on to face the dragon. Both sides clashed and the dragon of flames of ruin was yet again extinguished. Xia who was simply unable to do anything about him. Interesting. The mighty ones from Nantian House did not make their move. Nan Hao looked on with an interested expression. All manners of peculiarities life had to offer appeared as soon as the Holy Road was opened. Many formidable figures were hiding among the common people, and Xiao Junyi was one of the first of the hidden ones to have displayed fighting capacities of top-notch geniuses. Bing Yi and Chu Shong from Mortal World looked troubled, while Ning Huang simply spared Xiao Junyi a look. His composure remained, and then he took a look at Yi Futian. Ning Huang stood up from the carriage. His body was clad in immense brilliance, making him look like some kind of god. Ning Huang, at the moment, looked as if he was donned in godlike armor, looking arrogant and proud as he stepped. The air shook as he walked in Yi Futian's direction. Ning Huang has made his move. Many shivered at the thought as Ning Huang was thought to be unstoppable. Qin Yin, Shenyuan Bashan, Xie Wuji and the others appeared above Yi Futian as they unleashed their formidable auras. Ning Huang swept at all of them with cold eyes. Some closed in on him attempting to hold him back. Ning Huang responded by taking a heavy step in the air, which seemed to have stepped right into the minds of everyone around him. Those who were of insufficient strength and training whelped in response, and blood was seen at the corner of their mouths, gazing in terror at the figure making its way downward. A mighty one said to be among the top 3 on the Holy Road was no joke indeed. Chapter 522. More and more mighty ones took to the skies, blocking the sky area above Yi Futian. He still had his holy badge with him for now, which if taken, would have rendered all his previous efforts to waste. More and more mighty ones took to the skies, blocking the sky area above Yi Futian. He still had his holy badge with him for now, which if taken, would have rendered all his previous efforts to waste. If those top-class figures were to get their hands on the ruins, it would have been a given that they would simply keep the place for themselves instead of sharing with others. They were only willing to hand holy badges to him because he had previously shared the ruins he had cracked open with others. It was due to that became willing to bet on him, even though they knew the risk of them ended up losing was high. With those top-class figures going all out to fight up in the air, they came to realize how meager their chances of winning were, which was close to zero. Some of those mighty ones packed more punch than they would have imagined. Ning Huang moved proudly like he was a god. Clad in godlike armor and looking insurmountable, he moved slowly, yet every step carried immeasurable pressure. He lifted his foot to step on the air yet again. His one step seemed to have been stepping on the hearts of the ones around him. Many felt as if they were suffocating and went pale. More went spitting blood. Even those who have reached grade 7 noble plane felt the heft of his steps all the same, their insides being under immense pressure and their minds filled with horror. Boom! Ning Huang took his 3rd step. Those in noble planes around him spat blood, even those who were of grade 7 noble plane just like him. Needless to say, those of grade 8 or 9 suffered very badly. There were 9 grades to the noble plane, with grade 1 being the most powerful. It went without saying that the difference between different planes was even greater. Only those who were grade 7 nobles like he was were able to withstand the pressure the likes of Ning Huang emanated. Those who were of even lower planes were unable to withstand even one step of his. If Ning Huang wanted to go on a killing spree, anyone who dared even walk up to him would have died on the spot. Seeing Ning Huang had already made his way down, Shenyuan Bashan roared and went charging with his axe. The gleam from his weapon was intense, like he was going to split the sky itself. Xie Wuji, Qin Yin and all the others began to make their moves, blasting away with their sword auras and went for the impossibly imposing being. Those who guarded Yi Futian all wanted nothing then than to stop Ning Huang's advancement. Ning Huang's expressions hardly flinched. He remained the being who ignored all as he made his steps downward. Protective light screens appeared around him. The flash from the axe looking like it was to split the sky was split in the middle, and the sword intent that was aimed at him menacingly was reduced to nothing. Shenyuan Bashan spat up blood as his body was sent flying. The earth cracked as he landed. Xie Wuji, Qin Yin and the others were not doing any better. All suffered grievous internal injuries, and they looked at Ning Huang in a despairing manner. Every single step he made seemed to be more powerful. No one would have been able to stand in front of the likes of him, and stayed there for long. Such was the meaning of top-class geniuses, beings who were seemingly invincible even against those of the very same plane, and there seemed to be unstoppable by anyone. Yi Futian told hold of the polearm of divine destruction, and terrifying starry storms whipped up around him. Ning Huang spared him a look, before taking yet another step. Yi Futian felt like he was being stepped under a divine, giant foot, which penetrated everything. Rumbling noises were heard. His starry meteor storm was violently dispersed, and the starry Dharma body around him cracked into million pieces. Ning Huang remained in the air, casting his gaze at the young man like he was a god, and spoke, an ant trying to shake the tree. "You are way in over your head. Where is the holy badge?" Ning Huang had sent men to tell Yi Futian to hand over his badge on the day itself. He would have let him have a share at opening the ruins and have him enter the Holy Ji Palace as well. Yet, Yi Futian scoffed at the idea, wanting to open up the ruins on his own instead. Men from the Nantian House, Mortal World, and the Sword Saint Villa all cast their eyes at Ning Huang's direction. The result hardly surprised them. It was rare enough to have Ning Huang make a move personally, and there would have been no way the likes of Yi Futian would have been able to resist him. It was indeed ants trying to shake the tree. Everything happened just as predicted. Rumbling noises were heard again and the earth shook. The golden great ape's body was seen moving in Yi Futian's direction. It was apparent that despite being a demonic beast, it had wanted to get his hands on the holy badge to open the ruins all the same. Yang Ju from Sword Saint Villa took the form of a sword and zapped through the air like a bolt of lightning, making his way for Yi Futian as well. Ning Huang was able to feel them moving. He frowned, looking at Yi Futian's direction and getting prepared to take him away, when he saw a sarcastic smirk on the young man's face. Yi Futian threw a ring at Yuan Zhon, who was running at him. "Seems like you have a death wish," Ning Huang said coldly. He did not bother with Yi Futian and had simply turned around to move in the ring's trajectory, catching it with his hand. Yuan Zhon arrived at the same time, and it threw its golden palm about with full intentions to kill. It seemed everything in the air shook for the moment. The golden great ape looked like it was made entirely of gold, sporting 9 invincible offensive and defensive capacities. Yuan Zhon's palm attack clashed directly with Ning Huang's and exploded. No one came up on top of the other right there and then. Yuan Zhon extended its other hand trying to take the ring, yet a sword aura swept by and hit right onto the ring. It was sent flying as Yang Ju arrived at the scene. 3 mighty ones, fighting over a ring. On the other hand, Yi Futian, who had been the target of everyone's wrath just a while ago, seemed to no longer be a concern to anyone. Everyone's attention was on the ring, even though they have had no idea if the badge was indeed within the ring. Yet, given how Yi Futian threw something like that away at such timing, no one would have given up trying to snatch it. Yi Futian broke out his flying boat and swung his legs onto the ritual implement. He moved away like a lightning bolt riding on it. "Come look for me later," Yi Futian said to Qin Yin and the rest, before disappearing in the air with the flying boat. The 2 goddesses on the mortal world warship cast their gaze at Yi Futian and looked troubled. The speed of the flying boat would have very probably exceeded even that of their air warship. Just how was that thing flying so fast? They both felt something was off right there and then. "Don't let him get away," someone yelled, being worried that Yi Futian had simply bluffing them earlier, before chasing after him. The 3 mighty ones continued fighting all the same, but the ring fell onto someone beneath them. Seeing how all 3 of them coming in his direction, the unlucky person threw the ring in haste and added, "That is just a normal ring." All 3 of them were dumbfounded. Ning Huang lifted his hand and caught the ring, before wearing an impossibly ugly expression on his face. They had been played. The ring was not even one that was capable of storage. It was just a common ornament. He threw the ring at Yang Ju, before turning around and walking away with terrifying murderous intent. Does Yi Futian really think he can get away clean? If he wanted Yi Futian dead, the young man would have needed to die in the Holy Road. There was no way he could have survived. Boom. Everyone felt the heavens and the earth shook. They lifted their heads and cast their gaze far away, seeing a beam of light shot straight for the clouds and reaching the heavens. Ning Huang's murderous intent dissipated, and his eyes grew increasingly cold. He finally came to understand that the holy badge was never on Yi Futian's person. He threw a ring to catch everyone's attention, while someone took the real badge and went opening the ruins. The booming noise heard before was a sign that the ruins were being opened. Everyone, including those high and mighty top-class geniuses, was played by Yi Futian. Qin Yin and the others were just as dumbfounded as they looked far away. They had only come to realize that the several people, who had been with him all the time, were hardly seen as of late. Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, and even Mu Jiqiu, none of them were around. Only the most powerful Yi Xiaoshe remained. Having cracked open many ruins in a strong. Everyone thought he would have gone to open the ruins on his own with the badge in his hands. It would not have made sense to pass the chance off to others, to entrust others with the task. Yet, Yi Futian went doing so instead. He knew what everyone was thinking. When everyone thought he was totally lost and helpless in front of Ning Huang, he threw a ring out. Regardless if the badge was indeed within the ring, he knew that everyone would have gone after it. No one would have risked the chance of not confirming for themselves, an opening which he exploited to get away on the flying boat. One streak of lightning after another zapped by. Everyone went chasing after Yi Futian, which was also the direction leading to the ruins. The location of the ruins was the first place that he went to check out, the stone forest. When he came to the stone forest, it looked different from what he had remembered. Endless flames encased the place. Horrifying fires were imprinted on the peculiar stones of the place. The horrifying flames looked pitch black, making the place seem like an area consisted of only fire, which looked capable of burning everything to the ground. Flaming prison city. Yi Futian seemed to have come to understand the meaning of the city. The horrifying flames shot for the skies, looking like imposing figures looking down on the mortals scurrying about between the heavens and the earth. Yu Sheng stood right at the center of these figures, an immeasurable amount of power flowing into his body. Yi Wuchen, Lulan Shui, Mu Jiqiu, and even the Black Wind Condor was there. Yi Futian knew that when he had collected enough number of holy badges, the top-class figures would not have let him open the ruins himself. All eyes were on him, and they would have taken the badges before he was able to open up the place. As such, he had Yu Sheng and the rest came to open the ruins instead. The flying boat flew forward, entering the ruins' fire area. Despite having the protection of starlight about him, the currents of fire in the air seemed like they were capable of simply swallowing him up. "How do you feel?" Yi Futian smiled at Yu Sheng in front of him. "You should be the one to open up the place," Yu Sheng answered. "Haven't we always been going about things share and share alike all the time?" Yi Futian asked as he smiled. He had always seen what was his, also what was Yu Sheng's. "Yeah." Yu Sheng nodded. "What is mine is yours. So, your turn now." A beam of light was stripped from his body as he finished his sentence, making for Yi Futian. That was the something he had acquired when opening up the ruins, something that would have made him the master of the place. When the beam of light rested on Yi Futian, the ruins gleamed in brilliant lights in an instant, falling onto him. He felt an indescribable air turned about his body at the moment. "You need to enhance your plane, and let them know who you are." Yu Sheng looked straight and narrow as he uttered those words and looked at Yi Futian. His eyes flickered not for even a second. Yi Wuchen and Lulan Shui did not feel weird at all, yet Mu Jiqiu was rather moved instead. Just what is with those two? How can one just simply hand over a lineage of the ruins like this to the other? Yi Futian smiled looking at Yu Sheng's eyes. Yu Sheng remained as he had always been. A guy so honest that he looked rather dumb, then, now and always. Chapter 523. A line of figures came from the distant sky speedily. They were the ones who chased Yi Futian and were now arriving gradually. The airship from the mortal world and Yang Ju from the Sword Saint Villa were the fastest. Behind them were people from other top powers. They looked at Yi Futian in the relic coldly, for they'd never expected that they would be fooled by a guy who was only in Arcana plane. A line of figures came from the distant sky speedily. They were the ones who chased Yi Futian and were now arriving gradually. The airship from the mortal world and Yang Ju from the Sword Saint Villa were the fastest. Behind them were people from other top powers. They looked at Yi Futian in the relic coldly, for they'd never expected that they would be fooled by a guy who was only in Arcana plane. Ning Huang also arrived. Bathing in bright light, he looked powerful like a god. Everyone was looking toward the relic's direction. They all had a profound background, so they knew things others couldn't know. They sent people to spy on Yi Futian. Once Yi Futian collected all the holy badges, they would rob Yi Futian. For them, Yi Futian wasn't the enemy at all. It was impossible for them to let a guy from Arcana Plane open the relics before them. Their real enemy was each other. However, Yi Futian didn't open the relics himself, but the one who opened the relics still left the relics to Yi Futian. Born elevated, they had never been fooled like this. This was especially embarrassing for Ning Huang. He was at such an elevated status but was fooled to fight for an ordinary ring. Ning Huang's group looked up at that enormous shadow of the fire god. The flaming prison city was left on the holy road by ancient saints of the Holy Ji Palace for the descendants to cultivate and inherit. Most of the relics on the holy road were remains of those ancestors from the Holy Ji Palace. They died and their bodies turned into a part of the path, nourishing their descendants. Common people didn't know the history of the holy road. Anyone that gave me a holy badge can enter in the relic for cultivation. Others are not permitted, said Yi Futian loudly. He stood in the middle of the shadow and his voice could be heard from the distance. Those on the way became excited, especially those who had handed Yi Futian their holy badge. Yi Futian opened the big relics successfully and was ready to fulfill his promise. This time, he had no intention of making the relics known to everyone on the holy road as he had done before. Only those who had given him the holy badge would know. In this case, those who had coveted the relics for long but refused to give would have no chance to reap without sowing. They all knew that there were too many such people who thought that as long as they followed Yi Futian, once Yi Futian opened the relics, they could all enter and cultivate just like last time. Obviously, they were wrong this time. People who had handed over the holy badge walked toward the relics one by one. At this moment, however, Yang Ju in the sky pointed his finger up and horrible sword intent flew over all of a sudden. Countless swords hung in the sky and made clanged. Amazing destructive power broke out. Everyone's eyes fell on Yang Ju from the Sword Saint Villa. He stepped out with dreadful sword intent around him. The surrounding space grew more and more oppressive. He stared at Yi Futian and lifted one of his fingers. Endless sword intent gathered at one point and rocketed toward Yi Futian. The sword flashed through the air with sharp sounds and scary sword intent. Though the distance between the two was quite far, the sword intent still rushed toward Yi Futian accurately. In the relic, some strands of fire fell down and surrounded the rushing sword. The sword was suddenly wrapped in fire. It didn't stop, but it was melting bit by bit. Yang Ju didn't give up. He moved forward and a horrible shadow appeared behind him. All of a sudden, strong sword intent rolled over as if a sword saint descended. Spiritual chi in the world seemingly resonated with his body and turned into sword intent, rolling in the air. The endless sword intent descended and rushed toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked up in the sky. Seeing the endless sword intent, his face turned cold. At this time, a flute was heard. It was Xiao Junyi playing his flute beside Yi Futian. Light transformed from the flute music clashed with the sword intent like lightning. In the end, both disappeared. Xiao Junyi attracted people's attention with his music, which soon turned into a powerful musical storm that became stronger and stronger. The musical rhythm flew around him and suddenly rushed into Yi Futian's mind. The rhythm was invisible. Before Xiao Junyi sent his attack, no prelude was heard. No one in the relic even knew that Yi Futian was attacked. However, the music turned straight into a mental attack and disrupted Yi Futian's spiritual energy. Xiao Junyi remained facing Yang Ju. He looked gloomy but still handsome. Beams of rhythmic light invaded Yi Futian's brain and turned into the scary light of darkness. Yi Futian's mentality was disrupted heavily. Coldness dug into him. Yi Futian had presumed that after the relic was opened, he only needed to wait for his cultivation to rise. He had never expected there was still a deadly attack waiting here. While he was calculating the other talents on the Holy Road, people were calculating him too. Someone had been waiting here to send the last deadly attack, then robbing everything Yi Futian worked for. There seemed to be a terrible deadly grey airflow in the rhythm. In an instant, Yi Futian felt like his mental will was falling apart. It didn't give him enough time to use the relic's power. That dreadful grey airflow swept every part of his body. His face darkened and the color spread through his body. What happened? Seeing Yi Futian's expression, people were stunned. Then they saw a horrible shapeless rhythmic storm enveloping Yi Futian. It seemed to want to isolate him from the relic. Xiao Junyi. People looked again at that melancholy and handsome figure. Seeing what happened, Xia Hu grinned. He had fought with Xiao Junyi before. He knew Xiao Junyi's terrible strength. Such a person wouldn't be willing to follow Yi Futian. He'd disguised himself well, just like them. Yi Xiaoshe stepped out at this minute. Extremely sharp golden foliage rolled out like spears. Xiao Junyi was still playing his flute. But at the same time, there was some dark light following the rhythm. Yi Xiaoshe's vines turned black in an instant and withered. It's the spiritual qi of death. The sight of this shocked people and reminded them of the reason why those people died in the palace. It was him. Their hearts trembled. Xiao Junyi looked handsome with his outstanding temperament. Both his cultivation and talent were at the top level and was recommended to Yi Futian by others. No one expected that Xiao Junyi had such a dark side. He's a necromancer. Those top talents were astonished. They looked at Xiao Junyi, who was still playing his flute. Yi Futian's face had totally turned into dark. The dead spirit swept through his body, taking all his vitality. At the same time, the mental attack prevented him from communicating with the relic. He was being eaten away little by little. But suddenly, blazing light appeared around Yi Futian. The darkness on his face disappeared gradually while Xiao Junyi could feel there was a power protecting Yi Futian from being encroached. Whoosh! The horrible flames enveloped Yi Futian's body and burned down the spiritual qi of death. Then he opened his eyes and looked directly at Xiao Junyi coldly. The relic began to shake and a flaming light rushed into Xiao Junyi's brain. Xiao Junyi groaned and was forced back. He put down his flute and glanced at Yi Futian. There was a mysterious power protecting Yi Futian. That was why he failed. That instant, horrible flames rolled out toward Xiao Junyi, but dark smoke appeared around Xiao Junyi. The spiritual qi of death went wild and he ran frantically, but the flames caught up and burned on. There was an explosion and the smoke turned into ashes. In the distance, Xiao Junyi floated down. He looked still handsome and extraordinary. Xiao Junyi glanced at Yi Futian with no expression. He didn't seem to care about this failure and just turned around, ready to leave. What's your relationship with the Dark Saint? Xia Hu came and asked Xiao Junyi. He didn't feel wronged to be stopped by Xiao Junyi earlier. Xiao Junyi ignored him and walked away. Xia Hu stepped forward and raised his hands. Instantly, endless flames appeared in the air. Xiao Junyi immediately took out his flute and played again. Dark figures loomed in the distance and rushed toward Xia Hu. Xia Hu frowned and waved his hand. The flames rushed to envelop those figures, but it didn't work. Those figures kept rushing toward him. Dead spirits. Xia Hu's face turned ashen. He lifted his hand and sent out a big handprint. Those figures were all burnt out, but Xiao Junyi was gone. He seemingly had no interest in fighting with Xia Hu. He can control the dead spirits. He must be the successor of the Dark Saint. It won't be easy for this generation of the Barren State, said Bingyi on the air warship. People like Ning Huang, Yang Ju, and Yuan Zhon were all very strong cultivators. Now, there was also the Dark Saint's successor. It was known to all that the Dark Saint was maverick and cruel. Countless people lost lives because of him. Too many famous cultivators wanted to eliminate him, but those who acted always had a tragic end. The Dark Saint was a very horrible name on the Barren States list. Yi Futian had a very strong talent, but his level was comparatively low. He had encountered so many strong cultivators on this holy road, and this was only one of the 8 paths, the Dawn Road. It was the most dangerous road. What would things be like when they exited the Dawn Road and gathered at the Holy Ji Palace with all the strong cultivators from the other roads? Even though Yi Futian had the relic, he still couldn't defeat him. He was undoubtedly playing with fire. The relics could help him improve, but what about the future? Could he shoot up fast enough? After fooling people like Ning Huang, Yi Futian might lose his life on the Holy Road even with his outstanding talent. If the life couldn't be guaranteed, the promotion of strength means nothing. Let's go. Bing Yi glanced at Yi Futian indifferently and left. Chapter 524. Ning Huang looked at Yi Futian with hostility, but he also found it impossible to kill Yi Futian who had the relic in hand. Ning Huang looked at Yi Futian with hostility, but he also found it impossible to kill Yi Futian who had the relic in hand. Let's go. Ning Huang turned away, ready to go back to the city he had occupied. People like them seldom hesitated. He was upset to fail with Yi Futian, but he couldn't stay here anymore. He decided to give up. He would continue collecting other holy badges for opening the big relic in their city. After all of this, their desire to open the big relic became so strong that even uncommon means might be used if necessary. After all, Yi Futian had opened one. They inferred that Xiao Junyi must be the Dark Saint's successor. Everyone had seen him control the dead spirits. Killing others for the holy badges seemed possible to him too. With Xiao Junyi's strength, collecting the holy badges was still easy for him. Then, Yi Futian and Xiao Junyi would open the relic. How would others think if they didn't succeed? At this time, no one in the Dawn Road knew that bloody chaos was awaiting them. After Ning Huang left, Mo Jun would naturally follow him. Li Zun glanced at Yi Futian's direction. He saw Qin Yin, Shenyuan Bashan, and Xie Wuji. These people followed Yi Futian and they must have benefited a lot this time. Li Zun could have been one of them, but he chose to follow Ning Huang. He'd gone down a totally different path. But he didn't regret it. Li Zun knew that Ning Huang was extremely talented and this was just a temporary failure. Ning Huang would definitely open the relic in his city. Then Li Zun would take back what he had lost. He believed that Ning Huang was a far better choice than Nine Saint Mountain. Ning Huang would enter the Holy Ji Palace and become the personal disciple of powerful figures. Turning around, Li Zun became more determined. He glanced at Li Qingyi, who was being guarded, and said, "Take her with us. I can go on my own." Li Qingyi followed Li Zun and asked, "Do you regret it?" "Why would I regret following Mr. Ning?" Li Qingyi sneered. "You thought that Yi Futian would fail and die, but what happened? It sounds nice that you follow Ning Hung for cultivation, but can't you see the gap between you and him? Has he talked about anything with you? Sure, he has a promising future. But is there anything to do with you? You are just one of his many followers. Maybe tomorrow he won't even remember who you are." "Shut up." Li Zun was irritated. Of course he knew that Ning Huang did think too highly of him, especially after this failure. But he didn't want to think about it. Following Ning Huang was the only thing he had to comfort himself now. "Am I right?" Li Qingyi laughed. "Brother, you used to be a successful gentleman. Our father was proud of you. People in White Sovereign City all praised you. You always knew how to make the best choice. You are so clever that you only make the best choice for yourself, so you would rather betray Yi Futian and follow Ning Huang. But what do you get now?" Crack. A crisp sound was heard and a handprint appeared on Li Qingyi's face. Li Zun had slapped her directly and said coldly, "Li Qingyi, remember your identity. If you dare to talk to me with such an attitude again, I won't let you go. Don't blame me for not considering you as my sister then." "Sister?" Li Qingyi looked at Li Zun ironically. Some blood oozed on the corner of her mouth. Did Li Zun finally expose his nature? Li Qingyi and Li Zun shared the same father but had different mothers. Li Zun, as the eldest son, was especially favored while Li Qingyi only existed to help him. This was why she entered the Holy Road. This was her destiny. Therefore, she had never asked for anything for herself. She didn't dare hope that she could enter the Holy Ji Palace too. Standing outside of the Holy Ji Palace to see how strong those top talents of the barren state were was all she wanted. She knew those talents must be far stronger than Li Zun. But now, she was not sure whether her wish could come true anymore. Those top talents who stood far from the relic left gradually, but there were still countless figures around the relic. Most of them were local cultivators. Disciples from the Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School were also among them. They exclaimed at Yi Futian's victory. They had known the sun's talent while in Divine Sky City. Now on the Holy Road, Yi Futian caused another sensation. The Starry School's disciples would benefit a lot by following him too. Leaders of both the Blazing Sun School and the Bright Moon School had no idea that Yi Futian was still alive at this time. What would happen if they knew? And what would be the outcome if Yi Futian really entered the Holy Ji Palace in the end? It was especially impossible for the Blazing Sun School to forget what a loss Yi Futian had brought to them. Anyway, Yi Futian had no time to think about them. Seeing those top talents departing, he claimed, as I said before, I will open the relic and share with anyone that has handed over holy badges. Now that the relic is open, I will keep my promise. Anyone that has given me the holy badges before can enter the relic to cultivate. I will teach you how to understand the relic spirit and also return your holy badges. Hearing Yi Futian's words, many people were reassured and smiled. More than 10,000 people handed their holy badges this time. They finally reaped from their sowing. Yi Futian didn't let them down. As he had promised before, he opened the relic successfully under the noses of so many top talents. Now that he would meet his word, they were naturally happy. Of course, those who didn't give me holy badges shall not enter the relic or you'll bear the consequences, said Yi Futian coldly. He had helped so many people to understand the relic last time, but few people felt grateful to him. Now he wouldn't let those freeloaders benefit. After the warning, Yi Futian closed his eyes and felt it silently. Instantly, blazing light from the enormous relic shrouded Yi Futian's body. The shadow in the light seemed to contain an extremely strong will. It entered Yi Futian's brain little by little. Yi Futian felt a sacred and dignified god appear in his brain. Inferring from the Holy Road's history, he knew this might very possibly be an ancient saint from the Holy Ji Palace. This relic was different from others on the Holy Road. Others only had very little of ancient saint spirit, but this relic had the complete heritage of the saint's spiritual will. Such a strong heritage could not have been left impulsively. Yi Futian guessed the relic must have originated from the ancient saint's remains. He must have sat there until he died to pass down to the future. Yi Futian was moved by such dedication. He felt like he was trapped in a blazing hell full of destructive flames. His spiritual will was imprisoned in it and burnt into ashes little by little. In this blazing hell, endless dreadful flames fell down. Every bit of the flames seemed able to destroy a world. Yi Futian knew that this fire came from the saint's comprehension. This was some power beyond noble will. With his present level, he might be able to use a small part of this fire if he could get the heritage directly just like before. But to comprehend it was totally beyond his cultivation level. Right at this time, some spiritual changes happened in his brain. Something strange occurred. There seemed to be strands of flame spiritual chi floating in the world which then turned into other powers. The powers became so strong that the blazing hell in his brain seemingly became real. Yi Futian was shocked. The ancient saint left not only his spirit but also his method of how to cultivate and improve for future generations. He was immersed in it. Eyes closed, he seemed to completely enter the spiritual world. The heritage left by this saint fit cultivators of fire attribute the most. Yi Futian was also good at fire, especially after he inherited the last heritage and got the sun scripture from Yang Ding, the chief of Blazing Sun School. If he took advantage of what he had gotten, he would gain a lot. In the relic, endless flames fell down. One strand of the flame entered and reached every part of Yi Futian's body. It tempered his spiritual will, flesh, and bones, strengthening him. Bathing in the firelight, Yi Futian was completely immersed in his cultivation. Countless days later, his body shone. Strands of fire flowed through his skin. He looked wholly like a god of fire. There were thunderous cracks from Yi Futian's bones and muscles. His blood rumbled and his skin glowed. He seemed to be evolving. His breaking through the barrier. Some people heard the sound from Yi Futian's body and looked up at him. Yi Futian was understanding it more in a spiritual way. That was what a sorcerer would do during cultivation. His body was tempered unconsciously by the relic, which helped him break into the 8th level of the Arcana plane. Those who cultivated in the relic were waiting for Yi Futian to help them understand the relic, but Yi Futian was immersed in his cultivation at this moment. No one would like to bother him. They just waited silently. The next day, the flames around Yi Futian's body flew faster. His spiritual will was as if transformed and entered into a new level too. Yi Futian was officially in the 8th level of Arcana plane at this time. However, he didn't stop cultivating. The breakthrough in levels was not what he wanted by opening the relic. He wanted to comprehend it and he could still improve his cultivation. After a few more days, horrible flames gathered behind Yi Futian. There seemed to be a divine sun furnace emitting blazing lights that lit up the sky. With the flames rolling, spiritual chi spread over the world as if there was a horrible spiritual will controlling everything. What kind of power is that? Someone looked up at Yi Futian. It's noble will, someone answered and trembled. Though having made a breakthrough a few days ago, Yi Futian was only in the 8th level of Arcana plane. How could he acquire his own noble will? The noble will could help one's own spiritual will melt into the world and transform into an invisible horrible deterrent force. Compared to the Arcana plane, acquiring the noble will was a huge change. A weak noble could only acquire noble will of the easiest attribute like flaming noble will, icing noble will or gravity noble will. But those with greater talents could make full use of their previous cultivation and acquire an exclusive noble will. What Yi Futian had acquired was obviously the latter. Chapter 525. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In this month, many things had happened on the Dawn Road. The experts from the elite factions occupied a city each. The flaming prison city's giant relic had been opened by Yi Futian, so the city belonged to Yi Futian. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In this month, many things had happened on the Dawn Road. The experts from the elite factions occupied a city each. The flaming prison city's giant relic had been opened by Yi Futian, so the city belonged to Yi Futian. The people from the other elite factions were imitating Yi Futian's methods and ordered their citizens to hand over their holy badges. As Yi Futian had set the precedent and fulfilled his promise, there were many people who were willing to give it a try. Many people handed over their holy badges and formed alliances with the people from elite factions. In the wilderness outside the cities, Xiao Junyi had killed many people and robbed them of their holy badges and had gotten into a conflict with Sage Duanqian's disciple Jiyu Feiyang over plundering the holy badges. Xiao Junyi had commanded an army of dead spirits into the city where Jiyu Feiyang was and a massive war had broken out. Cultivators were dying constantly, causing the dead spirit army to expand and become stronger while Jiyu Feiyang's command was weakened, putting him in a disastrous state. At the same time, apart from persuading the crowd into handing over their holy badges, the people from the other cities also used hard-handed means, like Ning Huang from Jinxiao City. He used domineering methods to sweep the entire city. Now, the entire Jinxiao City did not have 10,000 people, but the entire city all took orders from Ning Huang and was perfectly under Ning Huang's control. The entire city was his army, with Mo Jun as the commander. Many people had guessed that before the Holy Road's trial ended, Ning Huang would definitely gather enough holy badges to open a giant relic. The only thing that was uncertain would be how much benefits his followers would be given. Moreover, some people hypothesized that Ning Huang had ambitions to attack other cities. Presently, in Jinxiao City, in a glorious golden temple, Ning Huang sat high up and many people gathered to report to him. All the cities are frantically gathering holy badges. Now, it is highly likely that Xiao Junyi has the most badges in his possession. His methods are the most ruthless, and he is currently at war with Jiyu Feiyang. If one party is able to kill the other, they would have gathered enough holy badges to open a giant relic, someone reported. Xiao Junyi and Jiyu Feiyang would definitely already have many holy badges. In Flaming Prison City, Yi Futian is still cultivating in the relic and helping others to decipher it. Now, there are people gradually breaking through their cultivation levels and leaving the giant relic. Ning Huang's expression hardened. Being tricked by Yi Futian and allowing him to successfully open the giant relic was a humiliation to him. Perhaps, Yi Futian is not going to leave the relic, someone else said. Yi Futian had offended many elite factions this time, he was probably not going to easily leave the relic. Young Master Ning, I have a suggestion. Just then, a person walked out from the group. It was Chen Wang from the Blazing Sun School and the Divine Sky City's Chen clan. He had seen everything that had happened in the relic. Say it, Ning Huang said emotionlessly. From my knowledge, Yi Futian is from Divine Sky City and has many friends around him. Young Master Ning can order some people to hold them captive. If that is so, Yi Futian will automatically come to Jinxiao City to kneel and beg for young Master Ning's forgiveness, Chen Wang said. Ning Huang frowned, this method was too underhanded. If he wanted to kill someone, he could just kill Yi Futian directly. With his identity, he would not stoop to such a level. Chen Wang saw Ning Huang frowning and understood that Ning Huang was prideful and as a person from an elite faction, cared about his reputation and felt that such a method was beneath him. He continued, young Master Ning is a genius and would not use such methods. However, to deal with despicable people, we naturally do not need to care about being upright to them. Young Master Ning does not need to personally get involved in this matter, just give the command and Yi Futian is dead. We will naturally settle the matter and bring Yi Futian's head to you. At the side, Li Zun looked at Chen Wang. It looked like someone wanted Yi Futian dead, but he did not know the identity of that person. Remembering his enmity with Yi Futian, if Yi Futian did not die, he would definitely be killed in the future. Li Zun also stepped forward and said, young Master Ning, this person has a point. A despicable person like Yi Futian dared to trick young Master Ning and use underhanded means like a speed ritual implement to escape. Otherwise, the relic would have been young Master Ning's. Now that Yi Futian has opened the relic, the people following him are all grateful to him, and in the flaming prison city, many people are claiming that if Yi Futian's cultivation level can reach the noble plane, he does not need to fear the other geniuses and can sweep the entire holy road. Ning Huang raised his eyebrows, a fierce glint appearing in his eyes. That's right, those people following Yi Futian must be intentionally exaggerating to make it sound like Yi Futian's potential is unmatched in the holy road, Chen Wang chimed in as well. Since Ning Wang was prideful, hearing all these would probably make him very unhappy. He was clear that someone like Ning Huang who had impressive potential would be sweet-talked by many and view himself highly. He would definitely feel that he was the person who was unmatched in the holy road. Now, an arcana plane cultivator that had tricked him before was exalted by others. He would definitely be dissatisfied. There are sure to be many holy badges in the flaming prison city. Our Jinxiao city already has no more holy badges, we need to plunder them from others. Why don't we let the people of the flaming prison city understand who is the real king of the holy road? Li Zun continued to suggest. Ning Huang's gaze casually swept across Li Zun and Chen Wang. He naturally understood that these two people wanted him to give the order to kill Yi Futian. It looked like they had a grudge against Yi Futian. He mockingly looked at the two of them, wanting to make him do their dirty work. Li Zun and Chen Wang were apprehensive when they saw Ning Huang's sneer. They lowered their heads, not daring to look Ning Huang in the eye. Mo Jun, you handle this matter, Ning Huang nonchalantly said. Li Zun and Chen Wang were elated and raised their heads to look at Ning Huang, but saw Ning Huang coldly look at them and say, the two of you will support Mo Jun. If Yi Futian is not dead by the time the holy road opens, you two die. After saying that, Ning Huang stood up and left. The only reason why he was doing this was because Yi Futian deserved to be killed. The two that were trying to make him do their dirty work. No problem. If they could not do it, then they would pay with their lives. Li Zun and Chen Wang were perturbed and felt chills down their spine. If Yi Futian did not die, they would. How ruthless. The two of them clenched their fists with determined expressions. They would have to kill Yi Futian no matter the cost. Li Zun also left and returned to the White Sovereign City's crowd. He saw Li Qingyi staring coldly at him and she said, how could you be this despicable? Now, her brother had completely revealed the darkness within his heart. Li Zun looked at Li Qingyi, then broke into a cruel smile. Your relationship with Yi Futian appears to be quite good. I wonder if he cares about you, Li Zun said with a sneer. Li Qingyi felt chills down her spine. Back then, Li Zun had already used her and nearly killed Yi Futian in one strike. Now, was he going to do it again? Yi Futian naturally did not know the conversation that had taken place in the Jinxiao city, but he knew that many people in the Holy Road wanted him dead. Therefore, he did not hurriedly step out of the giant relic, not because he wanted to avoid them, but because he wanted to continue raising his cultivation level. In this period of time, his sorcery and martial arts had both risen to the pinnacle of the 8th level of the Arcana plane. There was a chance for him to break through his current level in the relic and raise his cultivation to the 9th level of the Arcana plane. Moreover, he had already comprehended his own noble will. If his cultivation level continued to go up, he would really be one step away from the noble plane. Apart from that, he had helped others to decipher the will that the sages had left behind and allowed Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen to use the relic's flame to train their physique. Like him, Yu Sheng had also stepped into the 8th level of the Arcana plane while Yi Wuchen had stepped into the 9th level of the Arcana plane. However, they had not comprehended the noble will yet, so Yi Futian asked them to start trying. Yi Futian also paid extra attention to Qin Yin, Xie Wuji, Shenyuan Bashan and the disciples of the Starry School, so their cultivation levels were improving gradually. The relic has a limited effect on my growth now. I'm preparing to go out and cultivate. What about you all? Qin Yin asked Xie Wuji, Shenyuan Bashan and the rest a few days later. Agreed. I have had a deep understanding in the time that Yi Futian has helped us in our cultivation. I feel as though I am about to break through my current plane. I hope there are a few battles for me, Shenyuan Bashan laughed and said. Although they all had their own enlightenment, their improvement was not as massive as Yi Futian's. After all, Yi Futian was the person who had inherited the entire relic, and his cultivation level was much lower than theirs. Moreover, he specialized in flame abilities. Cultivators who specialized in flame abilities benefited the most from the giant relic. Let's go, Xie Wuji said. The few of them looked at Yi Futian and did not disturb him as they saw that he was still cultivating. They nodded towards Lulan Shui and she returned their holy badges to them before they stepped out of the relic. Now, the holy badges in their hands had already lost the shine it once had and could not be used to open another relic, but it was still an essential item for crossing the Holy Road. After leaving the relic, they realized that Flaming Prison City was in chaos. There were people fighting everywhere for the holy badges. What happened? Qin Yin asked a nearby cultivator. There have been a group of people in the Flaming Prison City who have formed an alliance recently and have been going around plundering other people's holy badges. This caused those who had lost their badges to target other people's badges, the person replied, staying far away from Qin Yin's group. He was evidently very apprehensive. Qin Yin's expression changed. The Holy Road's trial would become more crazed the later it went. At that moment, a group of experts appeared in front of them and soon surrounded Qin Yin's group. They frowned and said, "Our holy badges are of no use anymore." "We know that," the expert in the air replied cruelly, then waved his arm and started the fight immediately. Qin Yin's group had grim expressions and they knew that they had no other choice but to battle. In the distance, there were people who were successively gathering. Some people who had cultivated with Qin Yin's group even came up to help, but the other party's people were also increasing in numbers. It was only when Li Zun appeared that Qin Yin understood and coldly said, "All of you are Ning Huang's men." "Li Zun, do you even have morals?" Shenyuan Bashan's expression was steely. "You all have chosen to follow Yi Futian while I am following young Master Ning. It's all for the sake of our cultivation. I'm very curious whether Yi Futian will choose to save you all." Li Zun continued emotionlessly, "Keep these few people alive and kill the rest." Those who had cultivated in the giant relic were stunned and Qin Yin berated, "Li Zun, their holy badges have no purpose whatsoever, what's the point of killing them? They can only blame themselves for following the wrong person," Li Zun said callously. He wanted to enrage Yi Futian. Only when Yi Futian was angry would he disregard the repercussions and step out of the giant relic. Now, his life was linked with Yi Futian's. If Yi Futian did not step out of the giant relic, they would not be able to kill him, and if Yi Futian did not die, Ning Huang would have his life. For his own life, he could only slaughter. He looked heartlessly at Qin Yin. He wanted to see who it was that had chosen the wrong path. Chapter 526. In the flaming prison city's giant relic, Yi Futian closed his eyes, deep in cultivation. Around his body, there was starlight circulating around his body, forming an invisible might around him and enveloping the surrounding area. In the flaming prison city's giant relic, Yi Futian closed his eyes, deep in cultivation. Around his body, there was starlight circulating around his body, forming an invisible might around him and enveloping the surrounding area. The power of starlight was an extension of the earth element. Presently, above the giant relic, starlight gleamed and the people below could all feel a horrendous pressure. The revolving starlight contained an invisible might which engulfed the entire area. A second noble will. Many people raised their heads and looked towards Yi Futian. After cultivating for a few days in the relic, Yi Futian had already deciphered the flame noble will. Now, an earth element noble will had also formed and they could feel that it was an extremely strong noble will from the might crushing down upon them. The noble will was the symbol of a noble plane expert. It was a force created by the cultivator's spiritual energy resonating with the heavens, and cultivators could use it to exert the might of their spiritual will on others' spiritual wills. At the same time, it could also be used to empower their attacking abilities. Thus the gap between a noble plane and an arcana plane cultivator was nearly impossible to bridge. If an arcana plane cultivator did not use an extremely strong ritual implement, it would be extremely hard to challenge a noble plane cultivator. As long as they had not deciphered the noble will, even a cultivator at the pinnacle of the arcana plane would be a lot weaker. However, there were some geniuses who had already formed their noble will while in the arcana plane. They would be able to bridge the gap in strength, and moreover, it would even benefit their cultivation level and cause their cultivation speed to increase. The noble will relied on the enlightenment level of one's spiritual will and spiritual energy control. The better a cultivator was able to control their spiritual will and energy, the easier it was for their spiritual energy to increase. Therefore, the crowd predicted that Yi Futian would not need long to break through from his current level to the noble plane. This was the difference in potential. A person with weak potential, even as their spiritual energy continued to grow and approach the noble plane, would be limited by their enlightenment and spiritual control. This would cause them to be unable to break through, or more commonly termed a bottleneck. For Yi Futian, however, there was no such thing as a bottleneck standing between him and the noble plane. At that moment, the crowd felt a formidable aura in the air and their expressions changed. They looked towards the direction it was coming from and they saw Yu Sheng's body being surrounded by a fearsome demonic might. His body was clad in dark golden armor, as though a demon's shadow had appeared on him. A terrifying image appeared in the crowd's heads. It was as though a demon stood in front of them, trying to overwhelm their wills and make them worship it. He has also formed his noble will. The crowd saw the image and were astounded. Moreover, it was as though the noble will had been formed from his innate potential. This caused their expressions to become weird. Could it be that this burly teen also had remarkable potential? Since he had always stood beside Yi Futian, Yu Sheng had never been that outstanding. After a long while, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng finally ended their cultivation. Yi Futian turned to Yu Sheng, smiling and asking, "You've been enlightened?" "It seems like it," Yu Sheng scratched his head and replied. "Seems like." Yi Futian was dumbstruck and thought to himself, "This fellow is too sloppy. You told me the crux of the noble will, so I tried to decipher it and the noble wills might just formed uncontrollably." Yu Sheng continued, "It seemed quite easy." Yi Futian glared at Yu Sheng, then turned around gloomily. He really wanted to hit him. "Let's continue cultivating then and raise our cultivation level to the 9th level of the Arcana plane. That way, we'll be only one step away from the noble plane," Yi Futian said, smiling. The noble plane that he had been anticipating for such a long time was finally within his reach and he was quite happy about it. Back then, a huge obstacle of his was the noble plane Emperor Luo. To him, Emperor Luo had been like a god, impossible to surpass. Now, he was finally reaching that level too. At that moment, he was interrupted by a few figures rushing towards him. At the entrance of the relic, they looked towards Yi Futian and said, "Master Yi, we have trouble." Yi Futian looked at them, confused. He asked them, "What's the problem?" The past few days, there have been people murdering cultivators in the flaming prison city. Many people have died and had their holy badges taken. Previously, the people of the flaming prison city thought it was a group of strong cultivators who had formed an alliance to plunder the badges. "We only just found out that they were from the Jinxiao city. The Jinxiao city is currently under Ning Huang's control and they have orders from Ning Huang to come to our city to plunder." The person who had rushed here continued to say, "Not long ago, a few of Master Yi's friends were brought away by Ning Huang's men. There were also others who were killed on the spot." Yi Futian's expression turned grim. It should have been Qin Yin's group that had been taken away. The other party had left word, the person continued. "What did they say?" Yi Futian asked. "The person's name appears to be Li Zun. He said that if Master Yi wanted them alive, you could go to the Jinxiao city to get them back. He can release Qin Yin's group and even Li Qingyi," the person replied. Yi Futian's expression became even more steely. Li Zun had brought up Li Qingyi on purpose. He was actually using his own sister to threaten him. A frosty killing intent appeared in Yi Futian's eyes. This was not Li Zun's first time. He had to be killed. "Ning Huang is going overboard," someone among the crowd said furiously. "Master Yi, Ning Huang is doing this on purpose. If you go to Jinxiao city, Ning Huang will definitely not let you go easily." "Master Yi, you cannot go to Jinxiao city," another person tried to persuade him. Around the giant relic, the experts had all stopped their cultivation and looked towards Yi Futian. There were many among them that were furious. Back then, Ning Huang had come to seize the holy badges in a domineering fashion, taking advantage of Yi Futian's low cultivation level. Now, Yi Futian had already obtained the giant relic, but Ning Huang still refused to let it go. He wanted to kill Yi Futian. Have Ning Huang's men left the flaming prison city? Yi Futian asked. "They are still in the flaming prison city killing people in an extremely arrogant fashion. Previously, Li Zun gave the order and killed many of our people, claiming that it was only because they had followed Master Yi in their cultivation." Yi Futian heard these two replies from the crowd. "Let's go," Yi Futian said, stepping out of the giant relic. The moment he stepped out of the relic, the glow around his body faded. Soon, the flame around the giant relic had been extinguished. The giant relic faded to nothingness in the blink of an eye. The thousands of cultivators stared blankly at the scene, afterward following Yi Futian, who was walking in the air with astonishment. Yi Futian actually left the relic with no hesitation. This meant that if the people from the elite factions came now, they would face no resistance. Yi Futian moved forward in the air and said, "Let's go." "Master Yi." Many people gathered around and attempted to persuade Yi Futian, saying, "Please don't be impulsive." Yi Futian did not say anything and continued to walk forward. Yi Xiaoshe, Yu Sheng, Mu Jiqiu, and the rest followed closely behind him. The huge crowd of experts saw Yi Futian and many of them followed him. In the blink of an eye, Yi Futian had arrived at a location and there were many corpses lying on the ground. Bastards! Behind Yi Futian, many people clenched their fists. The holy badges on these people already had no use, but Ning Huang still ordered them to be killed. This caused them to have chills running down their spine. Was the killing simply to vent his anger? Genocide. Just because they chose to cultivate with Yi Futian? However, Ning Huang and Mo Jun were elite prodigies. Even if they joined forces, they probably could still not win. If they went to Jinxiao City, they would definitely die before they could get their revenge. "Where are Ning Huang's men?" Yi Futian asked. Just as he spoke, a group of people flew towards them from afar. The group was completely made up of noble plain cultivators with strong auras. They looked mercilessly at Yi Futian. They were followers of Ning Huang from Jinxiao City. If they were able to bring Yi Futian's head to Jinxiao City, they would definitely be valued by Ning Huang. Thinking about that, they stepped forward and looked towards Yi Futian, asking, "You actually dared to walk out of the relic?" Just now, they had heard that Yi Futian had stepped out of the relic and they all gathered here. They had previously been cultivating in Jinxiao City and heard that he had dared to trick young Master Ning. Now, he dared to step out of the relic. How reckless. Yes. Yi Futian looked at the group standing before him and replied calmly. Young Master Ning wants your head, why don't you lend it to us? They laughed and said. Their gazes then turned to the huge crowd standing behind Yi Futian and emotionlessly said, we're acting on young Master Ning's orders. Those who are not involved, take your leave. The crowd's expression turned cold and looked indignantly at those who spoke. Could they be so unscrupulous simply because they were Ning Huang's men? At that moment, the group had already stepped forward and surrounded Yi Futian, the terrifying noble aura surrounding the area. Behind Yi Futian, many people stepped forward one by one, shielding him and looking emotionlessly at the group. Although not many people stepped forward, it took courage to oppose Ning Huang. You all want to die as well? Ning Huang's men sneered. Thank you, everyone. Yi Futian looked towards the crowd and asked, who else is willing to join me in battle? Since I've received a favor from Brother Yi, I will naturally do my part. A person stepped out. I have broken through my cultivation level in the relic, now is the time for me to test it. I've heard that Ning Huang was hunting those who cultivated in the relic previously. If that's the case, what else is there to be afraid of? Another person stepped forward, laughing. In an instant, more noble plane cultivators stepped forward and an invisible force was formed, causing the opposing group to be on edge. Since you all want to die, I will naturally report that to young Master Ning, one of the opponents said, already preparing to retreat. As they prepared to step back and retreat, Yi Xiaoshe moved in a flash to their rear. Surround them, Yi Futian said. Immediately, the crowd stepped forward, surrounding the opponents. Since they wanted to fight, he would let this place be their final resting place. Yi Futian stepped forward, the polearm of divine destruction in his hand. In a flash, starlight glittered and an overbearing noble will enveloped the area. His gaze swept across the group and said, whoever wants to borrow my head, come and get it. Chapter 527, Ning Huang's people had cold expressions after hearing Yi Futian's words. Then their noble will flared and many figures walked out at once. At the same time, the people around Yi Futian walked out to kill the others. A huge battle burst out at once. Ning Huang's people had cold expressions after hearing Yi Futian's words. Then their noble will flared and many figures walked out at once. At the same time, the people around Yi Futian walked out to kill the others. A huge battle burst out at once. Spiritual chi went wild and the wind raged. Powerful martial arts spells were everywhere. A golden bird rose up behind one man. It shot towards Yi Futian like lightning or a beam of blinding gold light. It was incredibly fast. Master Yi, be careful, someone called out. A horrible starry storm emerged around Yi Futian. Starry light flowed through the polearm of divine destruction, wrapping around him. Boom! With a huge sound, the man, body like a divine bird, charged. He actually broke through the outer defenses of the starry storm and went for Yi Futian's body. However, the moment he sank into the starry storm, he felt like he couldn't breathe anymore. Heavy might pressed down on him as if the stars were repressing him. He slowed down considerably. However, his aura was still sharp and kept charging forward. The divine bird clawed at Yi Futian. It covered the sun and was about to snap Yi Futian's head off. Boom! The polearm multiplied in size, turning into a 100-meter-long staff. Yi Futian struck out. The ritual implement carried the star's weight and landed, almost forcing the other down. He could barely move. Shocked, he looked up at the polearm. Instead of a staff, it felt as heavy as all the stars in the sky. With a loud boom, there was no more suspense. The noble cultivator plummeted to the ground. All his bones and tendons were shattered, his internal organs ruptured. He convulsed and spat out blood. He stared up at Yi Futian in the sky and soon stopped breathing. This violent hit shocked many people. They all gaped at Yi Futian, thinking how powerful he was. He'd killed a grade 8 noble with one strike. It seemed that everyone had underestimated Yi Futian's combat ability and the ritual implement. They were all frightened. Even they had felt the horrible power from that one hit. It felt like the galaxy falling down. How could anyone withstand it? Mu Jiqiu glanced at Yi Futian. Before the relic opened, she'd guessed that Yi Futian would be at the level of a grade 8 noble with the polearm. Now, his cultivation had entered the 8th tier of the Arcana plane. Even more importantly, he'd comprehended the power of noble will. The noble will also matched the celestial power and polearm, allowing Yi Futian to release even more of the polearm's strength. Thus, even a grade 7 noble wouldn't be Yi Futian's match nowadays if he had the polearm. At that time, 2 more figures rushed out, attacking Yi Futian's ritual implement from both sides. A horribly aggressive beast charged over, along with sharp sword spiritual chi. They were about to destroy Yi Futian. Yi Futian's staff whirled. The frightening starry storm in the surrounding sky seemed to go wild. This place seemed to turn into a world of stars. Starry light flowed as meteorites turned into stars. Yi Futian struck with his staff again. Those 2 immediately felt stars shooting towards them. As various explosions sounded, their attacks kept crumbling. The horrible stars arrived and killed them directly. Ning Huang's group's expressions changed. Was Yi Futian really this strong? Many people were helping Yi Futian and now they had a disadvantage in numbers. It was practically impossible to kill Yi Futian now. Retreat, someone said. People instantly started retreating, no longer wanting to fight. One figure was the fastest, but a fat person stood quietly before him. He smiled and said, "Since you're here, there's no need to leave." As soon as he spoke, emperor vines burst forth, covering the sky. Each leaf transformed into the sharpest golden blades, blocking all exits. The man's face paled. He crazily attacked the incoming leaves, but they were as resilient as divine weapons. Practically indestructible, they stabbed into him, pinning him in the air. The people behind him were stunned. Yi Xiaoshe stepped forward. A huge ancient tree appeared behind him, filling the vast space entirely. The emperor-like tree shook and the green and gold light sparkled. The others followed, blocking all exits. Yi Futian stepped forward. "Don't keep anyone," he said coldly. A massacre was unleashed there. Many people watched from afar, their hearts trembling. These people from Jinxiao City had followed Ning Huang to Flaming Prison City. But now, they were stuck in this situation and getting killed. It seemed that other than Xiao Junyi and Jiyu Feiyang, there would be another huge fight between Jinxiao City and the Flaming Prison City. "We're only following Ning Huang's orders. Please forgive us," someone started pleading after more and more people died. However, Yi Futian's group had no mercy. They continued killing. Following orders. Their attitudes hadn't been like this earlier. They thought they were with Ning Huang so they could be arrogant. They killed and stole, performing every kind of evil, but now they wanted to be the victims. It was laughable. The frenzied battle continued. After a while, it finally ended. The ground was dyed red with blood and many corpses lay strewn all over. Ning Huang's people were all dead. No one was happy seeing these corpses. They deserved to be dead, but they were still Ning Huang's men. Once Jinxiao City received the news, they would most likely come for revenge. If Ning Huang and Mo Jun arrived, it wouldn't be this kind of ending. "Brother Yi, you are talented and now have this kind of power. You won't be weaker than Ning Huang in the future. You should avoid the spotlight now," someone standing on the ground advised Yi Futian. "Yes, stay alive to fight another day," someone added. They advised Yi Futian because they felt grateful. They didn't want him to die in Ning Huang's hands. This news will spread to Jinxiao City soon. "Brother Yi, speed is important. Ning Huang's men took my friends," Yi Futian said. Everyone's faces darkened. Ning Huang's actions were extremely lowly, but if Yi Futian went now, it was basically suicide. Plus, many of the people who cultivated with us in the relic these past days may have died in the hands of Ning Huang's people, Yi Futian continued. "Brother Yi, don't be impulsive." Someone felt something was wrong with Yi Futian's words. Would he really go to Jinxiao City? What difference was there from killing himself? The thousands of cultivators in Jinxiao City were enough to completely destroy Yi Futian even if Ning Huang wasn't there. Since you cultivate with me, can you all help me with something? Yi Futian asked everyone. Of course, someone said, nodding. I'm sure many people will watch when I go to Jinxiao City this time. I will enter the city myself. There's no need for you all to risk it with me. But can you all help me and seal the city? Yi Futian asked. Seal the city? Everyone's eyes hardened as their hearts trembled. Jinxiao City? Yes, Jinxiao City. Yi Futian nodded. Brother Yi, someone tried, looking at Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian waved his hand. I've already decided on a battle in Jinxiao City. What if you don't return? Everyone looked at him. He definitely wouldn't return from the city this time. Then I don't return. If I die, Ning Huang won't take his anger out on you all. At that time, you all can leave, Yi Futian said. If I live, then he will escape. Can you all kill those who run from the city? Crazy, everyone thought. Yi Futian actually said that the people of Jinxiao City would run away. All right, someone said, nodding. If that moment comes, we will definitely do it. Many people stood out. More and more wanted to join because they were affected by Yi Futian's charisma. If he dared to fight inside Jinxiao City, how could they be scared to seal the city? They would only be guarding outside. If Yi Futian really died within, they wouldn't be in any danger. Let's go, Yi Futian said. He stepped forward and the vast crowd immediately rose, marching towards Jinxiao City. In the flaming prison city, everyone was shaken when they heard that Yi Futian was heading towards Jinxiao City. They followed as well, so the crowd grew bigger and bigger. It formed a huge force. Other top prides also went forward to other cities. The news quickly shook the entire Holy Road. Yi Futian had stepped out of the relic and was heading towards Jinxiao City. After hearing this, Chu Shong and Bing Yi of the mortal world both felt that Ning Huang was too cruel. He'd actually forced Yi Futian to take this step. It seemed that even if he was so talented, Yi Futian would still die this time. They took a warship and hurried towards Jinxiao City. After the other forces received the news, the monstrously talented figures all set off with strong cultivators, heading for the city. Jinxiao City quickly became the focus of everyone's eyes. At this time, the huge crowd had already arrived outside the city. Yi Futian stood by the gates. There were many people in the city. Seeing Yi Futian, they sneered. Had he come to die? Yi Futian nodded at the crowd and his people spread out. The disciples of the Starry School were there. There was only one entrance and exit of cities along the Holy Road. The other three directions were all places of nothingness. Thus, it was easy to seal the city with enough people. Many people spread out as if coming to watch. Jiyu Yunshi looked at Yi Futian, a bit worried. However, she knew that if Yi Futian had decided, it was impossible to change his mind. Be careful, Jiyu Yunshi whispered. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. Then he said, Seventh senior brother, Yu Sheng, Condor, follow me into the city. As soon as he spoke, he stepped out towards Jinxiao City. Yi Xiaoshe, Yu Sheng, and the black-winged condor followed behind. The wind blew and dust flew. Their backs seemed tragically heroic. Li Zun was inside the city, along with many strong cultivators. They sneered at this scene. He'd really come to die. Chapter 528. Li Zun was a bit surprised. He didn't think Yi Futian would be so decisive and come to die not so long after capturing Qin Yin's group. Li Zun was a bit surprised. He didn't think Yi Futian would be so decisive and come to die not so long after capturing Qin Yin's group. After entering the city, Yi Futian gazed at Li Zun. His expression wasn't very intense and he didn't roar either. He was frighteningly calm. I'm here, he said coolly. Where are they? Brother Yi is indeed loyal. Qin Yin and the others are waiting inside the city. Welcome, Li Zun said, smiling. It was as if they were still good friends. No one could tell what he had done. Yi Futian didn't say anything. He just continued walking into the city. Countless people watched Yi Futian from the city gates until his backside grew unclear. It felt so sad to them. Now, they could only pray for Yi Futian. As Yi Futian walked forward, many strong cultivators stepped out powerfully. Yi Futian stopped and gazed at Li Zun. "I want to see them. Brother Yi, young city lord Ning wants to see your head. If he sees your head, Qin Yin and the others will be fine." Li Zun was still smiling. Since Yi Futian was inside Jinxiao City, he wouldn't be able to live anymore. As for Qin Yin's group, Li Zun had never thought about releasing them so soon. In the near distance, the disciples of the Blazing Sun School arrived as well. They hovered in the air and stared coldly at Yi Futian's group. The son of the Starry School was extremely brilliant and had inherited the divine path. He was known to be unparalleled in the eastern region of the barren state. Was he going to die here on the holy road? "All here," Yi Futian muttered. It seemed that many of the people who wanted him dead were gathered in Jinxiao City. The polearm of divine destruction appeared in his hand. Dazzling light spun around him and flowed into the ritual implement. Instantly, the polearm shone blindingly. A starry world formed in the surrounding sky. This ritual implement's aura is so strong. Many people stared at Yi Futian's polearm. The aura coming from it was threatening. Boom! Wild aura burst from Yi Futian's body. Everyone saw the shadow of a divine ape come out and rest atop Yi Futian. Extremely domineering power emanated from it. Yi Futian seemed to be filled with chaotic strength. Dazzling golden wings also unfurled behind him. Those were from the golden rock. Its light was blinding. Double life spirits. Everyone's eyes flashed. Then Yi Futian floated in the sky, catching everyone's eyes. Li Zun furrowed his brows. He stared at that dazzling figure. Was this Yi Futian's full power? So he was actually this strong. At Nine Saint Mountain, Li Zun had thought Yi Futian was a typical Arcana plane cultivator. That was laughable. Yi Futian could probably fight with a noble at that time already. Thud. Yi Futian's feet lit up with electric light. Wind and lightning flashed as two wings cut across the sky. The thundering illusion step and the golden rock wings overlapped. Yi Futian was extremely fast, arriving before Li Zun like a gold bolt of lightning. Everyone around Li Zun instantly felt extreme might. It was as if a world of stars was weighing down on them. Their spiritual mind and body all became immovable and reacted slowly. At the same moment, Yi Futian's staff grew to be hundreds of meters long. People from afar looked up at this in shock. Instead of Yi Futian's polearm, it looked more like a huge ape. It swept down with horribly aggressive power. No! Some with weaker cultivation were totally shocked. Even some of the grade 7 nobles had changed their expressions. They all activated their ritual implements to defend themselves with their biggest power. Boom! With the huge sound, the sky shook and countless strong cultivators were killed by the strike. The others all spat out blood from the hit. Li Zun fell to the ground. He spat out blood and his face turned white as paper. How could Yi Futian be so strong? That strike was definitely at the peak of the grade 7 noble level. It wasn't a typical grade 7 noble either. Li Zun was the young city lord of the White Sovereign City and had fought with many nobles before. Naturally, he'd fought with the stronger grade 7 nobles too. However, Yi Futian's strike had surpassed all of the ones that he'd fought against before. At that moment, iciness descended. Frost covered Yi Futian's body, trying to freeze his blood. It was a controlling ice spell to stop his movements. It could only stop him temporarily, but Li Zun used this chance to step on the ground and retreat quickly. Then he shot into the air, getting away from Yi Futian. He could feel Yi Futian's dangerousness. Ice exploded and various spells attacked Yi Futian. However, his staff swept past again. Everything shattered. He walked down and his 90,000-pound heavy polearm was supported by divine light. It was terrifying, as if the sky and earth would crack. As another huge boom sounded, a few more people were killed. Someone tried to escape, but Yi Futian's staff swept by. It landed on the man's head, killing him instantly. The surrounding strong cultivators were all stunned. They'd thought taking Yi Futian's head would be easy, but his attacks were like lightning. He killed so many noble figures instantly. He was terrifying. Thud. He activated the thundering illusion step again. Yi Futian charged towards Li Zun like lightning. Since this man wanted to die, Yi Futian would make it easy for him. You want to die? A thunderous voice rolled out from the distance at that moment. Many people looked towards the heart of Jinxiao City. A huge figure steered his war chariot over in the sky with yaks pulling it. Lightning filled the air. He looked so powerful. Mo Jun is here. Everyone's hearts trembled, but they were relieved. They'd underestimated Yi Futian. He'd suddenly attacked with such frightening combat ability and killed several nobles instantly. They all felt reassured after seeing Mo Jun now. Li Zun sucked in a deep breath. It felt like he'd just had his life saved. What kind of ritual implement was Yi Futian holding? Why was it so scary? The horribly aggressive yak pulled the war chariot. Horrible thunder and lightning pressed down as the chariot charged towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian gripped his polearm tightly. A star appeared around him like a god of stars. The yak-pulled chariot crushed down and the star cracked. The figure coming from the sky seemed to be undefeatable. In that instant, Mo Jun arrived, crushing down. The yaks and chariot galloped past like an army of thousands of horses and soldiers. They could flatten everything. The star shattered and Yi Futian twirled his polearm. He struck towards the sky, almost splitting the heavens. Boom! The extremely violent collision seemed to crack the sky. Yi Futian plummeted down, his arm shaking. The power contained in the hit must be terrifying. He'd comprehended noble will, but his cultivation plane was still in Tier 8 of the Arcana plane. He could fight a noble with his power or kill a grade 7 noble with his polearm and divine light. But Mo Jun wasn't a grade 7 noble. He was the most powerful and talented, he was unparalleled. Mo Jun continued walking down. A horrible image appeared in Yi Futian's mind. It felt like countless yak-pulled chariots brought thunder down on him. The sky and world cracked apart, shattering his will. This was how powerful Mo Jun's noble will was. Yi Futian's body flew. He struck down in the sky. The divine ape roared and thousands of staff shadows appeared. They fell upon the war chariot and everything crumbled. Hand it to me. At that moment, another figure came, shining brightly. It was Yi Xiaoshe who had released his Emperor Vine's life spirit. It swept forth towards Mo Jun. Yi Futian didn't say anything. He turned and started walking forward. Li Zun's expression changed. He turned and walked without hesitating at all. Yi Futian stepped forward. The strong cultivators in the city gathered in his direction. At that moment, a powerful noble released a spell. Without hesitating, Yi Futian stepped in the sky. He shot forward like lightning and brought his staff down to kill the other. The people on either side were amazed at this scene. The person young city lord Ning wanted to kill was this powerful? Yi Futian continued. People still attacked him, but they all died. Of course, the majority didn't rush to attack. They just watched Yi Futian walk step by step. Yu Sheng stood atop the black-winged condor, following Yi Futian. No one paid attention to them. They thought that with the two's cultivation plane, they could be killed at any time. Yi Futian was extremely fast. People going towards Li Zun and the blazing sun school kept retreating. The wind whistled and an elegant golden pavilion appeared before him. Above the throne in the sky, there was a figure wearing an elegant robe and drinking wine. It was Ning Huang. He was surrounded by a countless number of strong cultivators. Nobles gathered from all directions. Jinxiao City's eyes were focused here. Ning Huang continued drinking with his head down. He didn't look at Yi Futian. He didn't actually know that Yi Futian had come out of the relic, nor did he care. He'd handed it all to Mo Jun and Li Zun to take care of. He didn't know until someone reported that Yi Futian had entered the city. Ning Huang was a bit surprised. Could Yi Futian really arrive before him? Mo Jun and his men couldn't take Yi Futian's head. They really were a group of failures. Yi Futian deserved to die, but Ning Huang didn't want to kill him with these methods. Li Zun and the Blazing Sun School had suggested it though, so he had no objections. Now, it was taking this much effort to kill someone like him. Yi Futian was even going to appear before him. This was unacceptable. Raising his cup of wine, Ning Huang drank it at once. Setting it down, he whispered, "Kill him." Ning Huang didn't even raise his head to look at Yi Futian. Since the youth was here, he could only die. He really didn't know to treasure his life. Chapter 529. Yi Futian was not looking at Ning Huang, he was looking at the ones captured nearby, Qin Yin, Xie Wuji, Shenyuan Bashan, and the others. Yi Futian was not looking at Ning Huang, he was looking at the ones captured nearby, Qin Yin, Xie Wuji, Shenyuan Bashan, and the others. "Don't do this, Mr. Yi," Qin Yin uttered as she sighed. When they were captured and be held hostage against Yi Futian, she had thought they were all certainly going to die. They were, after all, little more than squadmates in the same party with Yi Futian, probably casual friends at most. They had never thought Yi Futian would have actually bothered to show up. "We are in the same party. It's a given that no one gets left behind," Yi Futian said with a smile. The hearts of Qin Yin and the rest of the captives were filled with warmth even though they were rendered speechless. However, they dared not imagine being able to walk out of it all alive, given their current dire predicament. "How loyal of you indeed. Well, we shall send you all on your way then." Members of the Jin clan were among the ones holding Qin Yin and the rest captive, and it was obvious that they had submitted to Ning Huang. Everyone who wanted Yi Futian dead had gathered at Jinxiao City. The mighty ones surrounding Yi Futian walked towards him. Thousands were seen in the vast space, and there were many more on their way. Most of those present were noble plain figures, and it was an utterly terrifying scene. Spiritual chi exploded in the skies. Sun God Sword, Ice Seal, Golden Palm, and a variety of other deadly skills and techniques lashed out against him as they seemed to have blocked out the sky altogether. All of them seemed to want to reduce him nothing in just one go. Yi Futian's polearm of divine destruction stood tall before him as starry storm whipped out above him. It was as if he was clad in stars all around him. He stepped forward as countless spells came for his head. The polearm lashed out in response, meeting the spells head-on, but it made it very difficult for him to move forward. He boosted himself with a variety of tricks, yet his own plane proved inadequate and his basics lacking, rendering him incapable of swatting everything out of his way simply by blasting out his spirit. That was something only the likes of Ning Huang, who was a mighty one who had reached a certain level, was capable of doing. Seeing Li Zun, whose body was thrown back by the retaliation, Li Qingyi glared at him, who was then in shambles, with cold eyes and asked, "Li Zun, do you realize that you look like a dog now?" Slap. Li Zun slapped Li Qingyi's face hard. There was no gentlenesses on his face anymore, even the fake smiles were nowhere to be found. All there was left on his face was utter gloom and darkness. He was almost killed earlier by Yi Futian and had to endure Li Qingyi's shaming right after. A five-fingered mark was clear on her face, and blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. She, however, continued glaring at him with cold eyes as she spat, "I have long thought that while you were an utter fake, you at least had some reputation back in White Sovereign City. From the looks of things now, I have clearly overestimated you. Your life is forever a lowly servant's. Li Qingyi, I have many underlings who had a thing for you. I'll give you up as a reward as soon as I get home." Li Zun spoke in a gloomy tone while Li Qingyi never took her cold eyes off him. She turned her gaze to Yi Futian shortly after and saw most of his defenses were wrecked one after another by countless spells. His life was hanging by a thread, and she worried for him. Yi Futian's polearm of divine destruction worked hard to tear down the attacks around him as if it was barely hanging there. One spell after another pounded on him, threatening to tear the space they were in to shreds. Li Zun's eyes went cold. Is he finally going to die? The Blazing Sun School wanted Yi Futian dead so feverishly that they played an active role in the assault. The Sun Sword attack was their work. The Jin clan moved as well, with the shadow of the rock howling all the way as it attacked. Ning Huang sat quietly on his throne at the top of the stairs. Yi Futian was not someone he had to deal with personally. He had moved against the young man that day for the holy badge. Since Yi Futian no longer had a holy badge with him, there was simply no need for Ning Huang to do anything himself. Another burst of blinding light emerged from Yi Futian. As the attacks piled on him, a burst of violent energy seemed to have awakened within him, making his blood boil and strands of blinding light leak out from his body. Everyone present had troubled looks on their faces by then. Just what is with that light? But no matter what, all the attacks will end up killing him eventually, and Yi Futian's end is near. Yi Futian took up the polearm of divine destruction and took flight. Thousands of mirages of the weapon whipped out in astonishing brilliance, shaking both heaven and earth. Spells of all kinds were dispersed and shattered into oblivion, with one swing of the long weapon in his hand. What is happening? The pupils of everyone witnessing the scene dilated somewhat as they gazed upon Yi Futian. He simply stood there, covered by dazzling lights, as if he was clad with an aura of divinity. The air and bearing about him felt totally different and utterly peerless, like an emperor of sorts had descended upon mere mortals and demanded awe and worship from all. He stood right there, with the bearing of a king. The faces of Jin Yunlang and Chen Wang from the Chen clan went pale. The scene reminded them of what took place in the martial arts battlefield back then. Yi Futian had demonstrated combat capacity far beyond what those of his plane was capable of. So he had not used any secret arts, and something like this only happened right now? Just what had he done to make his powers enhanced? Seemingly without limit. Ning Huang, who was having a drink, seemed to have felt something and shifted his gaze to Yi Futian. He frowned at the peculiar aura emanating from Yi Futian, which looked like a domineering brilliance declaring to rule over all like an emperor from the heavens. It was a sight to behold. Seems like this one had more secrets about him than what he had let on. Ning Huang could not help but feel amused. Seems like I really underestimated Yi Futian indeed. Seeing how things are now, it's no wonder that he was capable of taking one of the ruins out of my fingertips. Qin Yin and the captives stared at the scene with dumbfounded looks on their faces, feeling their core shaken. They clearly have had misunderstood Yi Futian, seeing him to be someone seeking refuge from them. From the current looks of things, their presumptions were utterly laughable. Seeing what he was capable of right there, they were sure that he simply had not been serious back then. But with so many mighty ones around, can he really make it out alive? Especially with Ning Huang around? They were still worried nonetheless. If such a godlike genius were to perish right there, the heavens would have simply been too heartless. The mighty ones up and about were dazed for a moment before continuing their attacks, and another round of spells began to pile on Yi Futian. He held the polearm of divine destruction on his hand as the ferocity of his aura continued to climb, then being on par with levels of the noble plane. Starry brilliance and imperial brilliance melded, forming a constitution of stars, manifesting a divine body that seemed to be truly indestructible. Spells continued to be cast on him, yet the attacks all failed to move him for even an inch. Rumbling sounds reverberated in the space as the powers in Yi Futian's body continued to climb. Spells disintegrated wildly around him, as his imperial brilliance shone ever more brightly. The mighty ones out for his head all went pale in response. Golden feathers of the rock spirit gleamed. Yi Futian stayed where he was and lifted his weapon to counter. A shadow of 1,000-meter-long shaft swept by, wiping out just about everything that stood in its way. Retreat. Many had a look of terror on their faces. How could he be so terrifying? The mighty ones at the Blazing Sun School all went practically colorless. At the very moment, Yi Futian caught sight of them and went in their direction. Disperse. The mighty ones from the Blazing Sun School dispersed while looking terrified, as they whipped out their sun swords. Yi Futian swept a glance at them coldly, with will of emperors laced within his noble will. It was a terrifying thing to feel. All of the mighty ones from the Blazing Sun School felt as if they were shouldering a star on their bodies, making their movements dull, and their speeds reduced to sluggish lumbering. All of them looked at Yi Futian with terrified eyes as he made their way to them. A sun glowed behind Yi Futian. Bright and utterly dazzling, blazing with undying fires. Another life spirit. Many were shaken to their cores. Just how many life spirits does this guy have? The ones from Blazing Sun School felt themselves trembling all over and little else, seeing endless fires dropping down from the top of the conjured sun, congealing into the divine sun furnace and shone directly onto their bodies, burning down everything. Chen Wang's body burned immediately. He shouted terrifyingly as he took notice of his body burning, "No, no! Spare me!" Chen Wang's body remained burning with endless fires. He knelt, begging for mercy while feeling the excruciating pain about as the fires danced on him. Yi Futian's sun spirit flew out and turned into the true sun divine furnace, casting down on all the ones from the Blazing Sun School. The sun scripture. While they were terrified, they were nonetheless astonished. Just when did Yi Futian learn the pinnacle art of our school? This is impossible. While he is indeed the son of Starry School, not even Chen Yuan knew of the sun scripture, let alone comprehending noble will with that. Unless, the martial arts battlefield, the lineage of the saint. Little did they know that Yi Futian's sun scripture was taught to him personally by their own headmaster. Yi Futian did not entertain their utter fear and begs for mercy. One body burned to ashes after another in despair under the divine fire of the sun. The sages of the Blazing Sun School was cruel enough to want him dead, and it was Headmaster Chen Yuan's declaration of his death that enabled him to escape, for fear of him being made a target in the future by the Blazing Sun School. He had come all the way to the holy roads and did not bother messing with them in the first place. They still wanted him dead nonetheless. There was simply one thing left to do with them: kill them all. The attacks around him never ceased. But as he had protection from the constitution of the stars, the attacks were rendered completely ineffective to him, as if he was a truly invincible being. Yi Futian had been horrifyingly powerful even before. With his other secret art unleashed now, he became an even more fearsome being. What he had demonstrated at the moment probably enabled to him to truly fight toe-to-toe with Ning Huang. Li Qingyi, Qin Yin and the others continued to stare blankly at him. That utterly imposing figure struck fear into the hearts of everyone present. Yi Futian turned around and looked at the captives. The ones holding the captives were thoroughly frightened. The mighty ones from the Jin clan shook. It seemed that what happened to the ones from the Blazing Sun School was about to befall them soon. Divine beams of flame shot out from his eyes, imposing his noble will on all those holding the captives. They felt their own will burned in an instant. Those of lesser training shrieked in terror, as feeling one's own will being burned was not a pleasant thing. Even those of grade 7 noble plane struggled to resist Yi Futian's fearsome noble will. At the very same instant, a domineering demonic bird of prey struck from behind at blinding speeds. The demon bird lashed out with its claws, tearing one body after another apart. Chapter 530. The demon bird killed several people before swooping about, flapping its giant swings, separating the captives and the ones serving Ning Huang. The demon bird killed several people before swooping about, flapping its giant swings, separating the captives and the ones serving Ning Huang. The captives knew immediately what to do next. They leaped into the air and landed onto the demon bird's back. The bird turned around and left immediately. It shot up and rose to a height of more than 1,000 meters with one flap of its wings. Many cast their gaze at the bird and immediately felt the domineering bearing about it. The prideful bird's eye turned to look at all of them, and none dared to make any move against it. It was exacerbated by the fact that Yi Futian was still around down there. Ning Huang spared a glance at the demon bird and thought it to be a truly unique being as well. That darned beast had actually worked with Yi Futian and saved them all. He, however, did not care anything about it, for Qin Yin and the rest served no purpose to him. It was the idea of those working for him, and he simply delegated the task to said people. It did not matter one bit to him whether Qin Yin and the rest ended up dead or alive. What piqued Ning Huang's interests at the moment was the dazzling and seemingly peerless Yi Futian. He knew that if he remained where he was, there was no one working for him who would have been able to get out of this deadlock with Yi Futian. Top-class figures were incredibly rare. Proud sons and daughters of all sorts walked the Dawn Road, and only a handful were of such caliber. Those who reigned supreme on the Dawn Road were all fearsome figures capable of taking down an army of 10,000 on their own. And it seems that Yi Futian is now one of those figures. Before Yi Futian was able to unleash his full power, he was limited by his plane and as such, he was not anywhere near being top class. However, at the very moment, there was no doubt that he was one of those beings. The light of his spirit emanating alone was enough to sweep in its way clean, and killing people became as easy as lifting a finger. No one dared to move against Yi Futian at the moment, for anyone but Ning Huang would have ended up dead fighting him. Ning Huang began taking his steps. Every step he took shook the air around him, causing the hearts of many to beat harder than they would have been. All the mighty ones around cast their gaze at Ning Huang. So is he finally making a move now? Ning Huang had not bothered to do anything but give the order to kill prior. Or rather, he simply did not see Yi Futian as someone worth his time. However, Yi Futian's prowess had clearly caught Ning Huang's attention and could have no longer be ignored. As such, Ning Huang made his move. Boom! Ning Huang continued walking as both men stared at each other. While they were quite far away from each other, the step nonetheless weighed on Yi Futian's chest, making his heart beating harder than it would have. Yi Futian pointed at the polearm of divine destruction and was surrounded by starry brilliance as he locked his eyes at Ning Huang, who was walking in his direction. Yi Futian wanted to experience for himself the power of the one who was lauded to be the supreme mighty one on the Dawn Road. Boom! The stars around Yi Futian's body shook and cracked. A peculiar feeling welled up in his head. The step that Ning Huang had taken seemed to be a giant beast stepping on his chest, so heavy that it would have been enough to literally crush one's heart. Such was the testament to the pressure Ning Huang exuded. The broken constitution of stars returned to normal. Seeing Ning Huang continue to walk, Yi Futian unleashed a terrifying ray of the sun's fires, as if the divine sun furnace was shining directly on Ning Huang's body. Even if this secret art is something that let your powers enhance to such levels, you are still far from being my match, Ning Huang commented coldly. Dazzling lights burst and an infinitely divine-looking demonic beast appeared behind him. The beast had a dragon's head and a lion's body. Golden scales gleamed on its gigantic body, and every scale seemed to be the most sturdy armor plate that could have been made. The roar of the giant beast made it seem like a divine beast had descended upon them, demanding mortals to bow to it in reverence. A Qilin. Yi Futian's eyes were fixed on the spirit that just appeared. The giant, golden-scaled body was bathed in fearsome, gleaming fires. Its imposing figure spoke volumes of divine will. The large irises of its eyes swept around, seemingly to be an act to have all before it to yield. Yi Futian finally understood why Ning Huang's steps were able to suffocate those around him as if a terrifying beast of war had just walked over them. When Yi Futian looked at Ning Huang's eyes, he was able to feel the might of a Qilin, the mighty beast of war, right inside them. The pressure the eyes exuded weighed heavily on his will. Ning Huang kept walking in his direction. Even if Ning Huang himself had no intentions of doing any harm to those around him, those nearby still felt thoroughly intimidated and shaken nonetheless. Yi Futian fixed his gaze on Ning Huang without any intention of running away. There were the divine ape and the rock in his eyes, squaring off at the Qilin in an equally fearsome manner, standing their ground and budging not even an inch. When Ning Huang took his next step, Yi Futian swept with his polearm. "I don't care how fearsome you look or feel, I'm going to swat you like a fly." The terrifying buildup of pressure disintegrated immediately. The strike went straight for Ning Huang as if countless stars were falling onto him. Ning Huang shouted coldly and the Qilin, the beast of war, took off. The instant did not feel like it was one Qilin taking off, but a dozen, meeting the stars head-on and crushing them. The all-destroying sweep continued its course nonetheless. Ning Huang felt the rush of terrifying pressure coming up. He lifted his palm, conjuring shimmering lights about him. An armor dazzling pitilessly materialized around him, a full set of domineering, indomitable Qilin armor. His arms seemed to have been infused with bottomless might in an instant, and he lifted his arms to block at the shaft rushing for him. Clang! A boom was heard, and Ning Huang, despite his peerless might, was thrown off his feet thousands of meters, landing hard on the palace before him. The stairs collapsed from his fall and the ancient temple was no more. The hearts of countless people witnessing the battle shook to their cores as they watched Ning Huang being swept away. Not even someone as powerful as Ning Huang was capable of withstanding that stick. A rumbling boom was soon heard as Ning Huang leaped back into action, flying into the sky and looking down on Yi Futian. The brilliance about Ning Huang's body grew, and the beast of war grew in size as well, breathing fire as it went. Ning Huang took a look at Yi Futian's polearm of divine destruction. The item itself was something incredibly precious on its own. That one hit from before felt what it like stars were falling onto him. As he stood in the air, yet another spirit Dharma appeared behind Ning Huang, a dazzling golden heavenly halberd. There was a shadow standing there as well, taking the golden weapon in its hand and looking imposing like a god. Ning Huang extended his arm and threw out a beam of blinding light from his palm. The godly weapon gradually took form as the metal elemental spiritual chi around him were siphoned, imbuing the weapon with light shining for 1,000 meters. The Chilean Dharma rushed forward and Ning Huang leaped on it. An imposing figure remained behind him, shining brightly as if it was his image. Ning Huang, who had the heavenly halberd in hand, looked as dashing and regal as he squared off yet again with Yi Futian. The Chilean breathed golden fire as it rushed to overwhelm Yi Futian. Yi Futian's sun spirit blasted with fire in response, clashing with the incoming golden flames in the air. Boom! The beast of war galloped away at the moment, as one shadow of Chilean after another trampled the void, ramming at Yi Futian. With his life spirit being the Chilean and the heavenly halberd, it was no surprise that his martial abilities were formidable. Yi Futian held onto the polearm of divine destruction and commanded thousands of meteoric light at the void. The starry skies, meteors, and the Chilean shadows clashed maniacally, making it seem like the end of the world is near. Everyone around rushed to keep their distance, getting away from them for at least 10,000 meters. They stared at the two figures from afar and thought their battle was practically one capable of changing the landscape itself. Blinding golden lights glittered as if tens of thousands of the heavenly halberd were brought down from above, cutting in between the light of the meteors. Metal elementals were thought to be indestructible, and many pieces of the meteors were crushed or shattered right away. There was, however, no change in Yi Futian's eyes. He simply looked up in the air. His body shining with godly imperial light remained just as imposing. A formless power emanated from him, encasing his body. When the heavenly halberd struck from the heavens, it landed heavily on the glittering screens of stars around him, yet was able to do nothing to pierce his defenses. Such was the power of the immense durability of the immortal celestial bodies. More terrifying rumblings were soon heard as the beast of war descended, overwhelming everything in its way, bursting into Yi Futian's starry world. Ning Huang looked regal and dashing standing on its beast with the heavenly halberd in his hand. He went busting one meteor after another, setting flames to the starry sky and went about destroying everything in his path with blinding golden light. Ning Huang had wanted to fight up close and personal with Yi Futian, and see for himself how powerful Yi Futian had gotten. The beast of war roared as it galloped, and Ning Huang pierced his halberd below. The strike was imbued with the might of both the heaven and the earth, a divine force bringing about dazzling golden brilliance. It was nigh invincible and nigh indestructible, and it was too imbued with the power derived from the will of the sages. If Yi Futian was able to borrow will of emperors and divine lights, someone like Ning Huang would have been able to do the same with sages. Boom! The stars around Yi Futian shook. The Chilean came down with full intention to kill. Its imposing, gigantic body rammed on the defense of the immortal celestial bodies. The celestial bodies cracked, and it continued cracking. As the golden heavenly halberd descended upon him striking hard at a single point, the body shattered. The menacing light seemed to be adamant to kill Yi Futian right there and then. Yi Futian's polearm of divine destruction, clad in imperial brilliance, danced. Countless beams of light seeped within, and he went on to lift it up high against the charging Ning Huang, then bringing the weapon down with earth-shattering force. As both weapons clashed, incredibly dazzling lights burst. The beast took Ning Huang's body around and galloped around Yi Futian, aiming to strike at his flank, attempting to catch Yi Futian in a pincer attack of sorts. Divine fire of the sun on top of Yi Futian shone with blinding light, encasing his body with the divine sun furnace, dispelling the looming death upon him. It locked the front of his body tight, as he took steps in the air. Seeing Ning Huang's halberd come yet again, with thousands of lights from the weapon congealed into one point and intending to burst with heaven-splitting force, his polearm of divine destruction split into thousands of images as they swept about. Boom! One rumbling roar was heard, as the light of the heavenly halberd was completely shattered. Ning Huang was thrown into the air again as the two weapons clashed. "Now I'll see how many hits can you take," Yi Futian said as his aura grew increasingly power. He leaped forward, roaring with the might of the heavens and the earth, imposing his will on all. Chapter 531. Outside Jinxiao City, countless experts from the Dawn Road gathered and stood outside the gates, looking in the direction of the city. Many of the elites had also arrived. Bing Yi and Chu Shong from the mortal world on the air warship, Yang Ju from the Sword Saint Villa, Xia Hu from the Xia clan, Nan Hao's group from the Nantian house and Yuan Zhon from Mount Taixing. They all stood in different directions, not knowing exactly what was happening in Jinxiao City. Outside Jinxiao City, countless experts from the Dawn Road gathered and stood outside the gates, looking in the direction of the city. Many of the elites had also arrived. Bing Yi and Chu Shong from the mortal world on the air warship, Yang Ju from the Sword Saint Villa, Xia Hu from the Xia clan, Nan Hao's group from the Nantian house and Yuan Zhon from Mount Taixing. They all stood in different directions, not knowing exactly what was happening in Jinxiao City. They had heard that Yi Futian had only brought 2 people and a demonic beast with him into the city and gone all the way into the center of the city. Those guarding Jinxiao City had not returned yet. Could it be that the battle was still not over? Nan Hao from the Nantian house had an interested expression. Ning Huang was from the Ning clan. Although the Ning clan was not an elite clan and was already on the decline, there was a fearsome elder who had risen up in the current Ning clan. He was an extremely authoritative figure in the Holy Ji Palace, even though normal people might not know this, but as a person from the Nantian house, he naturally knew all this. That person in the Holy Ji Palace had high expectations for Ning Huang, and entering the Holy Road was merely a formality for Ning Huang. In reality, he had entry to the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate since a long time ago, and that person had taught Ning Huang a lot. He should be expecting Ning Huang's performance in the Holy Road to be the most outstanding and enter the Holy Ji Palace brilliantly. Knowing Ning Huang's personality, he probably had not bothered to understand Yi Futian. If he killed Yi Futian, how interesting would it become? They did not enter the city as it belonged to Ning Huang. That fellow was extremely arrogant, so they did not want to provoke him for no reason. It was better to stay and wait for the result. How are things on Jiyu Feiyang's side? At that moment, Nan Hao looked towards the rest and asked. Not optimistic, Xia Hu replied calmly, then asked, I've heard that Virgin Bingyi is on good terms with Jiyu Feiyang. Are you not going to help him? A battle should naturally be decided by one's strength. I believe that Jiyu Feiyang will emerge victoriously, Bingyi replied emotionlessly. Xia Hu smiled, he naturally understood that Bingyi did not mean what she said. This time, it was very likely that Jiyu Feiyang could not live to walk out of the Holy Road. Xiao Junyi was too dangerous. Even Virgin Bingyi of the mortal world would not want to offend a disciple of the Dark Saint. For many years, the Dark Saint had been a menace to the influential figures of the Barren State. Why would his successor be any different? Presently, in Jinxiao City, Ning Huang was struck back once again. The countless figures watching in the huge area were stunned. Yi Futian's rod skills were too overbearing and his aura was becoming even stronger as it accumulated. The crowd had a ludicrous thought. Could it be that Ning Huang was going to meet his demise here? Ning Huang's expression became exceedingly serious. Through the 2 times they clashed, he could feel how strong Yi Futian was. He stood up straight, his battle beast Kirin returning to his back, converting back to its life spirit form and merging with his body since the life spirit alone was unable to even get near Yi Futian. The armor he was wearing appeared to be burning, with rays enveloping his body. Ning Huang stood above the heavens, the halberd in his hand aimed at Yi Futian. In an instant, A tremendous amount of strength entered the heavenly halberd. The flame and metal element spiritual chi in the air gathered towards it, and the light emitted by the halberd became even more terrifying than before. Is Ning Huang finally going to use his secret move? The crowd was startled. Although the majority of those following Ning Huang did not come from strong clans, there was a small group of them who were of superior origin. There were a few among them who knew that Ning Huang had learned an imposing halberd skill. It was his strongest move, the god-slaying halberd. It was a skill known for its overwhelming offensive ability, claiming that the halberd could eliminate everything in front of it, even if it was a god. Yi Futian's rod skills were evidently also a super offensive ability. Ning Huang had no choice but to use his strongest move to face him in battle. Previously, nobody treated Yi Futian seriously, and they did not expect that he could force Ning Huang to such an extent. Nobody knew that he would be a one-man army after revealing his true strength. This kind of person was too scary, especially when he only showed an Arcana Planes cultivation level usually. The current Ning Huang was dominant and unparalleled, the god-slaying halberd's strength was unmatched, each stroke containing extraordinary offensive ability and extremely hard to master. Yi Futian had asked him how many strikes of the rod he could withstand. He wanted to know the answer too. Yi Futian's body flew and gathered force as he struck towards Ning Huang yet again. The polearm of divine destruction was like a raging dragon, and even Ning Huang had to acknowledge its strength. However, the heavenly halberd in his hand did not budge an inch as he took a step forward, the air shaking under their force, as though attempting to trample Yi Futian's confidence. The heavenly halberd pierced forward. At that moment, it was like Ning Huang, the battle beast Quilin, and the heavenly halberd had combined into one with the heavens. A remarkably brilliant giant halberd that could match the polearm of divine destruction's shadow in strength appeared in the heavens. An invisible wave crashed down and the space between the two of them was crushed. The people watching from a distance felt a feeling of asphyxiation. The halberd strike was unbelievably tyrannical, killing all enemies in its path. The god-suppressing strike, as the halberd struck, it suppressed the polearm of divine destruction. The huge crowd watched as the polearm of divine destruction and the heavenly halberd clashed. They were shocked by it, they were too strong. It was hard to imagine that it was a battle between a lower noble plane and Arcana plane cultivator. When the polearm of divine destruction clashed with the heavenly halberd, they felt as though their hearts would be crushed under the pressure and an invisible might cause them to feel suffocated. An extremely frenzied aura erupted from both people and they retreated thereafter. Yi Futian's will of the emperor remained overbearing, the polearm of divine destruction wielded in his hands, golden clouds following along. Yi Futian acted as though the halberd strike had not affected him, continuing to accumulate might for his next blow. Ning Huang stared at the front, the heavenly halberd pointing towards the sky. He took another step forward, the halberd aiming towards Yi Futian. In an instant, a myriad of golden flames flew forward alongside the heavenly halberd. Yi Futian's starry defense was penetrated at the places that the golden flames passed and shattered to pieces. As the heavenly halberd landed, tens of thousands of golden flames descended as well. This was the god's burial skill from the god-slaying halberd. Yi Futian's polearm of divine destruction roared and struck out, creating a brilliant light veil, striking the air and with an ear-shattering sound. The golden flames flew backward and at the same time, the heavenly halberd landed on the light veil and Ning Huang retreated again. The god's burial skill was even less of a threat to Yi Futian than the god-suppressing strike. At that moment, Ning Huang's body disappeared and after images appeared in the heavens. In the air, countless Ning Huang shadows and heavenly halberd silhouettes appeared, eventually combining into one and dashing forward. This was an extremely powerful technique from the god-slaying halberd, the god execution strike. At that moment, Yi Futian felt a strong threat incoming. He closed his eyes, the will of the emperor shining brightly around his body, as though entering a state of enlightenment. His senses were heightened and he could catch a glimpse of Ning Huang's figure. Tens of thousands of shadows had combined into one, strongest Ning Huang. His memory brought him back to the mountain behind Qingju Academy, where the snow ape had shown him the 9 heavenly attacks, each strike resonating with a corresponding cultivation level, the 5th strike likely to resonate with the noble plane. The divine ape growled and merged with him. An immeasurable might gathered in an instant. It was a noble will that formed in an instant and resonated with the heavens. Yi Futian's body moved, stepping forward, and the polearm of divine destruction sweeping forward. When the strike landed, the crowd felt as though there was a colossal divine ape howling and trying to crush everything beneath its feet. The halberd's shadow arrived and the polearm of divine destruction cleaved forward at the same time. A piercing light burst forth and the crowd saw Ning Huang's body turn into a flash of golden lightning, crashing heavily into a distant palace. The entire palace collapsed and Ning Huang shot right through it, his feet dragging along the ground. The heavenly halberd pierced the ground vigorously and created a rift in the ground. Only after that did Ning Huang stop moving backward. His head was lowered, blood streamed from his mouth and nobody could see his expression. When they looked at Yi Futian, his body was still standing steadily in the air with the glow of the will of the emperor and an aura of arrogance. Defeated. Ning Huang was actually defeated in his strongest form. The crowd was appalled. Although the polearm of divine destruction was very strong, Ning Huang's heavenly halberd was also a powerful ritual implement that had resonance with him. When they saw Ning Huang's final blow, many of them had thought that Yi Futian would be in trouble, but eventually, the loser was Ning Huang. Nobody dared to imagine that when Ning Huang wanted to deal with an arcana plane cultivator, he would end up being defeated by that cultivator. This was a huge shock to them. Yi Futian basked in the emperor's glow and stepped forward. Ning Huang's head was still lowered. Nobody could understand how he felt right now. He had come to the holy road to be first, to plunder the most holy badges. He wanted to restore the glory of the Ning clan. This was also the expectation that the Holy Ji Palace's elder had for him. However, he had been defeated in battle today, to an insignificant character. Countless people stared at Yi Futian's figure and those in the air around him did not dare to act rashly. Li Qingyi's eyes were red. He had won. Yi Futian had actually defeated Ning Huang. This was inconceivable. She could not believe that it was real. Who could have imagined that the handsome teen who had appeared on Mount Joxian could actually go so far? Beside her, Li Zun did not dare to imagine it as well. He was dumbstruck, but after the shock came the horror. If Ning Huang were to die, he could not possibly live. Out of all the people here, he would be first on Yi Futian's list. He was extremely regretful, but it was not the time for regrets. He wanted to live. His palm suddenly stretched forward and gripped Li Qingyi by the throat. Li Zun took out a dagger and pointed it towards Li Qingyi's throat and shouted to Yi Futian, "Stop." Li Qingyi was stunned, a furious expression appearing on her face. Yi Futian's footsteps stopped and he looked mercilessly at Li Zun. Li Zun had been correct. The first person Yi Futian had wanted to kill was indeed him. "She is your sister." Yi Futian's voice was frigid. "I have never treated her like my sister, she's just the daughter of a lowly maid. If you want her to live, throw your ritual implement over," Li Zun said. The ritual implement was too strong. With the polearm of divine destruction, Yi Futian's rod skills were unrivaled. He did not expect Yi Futian to give up his life for Li Qingyi, so he only requested Yi Futian to give up his ritual implement, so that he had a chance to live. "Don't do it." Li Qingyi looked at Yi Futian and shook her head with red eyes, then said, "Kill this bastard." While saying that, she walked forward, allowing the dagger to cut towards her throat. Li Zun's expression changed and immediately retracted his arm, but the dagger had already left a faint cut on Li Qingyi's fair-skinned bitch. Li Zun grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up, rendering her unable to speak. The current Li Zun was crazed and looked towards Yi Futian, demanding, "Are you going to hand over your ritual implement?" Yi Futian's expression was frigid as he looked towards Li Zun and said, "You will die." Chapter 532. Li Zun looked at Yi Futian's expression and became even more determined. He could only use Li Qingyi as a threat now. If he did not do that, he would die immediately. Li Zun looked at Yi Futian's expression and became even more determined. He could only use Li Qingyi as a threat now. If he did not do that, he would die immediately. He exerted some force on his palm and Li Qingyi's expression became pained as if she was about to suffocate. Li Zun stared intently at Yi Futian. He had stepped into Jinxiao City to save people. Now Li Zun could only hope that Li Qingyi was important enough to Yi Futian. Otherwise, he would have to drag Li Qingyi to the grave with him. You be my hostage and I'll throw my ritual implement out, Yi Futian said coldly. Throw it here now, Li Zun replied. What if you don't let her go after I give my ritual implement to you? Yi Futian coldly said. You be my hostage and I'll hand over the ritual implement. Afterward, I'll swap you for Li Qingyi. If you don't agree, you die now. After saying that, Yi Futian stepped forward. Li Zun's expression was sullen. He naturally did not want to be a hostage, but now, he had no choice but to gamble. Okay. Li Zun nodded and handed Li Qingyi over to his subordinate with utmost prudence. He himself walked towards Yi Futian, his expression pale. In the past, Yi Futian had just been an arcana plane cultivator to him, but the Yi Futian now basked in the Emperor's glow, an unparalleled figure. Eventually, Li Zun walked to Yi Futian's side and Yi Futian stretched out his left arm, grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. If I die, kill her immediately, Li Zun shouted frantically. If Yi Futian wanted to kill him with no regard for Li Qingyi, he would have done so just now and not wasted his time to do this. Yi Futian's right hand flung the polearm of divine destruction forward and a figure picked it up in a flash. However, the moment the person held it, his body started to vigorously fall towards the ground. With a bang, the polearm of divine destruction nearly crushed his body and the noble might on his body erupted. Only then did he barely held on to the polearm of divine destruction. It was that heavy. Many people were stunned. Take it away, Li Zun said. He wanted the polearm of divine destruction to weaken Yi Futian's strength and grasp a chance for survival. The person dragged the polearm of divine destruction and started to walk further away, but Ning Huang stopped him, grabbed the polearm of divine destruction and started to scrutinize the ritual implement. Swap hostages now, Li Zun shouted. He was afraid that Ning Huang would give the order to kill Li Qingyi. He knew that Ning Huang did not care about his life. Swap hostages now. Yi Futian stared at the other person and released his grip on Li Zun. The other person similarly let go of Li Qingyi, and both of them started walking to the other side. Li Qingyi did not dare to act rashly as he knew that he was not out of danger yet. If Yi Futian wanted to kill him with his noble will, he could not escape death. Li Zun sped up all of a sudden and escaped far away. Yi Futian stepped forward at the same time, the thundering illusion step descending beside Li Qingyi in an instant. Li Qingyi looked towards Yi Futian, her head lowered and tears in her eyes. Why was he willing to swap for her? Why aren't you all moving? You all wanted to kill him just now. Do you think that he will let you all go? Li Zun yelled. The enormous crowd was dumbfounded. They had all attempted to kill Yi Futian previously, but were stunned by Yi Futian's strength now. He's using a secret move to increase his strength. He can't last much longer. Wear him down. Ning Huang raised his head, looked towards the crowd and walked forward. Although he had been injured, his words still carried weight. Do it, someone from the crowd shouted. In an instant, the experts started to cast their spells towards Yi Futian. If Yi Futian killed Ning Huang, their fate would be unpredictable and they might die as well. Even so, they only used long-range attacks and nobody dared to get close to Yi Futian anymore. Around Yi Futian's body, starlight glowed, protecting him and Li Qingyi. Countless attacks hammered on the shield and it wavered. As the attacks got even stronger, some people from illustrious backgrounds even used their ritual implements to attack, causing cracks to appear in the starlight veil. Within the protective veil, Yi Futian raised his head and looked towards the vast group of experts. These people knew nothing about him, but all wanted him dead. Are you still hesitating? At that moment, a voice sounded out. Many people raised their heads and saw a burly figure standing in the air. It was Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng did not look at the crowd, but looked towards Yi Futian instead and said, "Before we arrived, we had already expected this kind of ending. When they helped Ning Huang to kill the people of the flaming prison city, they had no mercy. They never had any mercy towards killing you." Only Yu Sheng understood Yi Futian the best. Before entering the city, Yi Futian was furious and asked people to guard the exits and kill anyone who attempted to escape. However, when he saw the number of people who wanted to kill him, Futian still hesitated. The vast area was filled with experts and countless attacks barraged him when Futian was not resisting. Even his sturdy defense was unable to withstand it. When Yusheng said that, a demonic aura erupted from within him, his eyes turned crimson like blood was going to drip out. Bam! His demon-like wings spread open and he was covered in demon might from head to toe, as though possessed by a demon. Behind him, an enormous demon shadow appeared behind him. Yusheng, Futian mumbled. On the Sky Mountain, Yusheng had demonized and rampaged once to save him. Was he going to do the same now? Yusheng likely knew that his emperor's will did not have much time left. Perhaps the Ahurt was right back then when he said that I'm destined to have blood on my hands. Those who attempt to kill you, even if there are millions of them, I will kill them all. Yusheng's voice was ice cold, like a demon lord. Many people's hearts trembled. Even if there were millions of them, he would kill them all. They saw Yusheng move, his demon-like wings flapping and spikes appearing on his terrifying dark golden armor, turning into frightening spears. He drew the spears with both hands and rushed towards two people at breakneck speed. The two people felt like a demon was trying to invade their head and making them kneel, the pressure making them unable to move. With a squish, the spears impaled their heads and as Yusheng flew past them, the two corpses fell towards the ground. Thump, thump. Many people's hearts thumped as they saw Yusheng gliding across the air with his demon wings. Wherever he passed, people dropped like flies. How could this be? Li Zun, who thought that he had escaped a crisis, stared intensely at the scene. It was groundbreaking enough for one arcana plane to reach the level of an elite genius, but now, there were two? Surround and kill him, someone yelled furiously. Many people reacted and started to surround Yusheng. However, Yusheng's speed became even faster. Under the possession of the demon, he allowed the attacks to land on his body like he did not feel anything. He descended in front of an expert and a battle axe appeared in his hand. He cleaved the person as though he was a log and continued forward. Bam, bam, bam. In the air, there were people falling continuously, all killed by Yusheng. It was as though he was making good of his word to kill millions of them. Seeing countless spells flying towards Yusheng, Futian felt pained. Although Yusheng's defense was strong, it was impossible for him to not feel pain. But even so, that was Yusheng. He understood that Yusheng did not have a ritual implement like the polearm of divine destruction and could not kill that many people. He was inciting him to step in. He naturally understood as well that Yusheng was not stupid. He saw things more clearly than anyone else. Suddenly, Futian smiled, but his smile was desolate. He had thought of two people all of a sudden, Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing. Back then, the two brothers had traveled the world. He wondered what experiences they went through to create such a magnificent piece like the Ukiyo. The piece attempted to trample the heavens and become the ruler of the world. Futian sat with his knees crossed, surrounded by a brilliant glow. His Guqin spirit appeared in front of him, causing the crowd's attention to focus on him again. He still had another life spirit. Futian held the Guqin and pleasing melodies started to play from the Guqin. Futian's aura changed yet again. Although the emperor's will was circulating around his body, he appeared to be cut off from the rest of the world, as though superior to all of them. Strong imagery brought everyone else into it, from calmness to passion, and onwards to attempting to trample the heavens and reach the peak. Rays of the Emperor Will's glow started to rise up, the golden light enveloping the entire area as the Guqin melody reached every corner of the battlefield. In an instant, many people felt as though the area was changing. The spiritual chi became more apparent and landed from the air, merging into the Guqin melody. Ning Huang's expression froze. He had seen a radical scene. The spiritual chi in the heavens appeared to be controlled by the Guqin melody, accompanying the light of the Emperor's will, resonating with Futian's will. The Guqin melody was influencing the spiritual chi in the area. At that moment, around Yusheng, a group of people was casting spells to attack him. But before they were able to finish the spell, it had already dissipated into nothingness. Their spiritual energy was unable to control the spiritual chi in the air, causing them to be unable to cast their spells. They were flabbergasted and looked downwards at Yi Futian. The emperor's light was shining radiantly and golden fatal entanglement vines were forming at their feet, coiling around their bodies. Thereafter, golden blades pierced their bodies, nailing them in the air. New. There were people being coiled in succession and they were terrified. How could this happen? What Guqin spell was that? When the Yukio sounds, no spell can exist. Ning Huang stared blankly at the situation. In the skies, all spells were forbidden. The only person who could cast spells was Yi Futian. In the vast area, everyone's life was under his control. Even Qin Yin's group, who was a distance away, were petrified. They shivered uncontrollably, looking at Yi Futian playing the Guqin. It was as though it was just a dream, everything was too surreal. In the skies, the experts were being hunted rapidly, but Yi Futian was not affected at all. His aura was remarkable and the Guqin melody was like a god's piece, not meant to appear in the human's world. The feeling was indescribable. New. In the air, when Li Zun's body was coiled, he let out a blood-curdling scream, but the golden blades pierced his body one by one like a harsh punishment, slowly draining him of life. Li Zun felt pain beyond belief and looked towards the figure below. Apart from hatred, he also felt utmost remorse. Who on earth did he betray? Ning Huang was still resisting, but a demon-like figure descended from the skies, battle axe in hand, cleaving downwards. Blood trickled from between Ning Huang's brows. He stared at the figure in front of him and said, "My death is not undeserved." He had finally understood before he died what kind of figure the person he had tried to kill off casually was. Yu Sheng's palm gripped his head and ripped it off, then he turned around and walked into the air, the demons might rampaging. Yu Sheng said mercilessly, "If word of what happened today spreads, I will kill you." Qin Yin's group heard Yu Sheng's words and were startled. They naturally understood that those words were meant for them. The usually silent, burly teen, was now a demon. Yu Sheng flew towards the outside of the city and he saw Yi Xiaoshe still battling with Mo Jun. He cleaved Mo Jun with one wave of his axe. Outside Jinxiao City, there were countless people. At that moment, a distance away, demonic aura was brimming. A demonic might flew rapidly towards them and everyone's gazes turned towards that direction. Next, they saw a scene that they would never forget. Yu Sheng's body landed on the city's gate and he placed Ning Huang's head there. Like a demon, his gaze swept across the crowd and he ruthlessly said, "Those who previously followed Yi Futian and entered the giant relic, stand guard here. Do not allow anyone to step into Jinxiao City. From now on, Jinxiao City has a new owner. Those who violate the rule, kill them all." As he finished, Yu Sheng turned around and walked into Jinxiao City. At the same time, a glacial voice sounded out, "The killer, Yu Sheng." Chapter 533. Outside Jinxiao City, it was dead silent. Even the elite geniuses were aghast when they saw Ning Huang's head on the city gate. They had gathered to watch the fun, to watch Yi Futian die. Outside Jinxiao City, it was dead silent. Even the elite geniuses were aghast when they saw Ning Huang's head on the city gate. They had gathered to watch the fun, to watch Yi Futian die. What had awaited them was a peerless demonic figure. Yi Futian did not die. The person who had died was Ning Huang. The overbearing elite genius, commander of all the experts in Jinxiao City, was actually killed by someone else. This came as a great shock to them. Even Nan Hao had not expected an ending like this. Perhaps, the teen that had come from the Eastern Baron State was much more of a prodigy than he had thought. How could this be? On the air warship, Virgin Bingyi from the mortal world was mortified. What had just happened had subverted her understanding. Not just her, but everyone in the area was speechless. Thereafter, those who had followed Yi Futian in deciphering the flaming prison city's giant relic broke into a craze. They felt emotionally charged, like their blood was on fire. Previously, Ning Huang had sent his men to kill their friends and caused a storm in the flaming prison city. He had held Yi Futian's friends captive to try and force Yi Futian's hand. When Yi Futian stepped into Jinxiao City, they had felt tragic, But never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that they would bring out Ning Huang's head after Yi Futian went in. Ning Huang himself probably never expected it either. Otherwise, he would not be overbearing. Mu Jiqiu and the Starry School's disciples were the most startled. Nobody knew what had happened in the city, and they were unable to imagine what the situation in the city was. Jinxiao City did not only have Ning Huang, but it also had thousands of his followers. Where were they? At that moment, they started to stand up one by one, their auras bursting out. The experts who had followed Yi Futian all stood up proudly, guarding the city. Now, they would naturally take orders from Yu Sheng as they could partake in the glory as well. They were very clear that with the Jinxiao city's changing of ownership, Yi Futian was likely to open a second giant relic, which would be another opportunity for them. Although those guarding could not possibly fend off all the experts outside, who would dare to recklessly charge in? Ning Huang's head was on the city gate. Even if they could manage to break through and enter Jinxiao City, were they not scared to die? Yi Wuchen, Lulan Shui, Mu Jiqiu and the rest of Yi Futian's friends moved into the city in a flash. They wanted to see what had happened. Previously, Yi Futian had not allowed them to enter the city. They naturally understood that it was because their cultivation level was too low and would only be a burden in Jinxiao City. I'll go and take a look, Jiyu Yunshi said quietly, entering the city as well. She had only seen Yu Sheng and did not know how Yi Futian was doing, so she was a little worried. Moreover, with her relationship with Yi Futian, Yu Sheng would not kill her. When Yi Wuchen and the rest arrived at the battlefield, they saw the floor littered with corpses and were startled. Qin Yin and the rest were clearing up the battlefield and preparing to bury the people. They knew that everything that they had just experienced had to be buried deep within their hearts. They could only treat it as a dream, but the dream was far too realistic and shocking. Lulan, do it, Yi Wuchen said. He stepped forward and walked away, then drove his sword into the ground. The ground tore open, revealing a horrifying crack. Mu Jiqiu also went forward to help, her strong celestial will erupting and causing the earth to shake as though an earthquake was happening. The Holy Road opens once every 3 years and experts from all areas of the barren state will gather. Moreover, the death rate in the Holy Road is extremely high, so even if there are people who die in the Holy Road, generally people will not know how they died or who they were killed by. These people that are buried here should have no other companions, but after we have buried them, we cannot let anyone else step into Jinxiao City, Mu Jiqiu said to Yi Futian, who was sitting cross-legged a distance away. Her expression was solemn. Yi Futian did not say anything, but Qin Yin's group was extremely uneasy. They knew what Mu Jiqiu meant. Apart from them, nobody else knew that they had come from Mount Zhoushan. If they had all died in Jinxiao City, nobody would know how they had died. Unless it was someone like Ning Huang who had died, then it would be inevitable, since everyone knew him. However, the number of people that had died in Jinxiao City this time was huge. There might be people outside who knew that they had entered Jinxiao City, so there was still certain risk. The Holy Road is a trial by the Holy Ji Palace. Entering the Holy Road means to put one's life at stake. However, Ning Huang's death might probably cause us some trouble. One of his elders is an influential figure in the Holy Ji Palace. Mu Jiqiu looked knowingly at Yu Sheng. She did not know how Ning Huang had died, but Yu Sheng's roar was to tell everyone that Ning Huang had been killed by him. Seeing the situation in front of her, she knew that the truth was not that simple. Yi Futian was extremely weak now, like he had just been through a huge battle. It was Ning Huang who wanted to kill us. Moreover, this is the Holy Ji Palace's Holy Road, even the influential figure can't do anything to us, right? Li Qingyi stood beside Yi Futian and asked Mu Jiqiu. Ning Huang naturally deserves to die. However, everyone has their own stand. The influential figure in the Holy Ji Palace had high hopes for Ning Huang and is his elder, so his stand would naturally be on Ning Huang's side. Now, Ning Huang is dead, Mu Jiqiu replied. Li Qingyi bit her lip nervously. She naturally knew that what Mu Jiqiu was saying was not wrong. How should we deal with the other people in Jinxiao City? Yi Xiaoshe stood beside Yi Futian and asked. During the battle, although many experts had gathered, Jinxiao City was huge. There were still people who did not join in and were in other parts of the city. Just now, I asked Little Condor to watch the surroundings. Since those people did not gather to assist Ning Huang, leave them be. They had previously followed Ning Huang, now they follow us, Yi Futian replied. He had already given the order to seal off the city, now he needed to control these people. All right. Yi Xiaoshe nodded and said, you and Yu Sheng have a good rest, we'll handle the matters here. Okay. Yi Futian was indeed lethargic. He looked at Yu Sheng. Now that Yu Sheng had formed his own noble will, even though he had demonized, he had more control over the demonic power and would not completely lose control. Closing his eyes, Yi Futian relaxed. He would not have to think about what would happen later. The days passed, but the news of Ning Huang's death was still shocking. Moreover, another person's death in the Dawn Road caused a commotion. Sage Duantian's disciple Jiyu Feiyang had been killed by Xiao Junyi and his city occupied by Xiao Junyi. At the same time, Xiao Junyi had opened the giant relic and was cultivating in it, causing a huge ruckus. Xiao Junyi was even more ruthless than the demon. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were forced by Ning Huang. If they did not go to Jinxiao City, Ning Huang would not let them off easily. However, Xiao Junyi hunted mercilessly and killed countless people to create his dead spirit army and even killed Jiyu Feiyang. Xiao Junyi and Yu Sheng were reputed to be the two demons of the Dawn Road that nobody wanted to provoke. With such figures appearing in these two factions, the other elite geniuses were naturally unable to take it lying down. They sped up their actions both on the surface and secretly. There were many people who were killed mysteriously or had their holy badges plundered. Although it did not seem like those were done by the elite geniuses, nobody knew who they had sent out secretly to do it. The carnage in the Dawn Road was even more horrifying than past years and numerous people died as a result. One day, Jinxiao City, which had been silent for many days, suddenly released news that Yi Futian had given the order to gather 1,000 holy badges. Those who were willing to offer their holy badge would be allowed into the Jinxiao City giant relic to cultivate. However, this time, the holy badges would not be returned. Many people could understand that. Yi Futian's reputation was not like before since they had been able to kill Ning Huang. Now he was not asking for a favor from the crowd, but offering them a chance. In a short time, many people gathered. Too many people wanted to enter Jinxiao City and hand over their holy badge. After all, there was already a precedent and they were all willing to trust Yi Futian. Now, Yi Futian's rallying power could be said to be the strongest in the Dawn Road. Although Xiao Junyi was equally as strong, who would dare to cooperate with Xiao Junyi? Soon, Yi Futian had gathered 1,000 holy badges. It was much easier than the previous time. Presently, in Jinxiao City, a magnificent relic appeared. Countless golden rays shone like they were trying to light up the entire Jinxiao City. A colossal golden figure appeared in the air, like a peerless battle god. In the middle of the battle god shadow, a person floated there and countless rays landed on his body, causing the burly figure to become even more extraordinary. That person was Yu Sheng. Yi Futian did not inherit the legacy of this giant relic but gave it to Yu Sheng to inherit. The demon might that Yu Sheng cultivated had not just demonic power, it also had an overbearing metal element ability. Therefore, the relic would be better suited to him. Even though Yu Sheng still wanted to let him have it, he rejected Yu Sheng determinedly. Moreover, Yu Sheng had gotten Ning Huang's heavenly halberd and the god-slaying halberd skill. When Yi Futian was battling with Ning Huang, he had already felt that the god-slaying halberd skill was extremely strong. If it could be used with Yu Sheng's explosive strength, just the god-suppressing strike would be a huge difference as compared to Ning Huang. Now, Yu Sheng had inherited the giant relic. His strength would definitely go up another level. At that moment, Yi Futian stepped forward and walked into the relic, then looked at the crowd and said, "You all may enter the relic to cultivate." Understood. The crowd nodded and moved in a flash into the giant relic. Outside Jinxiao City, there was a person in the air looking in the distance. From extremely far away, golden rays started to rise up and the person said, "The relic is opened." They knew that after Yi Futian had gathered the holy badges, adding on what Ning Huang already had, he would be able to open a second giant relic. Thereafter, word started to spread throughout the entire Holy Road and countless people were astonished. Yi Futian had been able to open 2 giant relics by himself, even the Jinxiao city's giant relic had been occupied by him. After they had received the news, the elite geniuses from the other factions started to speed up the gathering of the holy badges. They were determined to open a giant relic in the Holy Road as well. About 10 days later, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng both broke through their cultivation level and stepped into the 9th level of the Arcana Plane, the final level of the Arcana Plane. They had planned to break through to this level in the Flaming Prison City's giant relic, but because of Ning Huang's coercion, they had to step out of the relic. Now, they had broken through in the second relic. They were only 1 step away from the noble plane. Chapter 534. The ruins of Jinxiao City was taken over by Yu Sheng, yet due to Yi Futian's inherent extraordinary perceptivity and abilities provided by freedom meditation, he was able to sense a lot from the ruins nonetheless. The ruins of Jinxiao City was taken over by Yu Sheng, yet due to Yi Futian's inherent extraordinary perceptivity and abilities provided by freedom meditation, he was able to sense a lot from the ruins nonetheless. A terrible metal elemental storm whipped up around Yi Futian that day. Pieces of gold-colored blades circled around him with immense aura, speaking of unparalleled sharpness. The tornado of sharp blades gathered around his body, and a pair of incredibly dazzling pair of wings of the great rock congealed behind him. Every feather looked as if they were forged out of indestructible golden blades capable of cutting through anything. Mu Jiqiu watched him from the sides. Seems like he became able to comprehend metal elemental noble will. When the day comes where he steps foot into the noble plane, he would have become the noble with the sturdiest foundations there is, far surpassing any who is at noble plane at the moment. Yi Futian opened his eyes and saw a thread of golden light shimmer. Metal elemental powers have always been one of his fortes. He was pleased to see the breakthrough achieved at the moment, and he took a look at the ones by his side. Yi Xiaosha's aura seemed to have become even more aggressive than it had been, a testament saying that he had made it to grade 7 noble plane, and had grown considerably more powerful. At the gates outside of Jinxiao City, there were people taking turns to guard the place from the very time the ruins were opened. There were few, yet due to the fearsome image projected by the scene of Yu Sheng having the head of Ning Huang on his hand, nobody dared intrude Jinxiao City as of yet. However, a figure arrived at the gates of Jinxiao City. The figure was a huge one, with a body that seemed to be made of gold. The figure took a look at the golden lights emanating from within the city and walked towards it. Yuan Zhan. Jinxiao City had given strict orders of allowing no one to pass, the ones told the ape as they shimmered about themselves. They watched the huge figure that was about to trespass with serious expressions. It was Yuan Zhan, and the ape was not something they were capable of stopping. Yuan Zhan paid them no heed. Every step he took shook the earth like an earthquake. Someone cast spells to attack him, which landed on him with rumbling booms. However, Yuan Zhan did not even bother defending himself. He simply spared a look at the one who had just attacked him. The attacker saw the intense wildness within the ape's eyes, which sent him shivering, and he took a step back without realizing it. Yuan Zhan of Mount Taixing, a top-class genius-level figure, whose seniors were the king of Mount Taixing, the one demonic beast who was ranked within the Baron Sky ranking. He was an extraordinarily powerful being and a peculiar one, as well as one who was acutely protective of his own shortcomings. Yuan Zhan was one of those beings that anyone could least afford to mess with. Yuan Zhan did not bother doing anything else to the one who attacked him after giving the man the looks. The ape continued moving forward, and no one dared get in his way. They knew none of their efforts would have amounted to anything anyway. Rumbling noises continued to be heard as Yuan Zhan zipped past at frightening speeds. The guards at the gate looked at each other with bitter grins. So what now? If Yuan Zhan insisted on getting his way, there is simply nothing we can do here. He is obviously after the ruins there. But since Yu Sheng was the one inheriting the ruins lineage, it would do Yuan Zhan no good getting in there anyway. One of them answered, and everyone nodded in agreement. All there was left to do was to see how Yi Futian would have dealt with all that. Yuan Zhong, who took large steps in his way in, arrived shortly near the ruins. Everyone stared at him with big eyes, given how he did not bother to do anything to conceal his presence. Yi Futian gazed at the demonic beast's silhouette with cold eyes and said, "Did you not hear that Jinxiao City was off limits? Ning Huang promised me that when the ruins were opened, I was to be allowed to train here. And that was why I handed Jinxiao City to him in the first place," Yuan Zhong answered as he kept his gaze at Yi Futian. "That was your business with Ning Huang. Jinxiao City belongs to us now," Yi Futian answered coldly. "I want to see for myself, how powerful are the ones who killed Ning Huang." Yuan Zhong's eyes turned to look at Yu Sheng, eyes filled with wild ferocity. "Older brother." Yi Futian turned to look at Yi Xiaoshe. "Capable people are always busy," Yi Xiaoshe murmured and shimmered his plump body forward to face Yuan Zhong. Yuan Zhong's eyes might have as well rolled seeing Yi Xiaoshe coming forward. The ape felt disdainful. A fat one like him probably doesn't even possess much power in the first place. How is he supposed to fight anyone? Yuan Zhong raised his palm and terrifying rumble was heard all over the place. An incredibly huge golden palm lashed out at Yi Xiaoshe's direction, overshadowing their air before it with terrifying might. Yi Xiaoshe remained unfazed. He extended his arm, which kept extending like vines whipping at the palm. His body blinked and a shining trajectory was seen reaching for the air behind the palm, arriving shortly after before Yuan Zhong. Yi Xiaoshe extended both arms at the same time, which seemed to conjure countless arms in an instant. They reached out and went tangling the huge body of the ape. Yuan Zhong's arms shook for a bit and shattered the vines entwining them. He then reached out and took hold of the golden vines, pulling them towards him in a jerk, which in turn brought Yi Xiaoshe up. The incredible force of the pull caused Yi Xiaoshe's body to drop sharply, heading in the ape's direction. Pairs of shadows of arms flickered about in the air as if thousands of arms were born at the same time. Fearsome metal elemental spiritual chi whipped about as they moved, coalescing into a giant golden palm pressing downwards. Yuan Zhong saw multiple golden palms filling the sky in an instant, attempting to suppress him where he stood. Yi Xiaoshe, whose previous attacks have been comparatively soft ones, struck with incredibly aggressive might with the palms instead, showing that he was indeed capable of blending softness and hardness in his art. Roar! Yuan Zhong roared and the air before him trembled. He lifted both arms and swung hard at the great golden palm, like some arrogant ape god. Boom! A crazed metal elemental might swept about and the air rumbled with it. Yuan Zhong's body was somewhat shaken, a testament of the ferocity of Yi Xiaoshe's attack, which looked way more aggressive than it had suggested. The countless palms shattered, and Yuan Zhong saw terrifying spears of golden colors followed. They looked to be manifestations of those vines from before, yet were incredibly hard and aggressive instead. The golden spears seemed to be out to pierce anything standing in their way. Yuan Zhong's eyes went on to take a serious look. He stepped hard on the ground and his body shook with overpowering might. A screen of golden light burst forth from his body, like a horrifying torrent out to defend against everything coming at it. The golden spears zipped at the ape, piercing the seemingly unbreakable defense and continued on their intended target. A golden staff of spiritual chi was conjured on Yuan Zhong's hand. He whipped the staff at the air before it shortly after. Yi Futian stepped out from the ruins. His eyes sparkled as he watched the battle rage on before him. Others were doing the same. Their minds were completely shaken as they became aware that Yi Futian's group was at the moment the most powerful one in Dawn Road. Yi Xiaoshe had just made it into Grade 7 Noble Plane, and yet he became capable of facing Yuan Zhong alone. The attacks of both combatants grew increasingly ferocious and violent. Yuan Zhong's art with a staff was out of this world and demonstrated unparalleled powers. Do his staff techniques have a name? Yi Futian asked Mu Jiqiu, who had just walked out of the ruins. 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques, of the apes of Mount Taixing. The art bears incredible might, and this is actually the first time I've laid eyes on it personally. From the looks of it, it looks rather similar to how you go about with your staff, Mu Jiqiu elaborated, looking at Yi Futian. Heaven-traversing staff techniques, eh? Sparkles were seen in Yi Futian's eyes. His techniques with the staff were named by Senior Snow Ape to be 9 heavenly attacks. And Senior Snow Ape was of the apes as well. Yi Futian activated his freedom meditation abilities and watched the staff techniques demonstrated by Yuan Zhon. It was more than looking similar. He was able to feel somewhat that the 9 heavenly attacks were actually an evolved version of the heaven-traversing staff techniques instead. 7th elder brother, we're done here, Yi Futian shouted at Yi Xiaosha. The plump man retreated and left the battlefield soon, feeling rather let down. However, it was clear that Yuan Zhon's powers were formidable. Had he not been training and making breakthroughs in the ruins, one whack from the ape staff would probably have left him lying on the floor. While Mo Jun was a formidable figure himself, he nonetheless paled in comparison to Yuan Zhon, who seemed to be something made of gold. Yuan Zhon turned to look at Yi Futian, and Yi Futian returned the gaze, asking, "No need to try any further. If you were to face me under the same circumstances, you'd definitely lose." How arrogant. Yuan Zhon eyed Yi Futian for a bit. Have a closer look. The 5-element rod appeared in Yi Futian's hand, which then transformed into a golden rod. Golden lights flowed about him as he leaped soon after. The 5-element rod went burst as it attacked, bringing incredible might to bear. At the very moment the 5-element rod burst forth, Yuan Zhon's eyes were simply fixed. He watched as Yi Futian whipped about with the rod, while his eyes never left Yi Futian for even a second. Many who witnessed the battle felt shaken as well. How did Yi Futian come to know Yuan Zhon's way with the staff? What Yi Futian was demonstrating was none other than the heaven-traversing staff techniques. Yi Futian stopped shortly after, and Yuan Zhon asked coldly, "Where did you steal those techniques from?" Yuan Zhon took a step forward as soon as he was done talking. A golden staff materialized in his hand, bearing an aggressive aura. Yi Xiaosha was just about to interfere when he saw the 5-element rod in Yi Futian's hand was replaced with the polearm of divine destruction. Heavy pressures were felt around him as stars shimmered about. Saint lights flowed about him as a bearing like none other was manifested about him. Boom! Yuan Zhon took a ferocious stance as he leaped in Yi Futian's direction. The heaven-traversing staff techniques went for Yi Futian's head with frightening aura. Starlight shimmered about Yi Futian and an even more fearsome aura burst forth. He too took a step forward and went with a heavy blow. Shimmering mirages coalesced into that one strike of his, which looked as if it could have split the heavens and the earth. Boom! The air shook and terrifying storms were conjured. Yi Futian's body was thrown off and his arms felt numb. What terrifying might indeed! Yuan Zhon was thrown off as well as his body glided in the air. He was unable to come out on top at all with that one hit. Yi Futian was able to fight Mo Jun before he was able to make it to the next plane. As he made it to grade 9 of Arcana plane, his powers became comparable to top-class geniuses on the Holy Road with the help of the polearm of divine destruction. However, if his opponent was to carry a ritual implement equal in power to his, he might not have looked as powerful. Yuan Zhon's golden eyes glared at Yi Futian as he asked, "What technique was that?" He had practiced the heaven-traversing staff techniques since he was young, and no one was more familiar with that art with a staff than the apes. While Yi Futian had only launched one strike, Yuan Zhon was able to tell that it was something that had evolved from the heaven-traversing staff techniques. "Come with me." Yi Futian stepped forward, as he had something to ask Yuan Zhon as well. There were others who wanted to go with them but were stopped by Yi Xiaosha. There is hardly anyone who can harm little brother on the Holy Road now. They nodded in agreement, as they came to realize that Yi Futian of that very moment was no longer the Yi Futian who had just landed on the Dawn Road. Yi Futian walked alone to a place with Yuan Zhon. Yuan Zhon's eyes never left Yi Futian, and he felt that Yi Futian had something going on with the apes. "If you want to know where my staff techniques came from, there are some questions I need to be answered first." Yi Futian looked at Yuan Zhon and continued, "What kind of staff techniques were the heaven-traversing staff techniques?" "Techniques passed down throughout the line of apes." Yuan Zhon continued to eye Yi Futian. The answer he gave was never a secret. Where did golden great apes come from, and how did they end up in barren state? Yi Futian asked again. Yuan Zhong continued to eye Yi Futian, this time, without giving an answer. If you want answers on that staff technique, you need to answer my questions, Yi Futian continued. You swear? Yuan Zhong asked, with his eyes fixed on Yi Futian. I swear. Yi Futian nodded. I will have to kill you if you are not telling me anything. Yuan Zhong said with a cold tone, the golden great apes were a branch of the apes. I heard from my predecessors that the apes came from the demon world. The apes were led by the Snow Ape Emperor back then, following Emperor Yi Qing as he built his empire. The Snow Ape Emperor seemed to have sensed something untoward was about to happen sometime after that and had the apes who were lacking in martial training to lead the younger ones, to spread across the divine prefecture. Something happened to Emperor Yi Qing later. The Snow Ape Emperor disappeared, and the strongest among the apes were wiped out in a genocide. Only those who spread across the realm survived. Of course, that was only because the leaders did not bother settling the score or whatever, or else, where apes were found in this realm, there would have been golden great apes among them. He would not have told Yi Futian such things if his hands were not forced. Yi Futian shook slightly. The gentle figure he remembered became something unimaginable. He would have never expected the gentle snow ape was an emperor of the apes. He then remembered what senior snow ape looked like when he faced those divine generals, a figure of regal bearing, a true king. Chapter 535, Senior Snow Ape was the Snow Ape Emperor. Senior Snow Ape was the Snow Ape Emperor. Yi Futian felt rather restless now. Senior Snow Ape had never demonstrated any pressure befitting his identity of the Emperor of Apes before him until the very last battle. Come to think of it, if Senior Snow Ape had been one of those great demons who had followed Emperor Yi Qing, he would have been a nobody, would he? Who am I then? Yi Futian asked himself silently. When the Snow Ape Emperor first laid eyes on him, he could not have helped but shed tears and knelt as the ape knew who he was. Whose descendant am I exactly? Yi Futian felt rather overwhelmed. While he had often lauded himself to be a king of some kind when he was young, it was him being young and stupid. After having experienced so many things throughout the years, he had matured considerably and there were things he became rather reluctant to think about. At the moment, he actually had little idea what kings and emperors were actually like. At the moment, Yuan Zhong's eyes were still fixed on him. He found Yi Futian's expression looked difficult and complex. He was unable to tell what was going on in Yi Futian's head as the man's expression kept changing. However, as Yuan Zhong had elaborated on the history of the apes, it was Yi Futian's turn to tell him where he learned his way of the staff. A formless pressure was clad on Yi Futian. Yuan Zhong said coldly, "Your turn to talk. Would you like to learn that?" Yi Futian looked at Yuan Zhong and asked all of a sudden. Yuan Zhong blinked his big eyes in confusion. Learn what? He felt dazed for the moment. My art of the staff. The attacks were called 9 heavenly attacks, Yi Futian said. Yuan Zhong let out a great breath, which spawned quite a gust. The staff techniques of the apes were 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques, and Yi Futian's, the 9 heavenly attacks. You're willing to teach me? Yuan Zhong asked. Indeed. Yi Futian nodded and went on to sit with his legs crossed on a rock. His Guqin spirit manifested, and Yi Futian looked up at Yuan Zhong. The attacks have no specific formulas, and I have only learned the first 5 of the 9. I will first send the will of the 9 heavenly attacks into your mind, and you will need to figure out the rest yourself. Very well. Yuan Zhong looked at Yi Futian puzzled. He was confused as to why Yi Futian had been so frank with him. Yi Futian strummed the chords and a tune was heard, carrying formless will with it. Musical spells were something spirit elemental-based sorcerers used to deliver will and concepts. Images rose within Yuan Zhong's mind shortly after. It was somewhere in the mountains, and the place was encased in coldness. An incredibly regal silhouette was seen on it, proud and gracious. The Snow Ape Emperor. Yuan Zhong's massive body trembled violently and gasped for breath. He then saw the Snow Ape Emperor begin to whip his staff about, which he closed his eyes to silent feel. The images were sent into his mind in waves of strong will, as if they were to be imprinted on his mind until the very last stroke of the art was finished. Yuan Zhong flinched, yet he kept his eyes close, feeling it all in silence. The Guqin spirit disappeared, and Yi Futian sat waiting in silence as well. The 9 heavenly attacks were something taught to him by the Snow Ape Emperor. Now that he met someone of senior Snow Apes race, and the 9 heavenly attacks were offensive techniques evolved from the 81 strikes of the heaven-traversing staff techniques, it was only natural for him to pass the techniques on to one of those apes, who happened to be right before him. Yuan Zhong opened his eyes after a while and looked at Yi Futian, with a very restless look face. He had been training in the 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques since young and developed immense comprehension of the 9 heavenly attacks. Those 9 new attacks were condensed and enhanced forms of the 81 strikes, stronger and bearing more power in every move. Yuan Zhong stood up and looked at Yi Futian, who remained sitting on the rock, and bowed in gratitude. Thank you. The 9 heavenly attacks originated from the Snow Ape Emperor, and Yi Futian had done him a great service for willing to pass those techniques down to him. Yi Futian nodded and smiled. It is an obligation on my part. Where did you find the Snow Ape Emperor? Yuan Zhong asked. My hometown, a very remote corner of the Eastern Barren Territory. Yi Futian continued. The day before Senior Snow Ape passed, he passed the techniques on to me, and now I passed it on to you, back to the apes. I suppose this is what they'd call the circle of life. The Snow Ape Emperor perished? Yuan Zhong was still rather reluctant to believe it. It was, after all, the Emperor of Apes who had been their leader. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. He still felt a tinge of sorrow whenever Senior Snow Ape came to mind. Yuan Zhong stood where he was silently and felt sad as well. If any of the elders came to know this, they would probably be as sad. When we get out of here, I'll take you to see my grandpa in Mount Taixing. He had wanted to see our emperor for a long time. Yuan Zhong spoke again after a while. Yi Futian nodded slightly. Very well. While I have never opened up any ruins in this trip on the holy road of mine, I met you, and that in itself was the greatest reward for me, Yuan Zhong said to Yi Futian. He saw the Snow Ape Emperor, and he inherited the 9 heavenly attacks that originated from the Emperor. Let's head back. Yi Futian stood up and started walking, while Yuan Zhong followed behind him. Yuan Zhong, what was it like outside when you came to Jinxiao City? Yi Futian asked Yuan Zhong. Xiao Junyi killed Jiyu Feiyang, took his city, and opened up the great ruins within. I heard that Yang Ju had also gathered enough holy badges to do the same, Yuan Zhong said. Yang Ju, where is he? Yi Futian asked. Flying Sword City, Yuan Zhong answered. As I expected, Yi Futian murmured to himself. The Flaming Prison City was a fire one. The Jinxiao City, a metal one. The great ruins of Flying Sword City must have been one to impart a swordsmanship lineage. All 9 cities on the Holy Road bore deep meanings within them. Yuan Zhong, would you mind heading to Flying Sword City with me? Yi Futian asked Yuan Zhong. The ape nodded without inquiring further. It was a no-brainer for him, even if it meant waging a war with Flying Sword City. When everyone saw a demon and a man walked side by side in the ruins, they were flabbergasted. Just what is going on here? Mu Jiqiu looked rather amused as well. So, something did happen then? Yi Futian cast his gaze at the mighty ones at the ruins and said, I need swordsmen to come with me on my next trip, anyone? As soon as he finished, one figure after another stepped forward to answer his call, with Xie Wuji from Heavenly City and Zui Qianqiu taking the lead. Mighty ones in the hundreds stepped out of the ruins, all of them swordsmen. Everyone came forward without asking any questions, a testament to the powerful charisma possessed by Yi Futian. Elder brother, do you have any time to spare? Yi Futian grinned at Yi Xiaoshe. The plump fellow glared at him, knowing that he was up to no good. Wuchen, come with me. Yi Futian looked at Yi Wuchen, and then called to everyone, let's go. He turned around and took to the sky as soon as he finished, with Yi Wuchen right behind him. I'll go have a look too. Mu Jiqiu followed suit. Yuan Zhong stomped hard on the ground and rumbles were heard as the ground shook. Yuan Zhong ran following Yi Futian. Yi Xiaoshe flashed and rested on Yuan Zhon's shoulder. Hey, brother Yuan. Do you mind letting me sit here? Fat people get tired easy. Yuan Zhon glared at the fat person sitting on his shoulder with razor-sharp eyes and ignored him altogether. The ape ran, and the rumbling continued. That fatso. Many people looked at Yi Xiaoshe and felt speechless. So Yuan Zhon is going to let him stay there? Since when did Yuan Zhon become so friendly with people? Brother Yuan, what did you talk about to our little brother? Yi Xiaoshe asked out of curiosity. Yuan Zhon continued to ignore him. You guys talked about staffs. Yi Xiaoshe continued to ask, and Yuan Zhon slapped at his shoulder. Yi Xiaoshe leaped out of the way before landing on the same spot. All right, I'll stop asking. Dust was kicked up as the group went further and further away. Countless sent them off from the ruins. Students of Starry School stood up and someone asked, so, is Yuan Zhon now a pet of the sun or something? Maybe. They felt restless inside. They were at the Holy Road, yet Yi Futian continued going around kicking up trouble. Are they going to take a city? Someone asked. With the entourage consisting of Yi Xiaoshe, Yuan Zhon, and hundreds of swordsmen, it was not hard to guess what they were up to. Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen were his best friends, and the three were always seen together. Now, he got his own place, and Yu Sheng got a piece of the ruins too. All there was left was Yi Wuchen, the swordsman, and all he gathered were swordsmen, Jiyu Yunshi elaborated. Everyone was stunned before someone murmured, looks like they're heading to Flying Sword City then. They were envious of Yi Wuchen, who had Yi Futian taking him to take a city personally. It was a pity that they did not share such amicable relationship with Yi Futian. The headmaster had asked the students back in Starry School who would be willing to guard the son on his divine path. No one answered the call, as most did not like him back then. Most simply sat on the fence. Now, Yi Futian had no need for them to be around even if they were willing to follow him. Many looked at Long Mu, as he was probably the closest among them to Yi Futian. It was such a pity. The Flying Sword City was a palace itself. Many mighty ones gathered while Yang Ju remained in the air. His body remained upright and his bearing excellent. He looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, with me." With the holy badges being collected in ample numbers, they became able to open the great ruins in Flying Sword City, and he felt rather excited about it. Many made their way to the ruins, which was not far where they were. Loud noises were heard from afar and the ground shook. Yang Ju asked, "What is that?" They stopped and looked behind them. The rumbling grew closer and closer, and they were able to make out that a group of people was heading their way. Someone intruded Flying Sword City. A voice was heard somewhere. Yang Ju frowned. Does someone dare to come take my place? The group looked more and more fearsome. Intense sword aura was sensed in the sky above, as a group came through the air. A giant golden monster was seen landing from above. With another rumble, the giant figure was seen in the air again, making its way forward. Yuan Zhon. Yang Ju glared at that giant figure with sharp eyes. Rumbles continued as Yuan Zhon took several more steps, and the ground shook violently in response. A fat person was also seen on Yuan Zhon's shoulder. Yi Futian was also seen in the air, casting his gaze at Yang Ju. Yi Futian. Yang Ju recognized him in an instant. When Yi Futian threw out that ring that day, he played more than just Ning Huang, as Yang Ju was also one of them who went for that ring. How dare you? Mighty ones from the Sword Saint Villa spread out, and every one of them looked cold. Yi Futian dares to attack this place, and now is allied with Yuan Zhon as well? Yi Futian, why have you come to my Flying Sword City instead of staying back to train in Jinxiao City? Yang Ju's expression was as sharp as a sword as he cast his razor-like gaze at Yi Futian. Just like how you went to Flaming Prison City instead of staying back to train in Flying Sword City. Yi Futian spoke plainly. Just hand over the holy badges. The mighty ones around were stunned by what they just heard. So Yi Futian is here to rob Yang Ju by invading Flying Sword City then. This is just too crazy. He dares move against a genius like Yang Ju. Are you being serious? Yang Ju asked as he clad himself with a will of sharpness. A formless sword intent seemed to have been conjured, and his body seemed to have become like a sword itself, which threatened to lash out at any moment, emanating a very dangerous aura. Yi Futian chose to intrude at the very moment he was about to open the ruins after all. What do you think? Yi Futian looked at Yang Ju before casting his gaze down at the others below. He said, anyone who doesn't have anything to do with this, you best leave immediately. When the fighting starts, there will be no mercy. The mighty ones around were all Yang Ju's followers, and they looked particularly severe at the moment. Yu Sheng and Yi Futian killed Ning Huang in Jinxiao City, and it was said that Yi Xiaoshe was too someone capable of fighting toe-to-toe with Mo Jun. Worse still, they had Yuan Zhong added to their ranks. The group was as fearsome as possible at the moment. Yang Ju stayed in the sky, clad in sword aura, and addressed Yuan Zhong. Yuan Zhong, are you sure you want in on this? Yuan Zhong gazed at Yang Ju severely and said, he told you to hand over the holy badge, so just hand it over already. Yang Ju looked especially embarrassed hearing those words. Yi Futian took a step forward and added, when Almighty One ganged up on me back in Flaming Prison City, the scene was simply magnificent. You all dared not rob each other and moved against only me instead. So today will be payback time. Yang Ju, I'll have you hand over the holy badges whether you like it or not. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.